Also, I'm going to talk about one of my favorite conversations from Metal Gear Solid 3. I can't wait to recreate it in Delta. But the funniest thing, I think, in Metal Gear Solid 3, which talks about just how weirdly meta those games are, because, chat, we were talking about Metal Gear Solid 2 very briefly, but it's okay. We may or may not come back to that point when we talk about Final Fantasy X. But my favorite thing is you can eat glowing mushrooms in the cave, and if you do it before you do a call, Snake will unironically say, Snake, the future big boss, will say, oh yeah, it recharged my batteries when I ate it. And Paramedic will be like, yes, that's interesting, Snake. Can you hold on a minute? She, like, puts her hand over the microphone. Major Zero, did you fucking hear that guy? Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Everybody in the command room just goes like, is Snake stupid? Like, is Snake okay?
Were those mushrooms hallucinogenic? Is he all right?
The answer to that question, is Snake stupid? Unironically, probably yes.
I think, honestly, Naked Snake just took a few too many blows to the head. You have to imagine when the boss was teaching him how to do CQC, she probably judo threw him on his noggin like 50 times.
Yeah, it's basically Antonio Brown. He was a very smart guy, and then all the head trauma.
Like we joked in MGS5 about how there are cutscenes that are audio logs. That is an audio log that makes great use of, like, what is it? Like atmospheric audio.
Yeah.
But like especially for fucking, like, what, 2008 was that, right? Vaguely?
No, Metal Gear Solid 3 was on PS2, so that was like 04, 05?
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3
04, 03?
By the way,
because Metal Gear Solid 4 was a launch title.
I do want to shout out. I do think Metal Gear Solid 3 is probably one of the greatest video games ever made. But that's just my humble opinion.
It's a really good one. I genuinely, I like every Metal Gear game that I've played. So that does exclude some of the weird side games like Portable Ops. But I think 3 is usually considered, pretty peak because that was, it was a prequel, but it was a prequel that kind of like mattered and worked, and like Kojima really perfected the gameplay formula, I think, on the version of the engine from the PS2. 4 has like really cool stuff, but a lot of that I think was just like Sony was like, hey, Hideo Kojima, here's what you can do with a cell processor. Did you know these things like can make supercomputers? And Hideo Kojima was like, so you're telling me I can have some really cool cutscenes? You're telling me I can crank some textures?
I think 3 is so well loved because, like we were discussing right before we went live, 2 is kind of the black sheep, but I think it's the black sheep because of the timing it came out in, and there are people who are just so in their own head about the Raiden twist.
It is also very... Oh, sorry.
It's Metal Gear Solid 2 is the game that has rewired a lot of hardcore Kojima fans' brains into thinking Kojima is always trying to trick us.
Yeah, it's... I mean, Metal Gear Solid 2
is a very non-traditional detailed story.
It is the one that has the most mind screw, but it is actually intentional. The sense of disorientation and wondering what the fuck is going on, why am I doing these things, is intentional. Raiden is being subjected to that, so you as the player are also along for this ride going, what the hell is happening? And it's supposed to conclude a certain way that we don't need to rehash. You can watch a stream all of Metal Gear Solid 3.
It ends up with some people without media literacy going, this story sucks. I don't understand what's going on.
And I think this is actually relevant because we got on this conversation in the pre-show.
Because of Final Fantasy 2, or 10.
10, yes. Because we're going to talk about the 10 Commander deck in a second.
I'm happy to
do a little bit of spiel. We're just kind of vibing. Yeah.
Final Fantasy 10 is a 2-game series. There was 10-1 and 10-2.
Wait,
I think 10... Yeah.
Wait, okay. Wait. What happened to 10-3 though?
There was a 10-3.
Well, there wasn't a 10-3. There did
I thought there was.
No, you're thinking of 13. 13 has 3 games. They turned that into a trilogy.
Also, we don't need to get into that.
I thought 10 had like a spin-off past 2.
No. They
says 10 and 10 too.
Final Fantasy games are not always great about sequels, prequels, etc. But no, the way it works is, for some reason, 8 and 9 got nothing. 7 has more games than God, many of which were only released in Japan on phones. I think about half of them.
Yeah. Well, 8 and 9 have very complete stories. I don't think you could make a sequel to 8 and 9.
I think 10 arguably has a pretty complete story, but it leaves room for character beats after it.
Because I'll say this, I'm the resident 10-2 defender. Like, 10-2 is a Final Fantasy game I find is very underrated. I actually love the game greatly. I like it more than 10-1.
I think a lot of people, more people than you'd think, like 10-2. The reason why 10-2 was not popular was also for the other reason, which was, you know what's worse than a protagonist who's a whiny anime boy? The protagonist who is a woman. She's not that whiny. But she's just a woman.
She's just a woman. That's it.
The cast are women.
I don't want to be this guy all the time, but unfortunately, I lived through the 2000s of video game design. It really was just sexist back. More sexist back then.
It's weird.
It was that way, and we didn't think about it.
It's bad now. It's bad now. The 2000s make now look like a fucking paradise.
Yeah. There will always be those kinds of people, but in the early 2000s, for people who are just not plugged into this space, if you were a woman, it was death threats just because you were a woman. It wasn't like, oh, you're a woman, like I don't like you. It was, no, you're a woman. I want you to not exist anymore on this internet.
Yeah.
I'm going to bully you off of this place
forever. The early internet age is not something I remember fondly.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it might be why I'm so not as into nostalgia as a lot of people, is because my childhood years was the early internet age, and I remember it sucked.
That's fair.
They had some cool stuff, but yeah, nostalgia's an interesting medium. Real quick before we run another tangent, let me just say,
I'm fucking Mega Man.
This is the second one in this series. Because we talked for 5 hours previously, I'm not gonna go back over a lot of the stuff about, basic commander facts, TM, and game stuff. We talked about that in a stream. It's very long. You can go watch that one if you please. So we will discuss
down for people who did not watch it. In Commander, 100 card singleton, you can only play the colors of your commander. Your commander is separate from your 100 card deck. But
that's kind of our core reference we'll be talking about here. I have done my best to rebalance everybody's audio, mainly to reduce Dallas's excessive gain levels.
Chris, can you say something?
Hello.
Sounds pretty normal. People in chat, let me know. I think I've got everybody else balanced at 100-ish because it's a freaking. This is another thing I don't like about Discord's volume mixer. It's a freaking analog slider, so getting an even percentage is hard sometimes. But everybody but Dallas should be at around 100% Discord volume. My volume coming out of my PC is maximum, so.
This deck is called Counterblitz, which is a great name, by the way. I think it's actually my favorite name of the commander decks because it's a double pun.
Blitzball.
Blitzball plus countering is something you do in Final Fantasy games, and kind of Tidus is really good at it. It's a good name. But anyway, this deck is helmed by Tidus, or Tidus, or it's been pronounced every fucking way.
It's like Ryu and Ryu.
It's worse than that because it's been pronounced officially both ways.
So in the era, like in Kingdom Hearts, I believe it was Tidus. I don't know what the current it's supposed to be is, because I would assume, because this is the fucking the beach Final Fantasy, this is the one with so much fucking water, and his costume itself is kind of beach coasted. I would assume it should be Tidus, but I don't know actually what the currently intended pronunciation is.
In Dissidia, it's Tidus. So that's the official pronunciation.
Okay, so
if you don't like it, we can always go. We are all Fate fans. We all know the Altaria and Altair.
I will also say a thing to reference Atlas games too. There is a weird thing of when Japanese companies ask English studios to pronounce things certain ways, they do it by syllables. even though when it's not pronounced that way.
Regardless, it doesn't matter. It's Tidus. I believe the card name is Tidus Yuna's Guardian.
Yep.
Yes.
I think Titus sounds better, but that's
trying to grab. Yeah, I think all of us agree, but that is the official. Because like I said, Tide, either, I think follows it. I'm attempting to grab the borderless, but all of them are scans of the foil version, which looks like shit. Stop scanning foils into computers. Yeah. That's not what holofoil is for. I have a
better one, I think, Omega. I can try and
also, I'm having a problem where I've accidentally clicked on my video editor in my taskbar, and it's fucking opening, and I don't want it to open, but we're here. There you go. Okay, it's open enough that I can close it. Also, I just want to say about the Yuna's Guardian like search thing is like, because I'm still talking about it. Yes, thank you, Axe. I did not finish my point. I can't find a good full art because they're all scans of foils, and also some of them are just the wrong card. Like for some reason, the borderless version of Fang from 13 comes up in this Google search.
It might just be because the set is new and the proper cards coming out, like in the FF set, are mostly the foil versions getting scanned because it just people chase the foil cards because they're pretty. So they upload the cards they have, which are the foils.
Have you tried the gallery?
Well, also because it's a commander deck, face commander, it's foil by default.
Yeah.
I can use the gallery. The problem is for that is that means you have to like filter the products correctly.
That's really easy.
Yeah, it's.
I think the product is IP.
I mean, it is, but then I have to tab more stuff, and then I got to tab back.
Yeah.
Fair.
But Dallas did grab it for me.
Regardless, I can talk about Tidus's effects while we're getting the image up there.
Correctly, computer, please. No.
So,
paint's not pasting.
Tidus, I'm pronouncing it both ways over each other on purpose. Tidus is a legendary creature, human warrior.
Well, I already have that one on screen. That's the normal one.
He reads, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may move a counter from target creature you control onto a second target creature you control. And then his second ability is Cheer. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Because this does not have any reminder text, proliferate is you check every permanent on the board, and you can either choose to add a additional counter or not. This does not only check friendly permanents, it also checks players and opponents' permanents.
So poison and -1 counters. Okay.
Well, I may need you to start that sentence again, Dallas.
Okay.
To clarify that for me, because I was how did you say
proliferate work?
Yeah.
So proliferate is when you proliferate, when a proliferate ability triggers, you check every counter on the board on your permanents, yourself, you as a player, and your opponents, and you may add an additional counter to it or choose to not add a counter. You cannot subtract a counter, you can only add.
We check, and if you want to, you can add counters. Yeah, sorry about that. I spaced out while Dallas was saying that part because YouTube is giving me a little bit of buffering error. We're not dropping frames, so the VOD version should be fine, but you may experience a little bit of buffering watching the stream.
Generally, the easiest application of proliferate is by adding +1/+1 counters.
Is that what this deck does?
Yeah, that's what they did. Do the very boring, simple thing. Like, I'll say this. I love Tidus as a card. I absolutely adore Tidus as a card. I think he's one of the coolest of the commanders. However, the commander deck product did build him in the single most boring possible way.
I had fun playing it. It was great.
Okay, so honestly,
I'll say this for spare.
Okay. Hold on. I should say this now. We did get a little bit of conversation about the crosstalk. I want to be a little better about enforcing it because my other option is I have to turn this thing into a fucking stage, and then you have to push a button if you want to talk, and then I have to push a button to let you talk, and we don't want to do that. Mostly this will be me yelling at Dallas to fucking stop. But I want to say I have my own further sub thoughts about what Dallas said, in addition to what Vesper said back. But Axe, what were you saying before Dallas felt the need to defend himself?
I was going to ask if this is a true statement or not. That I'm used to blue, white, green usually being. I'm used to blue, white being stall, and then green, so it'd be ramp of stall tokens.
I mean, it's less. I would say it's less stall and more. It's about it's about just building up such an annoying board that your opponent has to waste removal spells and board wipes on what are normally minuscule cards, but because you're constantly proliferating, you have basic counter built base like your standard counter support like hardened scales, which I think we should discuss early.
True.
Even though it's an enchantment, that card is kind of mission critical to this deck's gameplay with Titus.
Green and white is just a fuck ton of tokens and counters.
And let me just explain myself, because I think this is important context. So the reason I think it's boring is I've been playing Commander for a long time. I've been playing Commander since before it was called Commander. If you look at Commander deck breakdowns, I would argue, even though it's technically, I believe, the third most popular archetype, it only has 160,000 represented decks versus 170,000. I would say 1/1 counters is actually the most common type of decks. Most common type of deck, because the other two represented categories are so broad, i.e. tokens and artifacts, that there's a lot more breakdown in between those two. The only reason I'm saying it's boring is because Titus can do a lot with that first ability. That first ability is amazing.
I mean, yeah, but you also have to remember these decks are being designed from a beginner standpoint. So we're not going to make Titus the Phyrexian poison proliferate deck.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
I don't want poison counters.
I was going to say too, Dallas. I was going to ask if because we had a similar discussion about the 7 deck last week and the way that was set up of like from your opinion, which I do believe, like I cannot discount your longevity of playing Commander, that they did do some pretty basic, straightforward equip deck stuff with Cloud as a commander and with the deck list. So, I think basically I was just going to say what Vesper said, which is like, would you, maybe not even asking Dallas if he agrees, but just like a question of like, this is the what you would call it, this is the simple version of that deck. We're trying to sell this because, I'll say it. I'm of the opinion that this Final Fantasy product is not necessarily for people who've been playing Commander for 10 years. This is for Final Fantasy players.
This is and we'll get more into it with in the standard set. I'm of the opinion, and I don't read enough online Magic discourse to know if this is a majority opinion. I think the Final Fantasy set as a whole is a fairly beginner-friendly set, and I think it's done on purpose.
Most of the people I met at the Final Fantasy previews, like, oh, this is my first time playing Magic, or I've been back. This is my first time playing Magic in like 10 years. I came back as a Final Fan.
Spoiler: the set that got me back into Magic for a 2-year breakup due to the pandemic was the Lord of the Rings set. So, like it or not, this Universes Beyond shit works. This set got me back into 14.
Because you don't want to spoil themselves as much.
All of the like Universe Beyond sets where it's just we're doing crossover with a giant IP. It does bring in people because people go, oh, I love this thing, and a lot of my friends play Magic, so I could just like build a deck with all of the cool stuff that I like and still play this still play a complex game that looked like with my friends. That sounds fun. Unless you're a Doctor Who fan, sadly. The Doctor Who said, I like it because I like weird shit and I've played it.
I absolutely adore the Doctor Who set. It is the most complicated Universes Beyond they've done.
The moment that Vesper said it was weird, I was like, Dallas loves Doctor Who. Axe?
Yes. Well, I also love Doctor Who the show.
I like how I said Axe and that Dallas keeps saying. Yes, Axe.
I just checked this. Shadowbringers is about 6 years old now, as of this next month. So, Dallas, I'm sorry, but I'm going to talk about the details of the characters when they come up.
Well, we've already done the spoiler warning. That's a conversation for the 14 deck.
Okay. We'll get to it.
What I want to say earlier
about
about
in depth with character backstory. That doesn't make any sense for this video.
the thing to say is that I'm not familiar exactly, but with what those identities are. We were talking a little. This is green, white, blue. I think we did say that, but let's to put it back on the Magic conversation.
So green and blue.
I don't remember what name that shard is, but everything does have a name. So,
Bant.
and they have
that is Bant, B-A-N-T, Bant.
I don't know where that originates.
So I can tell you where. There's a set called Shards of Alara. It was first the first tricolor set in Magic that had the allied shards, i.e. the shards with 2 allied color pairs. So Bant, Naya, Esper, Jund, and Grixis are all from Alara.
Esper, I believe, a couple weeks ago posted a collage of it, which is somewhere in here.
Yeah, the other ones are from Khans of Tarkir, which is Sultai, Abzan, Jeskai, My Brain, Margu, Temur.
Yeah.
That's the other one.
So
yeah,
what,
I believe in these shards, the middle color is generally seen as the primary of the shards. So in this case, it's white, which does kind of fit.
I would say this deck's identity is not primary white, because obviously different commanders from Bant focus different ones. I would say this deck is majority green, because +1/+1 counters are very, very much a green thing, usually. Mm-hmm. Green and blue, mostly. Honestly, white is probably the least represented color in the deck.
So I am what I'm used to most of green with involved with is like a green, red, white, which is all about big fucking creatures.
Yeah, Italian white is generally about big creatures.
Different shard. Moving on.
But regardless, the thing about this deck, and I will say this is to me the second best put together deck. It's very purposeful with what it gives, and I think it gives a lot of good stuff. There's a reprint in this set that was a $30 card before release of this deck. It's now down to $8 because of the reprint, but
we love reprints.
Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't this reprint because it's a degenerate infinite combo card. But
Hullbreaker Boar?
What you could get? No, Walking Ballista.
Literally the first guy in the creature list.
That card is if you see someone playing Commander and they're not a new player and playing this precon deck, you're probably gonna die.
Do we want to do what we did last time and bring up the alt commander, which is Yuna, Grand Summoner?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will pull that up first. I do want to say, because you requested it, I decided to grab Hardened Scales and throw it on the screen real quick as well.
Hardened Scales is the entire game plan of this deck, and you will see once you read it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I see it. It's a 1 green that just says if one or more 1/1 counters is when we put it a creature. Yes, like X said, put +1, one additional 1/1 counter on those guys.
Yeah.
That number +1.
That does count with Titus's effect. So you will just move 1 counter and put 2 on another creature.
Yes.
So
But the thing about Titus that's very interesting is there's a lot of counters in Magic that are unique. I don't believe there's any in this deck, so I can just say this separately. There's a specific counter called a Divinity counter. That's from 2 sets, Kamigawa and Return to Kamigawa. Or, sorry, technically 4 sets because the Kamigawa was a block, but regardless. You can move a bunch of stuff around. You can turn planeswalkers into creatures and move their loyalty counters. You can do a lot with Titus as a commander, which is why I actually really like Titus. Like, more so than most of the other commanders, I think he's really unique, and I appreciate that.
He's very flexible, but I think they did a lot with we just talked about it with the. I feel like kind of the green and blue direction to just be like, okay, we've given you a really interesting, weird guy, but also we are assuming that the person buying this precon deck is not gonna know what to do with him, so we've given him a very simple.
They did give a little bit of the interesting stuff because, one of the main mechanics of the Final Fantasy set is saga creatures. And Titus plays very well with Saga creatures because he can remove lore counters from them.
Oh yeah, because you can just move them somewhere.
You can
else.
just put them on a creature where it does nothing on them. You can put counters on creatures that do not do anything.
Okay,
And if you
is there a
somehow
weird
multiple? You can like speed up the.
Is there a card that basically makes you resummon or go send a hand or exile a card of a Saga count?
Possibly,
Sagas
but probably
are
not specific.
they're not
Sagas are
new,
creatures.
but they're still creatures in the like they're
So
still
the summon sagas are creatures, so you can just target them with stuff.
That's fair. I was thinking about taking the counter and moving it somewhere else so you could do like a thing for a discount.
I mean, yeah,
There are other ways.
generally it's very easy to get extra counters on a saga through proliferate and stuff like that. The thing that makes Titus unique is he can take counters away from sagas, which lets you reuse certain abilities, that's a much more rare ability to do that. There's only a couple of commanders that do that, and 2 of them are in this deck.
And it works very well with obviously because as we said,
Yeah.
more so even than I would say 6. 10 is the one what is about the summons.
The summon games. Yep. It makes perfect sense. Because I would argue, other than probably the standard set Terra, he is probably the best Saga commander in the set. Or maybe standard Yuna, but standard Yuna is more of a standard card. We'll get into that later. But
and we have pulled up Grand Summoner Yuna, so she's
Terra last week too. It's
no.
We haven't talked about
we're
like
gonna
any
talk
main set
about that
cards
in the
that were
standard
printed in
set
these decks. So
cards.
I'll have a big long stream about that too. But this is Yuna Grand Summoner. She costs 1 additional mana from Titus. She is a human cleric. She's a 1/5, so you can tell she's more defensive. Her abilities
and
listed here are what?
She's a bird of paradise, which is a funny little guy who just adds an extra mana. But she's a bird of paradise with more.
Yeah. Grand Summon, tap, add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it. I like how that phrase as additional, just in case it generates 1/1 counters on its own.
Yes.
And then if another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if it had 1 or more counters on it, you may basically move that number of, or you may add the appropriate amount of 1/1 counters.
Yeah. Like, Yuna's very good, but she's a very good commander for a very played out archetype. So I would say she's a lot less interesting than Titus, which makes me sad because I like her more as a character. But
I think
she's so good.
Yeah, like a lot of what she does is good. She's a style of commander that is not the hit face commander. This commander is just letting me do things. Like there's one commander deck that I built recently, which is a card Muldrotha. There are some commanders that just do batshit things. Like Muldrotha says, every turn, on your turn, you can cast 1 of every type of permanent from your graveyard. So like there are just some commanders that completely recreate your deck building mantra, which I love those kind of commanders. The further I've gotten into it.
Yuna is a very good card. I would argue she's maybe a better commander than Titus. I don't know. It's hard to tell. If you're going to build a 1/1 counter deck, I think she's a better commander than Titus.
I guess a better way to put it is maybe she's more flexible, more widely applicable.
Well, no, she's less flexible. That's the problem. She is better at the 1/1 counter thing than Titus, but Titus you can do a lot of other wacky shit, and with her, you do 1/1 counter.
If you are just playing +1/+1 counters, Yuna is the stronger pick, but that is a more narrow deck design. Yeah. So I think I agree with Dallas that like I'm just a passive observer. You know, I understand the main mechanics, but it seems correct that like Yuna is probably stronger at what she does, but it's more shallow, I guess I would say. You know, it's broadly it's not broadly applicable, but it's focused to one application. You'll be very good at that, but if you're playing against in a matchup where that doesn't work for some reason, it will.
Yeah, she's.
So, I think I know what our first new card is.
New cards, Pog.
The first card would be, I believe.
I think it's.
I believe
Lord.
it is. No, that's the wrong deck. Yes, it would be Lord. Wait, let me check. Yes, Lord Giscal. Giscal Guado.
2 mana, 1 white, 2/1. A legendary spirit cleric. He is flying. And at the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature this turn, investigate, which says create a clue token. It's an artifact with costs 2 mana to sacrifice this token to draw a card.
This feels like just because he's an exposition character.
I think that's what they're going for with this. Like,
I mean, he's the main antagonist. He reveals stuff about the main antagonist.
Yeah, he does the big revelation, like one of the main.
I mean, it's literally his flavor text quote right here. Listen to me very carefully. I should tell you the truth about my son, Seymour.
Yes. I mean, this effect is okay. Clues are cool. It doesn't really fit in with Tidus's game plan.
Yeah, like
if
there are
some very strong I guess.
Cards that can make clues and decks built around abusing them.
Yeah.
Clues are just kind of
token
here because it's something that makes aesthetic sense for this guy, but aside from that, he's not really doing much.
It's also a token you can proliferate.
Well, no, you can't proliferate tokens. That's a different ability. So my favorite commander, or one of my favorite commanders, is named Xavier Sol. And his ability is tap, sacrifice a creature, proliferate, tap, remove a counter from a permanent, populate. Because they're inverse sides of the same ability.
Much like in Yu-Gi-Oh!, tokens and counters are not the same thing.
Yes. Okay. You can put counters on tokens.
Yeah, right. Treasure is not a token.
Standalone seems kind of expensive.
Clue tokens are very good in Standard. They're okay in Commander.
I mean, he's a 2-mana 2 creature that's got flying. It could be
2 mana. He's not bad. Like I said, he's a very okay card. I would cut him personally because, once again, actually no, because he is if you put a counter. So the way I would build Tidus is probably I would keep him because I'd be doing shit with lore counters and stuff.
I mean, the main thing though I want to point out is that it is you create the clue at the end step, so you're not going to benefit from it until the next turn anyway.
Yeah.
You can tap and sack it on quick speed.
You don't have to tap a clue, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not tap. It's just spend 2. So yeah.
You can tap a clue if you have an ability that can benefit from that, and there are some things that do that. But clues are static. Pay to sack it. You get the benefit.
Okay.
Like I said, he's a decent card. He's well costed. But he's nothing special. He's very much a vegetables card in that, like, he does a thing that you want your deck to be able to do, i.e. draw cards. But he's not a very, like, flashy, fun card. He's just a good card.
I think the best case scenario that this guy creates
the right curve
is that he puts clues onto your board. You are playing blues, so you will have some counter ability. So you can leave mana open, and your opponents will just stare at you, wondering, "Okay, is that for clue, or do they have a counter spell waiting in line?"
Yeah.
But even then, that's pretty niche for.
They're also probably. They're also. I can also imagine he fits better into other commander decks.
Oh yeah,
there's
for sure.
probably some commanders that like care about clues and counters that like would like him. I imagine. I don't know.
He's a card that seems very flavorful. He's not super deep. But he is, you know,
like
just a white creature, and like we said, his stat line is aggressive. Feels like slightly the wrong word, but it's decently aggressive.
This is a problem with all the Universes Beyond decks. They sacrifice effectiveness in the deck itself for lore accuracy, which I approve of. I'd say do that. Like, he'll find a home in some decks. Who knows? Like, he might even become a really key card in some deck later if they build the right commander or make the right commander, but he's just kind of okay. Not good, not bad, just okay.
Let's move on to our
just another pretty solid
blue Oaka Traveling Merchant.
Okay, so I love this fucking card.
Well, yeah, this is a legendary creature. He's a human citizen. He's the same cost, basically, but he's blue, and he's a 1/2 instead of a 2/1. And his ability is tap, remove a counter from a non-land permanent you control, draw 1.
Yeah.
This is a much more direct draw engine than a clue.
Yeah, this ability reads initially like a downside upside ability, but because of how magic works, this is an upside ability. The decks you want to play him in are either decks that can take advantage of you removing counters, like I believe we mentioned last week about the keywords like persist and undying. This can help with those because it removes counters, so you get to trigger the ability again. It can remove counters from sagas that aren't creatures, so you can play like the older sagas and repeatedly use abilities from them.
Yeah,
you can. Oh, good.
Main thing to keep in mind with the keyword permanent. Permanent is anything that is not a sorcery or instant.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that persists on the board is a permanent, which just allows for a lot of finagling with cards like this.
Yeah,
like,
you can do really good shit with it. Like I was talking about, this is basically a weaker version of that of my favorite commander, essentially. So it's a good card because Xalvier Sol can do some very gross things by removing counters. There's an old ability that doesn't get printed anymore because no one liked it, called Cumulative Upkeep. This can essentially remove cumulative upkeep.
Dallas leans away from the
if we can talk about cumulative upkeep, there is one card that I found.
Mystic Remora? Is it Mystic Remora?
No, it's I forget what it was. It's a 5-drop artifact that goes, all lands just don't produce their land anymore. They produce other lands.
Oh.
Like, white produces red, green produces black, blue produces red.
No, you can do a lot of stuff with this. It's a really good ability that's only on this and one other creature. So
he's a pretty solid economy piece. I do want to say before we leave off, and if anybody else has anything to say, cue it up. But once again, we're talking about this being the kind of beach aesthetic one. You know, this guy's just out here with like a weird little hat and then a crop top,
a water balloon,
and he's selling you a potion
and asking for some gil to lend and trade for this potion, which is a purchase. It's not a lend.
Yeah.
I assume he's traveling, gathering money for something. But
yeah.
Now that we'll move on because we've got a multicolor next. Yes, Yevon Acolyte. A green-white human cleric for 2/2. She's got lifelink. And then whenever another creature you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on that creature if its power is less than her power. Otherwise, put a 1/1 counter on her.
There are a lot of cards like this that I have seen in kind of just like browsing cards and building that do the first bit, but don't have the second bit. And especially for a 2-cost creature, to just have both of those. And lifelink, which isn't like mission critical, but she's gonna be a gigantic asshole. Like having lifelink on a card that can just reach that can get out of hand quite quickly in power, especially early game with her being low cost, can just net you a bunch of life to make you more comfortable, which is always nice.
Especially if you're playing in a removal light meta, it could be very good because people who don't play a lot of removal aren't going to waste the removal on a 2-drop lifelinker that just gives you moderate benefit. So
they will look away from it and not think about removing it. And once it's time to remove it, she's a 10/10. Okay.
She's a white-green with counter ramp. I think I see the vision.
Yeah.
You can easily get out of hand. Under the radar,
like with Hardened Scales, Titus, with the base line. I mean, hell, even like with Yuna, you play this with Yuna. She's a 4/4.
Yeah, no. This is a solid card. It's not amazing. It's definitely not like a bomb card, but it's just a solid piece.
I think that's what this deck excels in that. Very few cards in this deck feel like bombs, but that's because all of them are bombs with Titus and All of them are fundamentally can become a bomb.
Again, I don't know for sure, but I would assume that kind of feels like the way that you would run these sort of like counter generation decks. Well, your creatures do not necessarily tend to be big bombs on their own. It's more that just like if you get your engine going, you're gonna be like, hey, you see this little guy? 4/1/1 counters.
I'll say this. I think the biggest problem this deck has, and the one way I would critique it, and obviously I understand they have to do this because it's a beginner deck, is the problem with this deck is it's almost too focused on the 1/1 counters. Because one of the biggest benefits of playing a 1/1 counter deck is you make creatures that are undercosted because of ability better. So there are a lot of creatures that have like really bad stats, but do something great when they enter the battlefield that you'll often play in a 1/1 counter deck because you can make that creature like a 5/5.
I guess that leaves you the freedom to customize. Chad, I think, had a pretty good point as well. If you combine her with Yuna as your commander, or even if you just play Yuna in the deck and summon her out, that if they do spend removal on Shalinda, you get to redistribute all the 1/1 counters she had.
No, Yuna is kind of nuts. Like, in terms of power level. Like, obviously, I prefer Tidus as a card because you can do different wacky things, and that's what I like doing in Commander. It's why I build way too many Commander decks. But no, she's a very solid card, especially in Yuna. But she's very basic as well. I think the next one is Gata and Luzu.
Yes, that's what I've just pulled up whenever the lag goes in. That's a 3
very
mana, 1
card.
white, only 1/1, but they're a legendary creature, human soldier. They have flash, which I don't remember if we've talked about, but importantly they say
Flash,
when Gata and Luzu...
They can be put on instant speed. Sorry.
Ooh, okay, that works. Yeah, that's relevant though, because that works really well with what their text said, which is when Gata and Luzu enters, choose a target creature you control. If damage will be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent that damage and put that many 1/1 counters on it. So if you can summon this creature at an instant speed,
you can flash it.
Yeah.
So,
well, yes, Vesper just said that.
This card is cool, but I think it's not good in the deck. And the reason I say that is because if you have abilities like this that rely on damage, you want to be able to trigger that yourself. And this deck these colors, I should say, are not good at doing that.
Yeah, like there is one pretty iconic removal spell that does damage that is not red. Blasphemous Act. It does 13 damage to everything on the board, which is essentially a board wipe. I haven't got to Luzu though, so this guy is actually gets 13 counters.
Yeah. No, you can do some pretty funny stuff with it if you play it in a deck that includes red, because red is the damage color essentially. Yeah. But the problem is damage removal is not very common in Commander, other than Blasphemous Act, because white and black have premium removal that does not need to deal damage. It just says it explodes or it gets exiled.
Yeah, like white's just like I'm just destroying all permanents. I'm destroying all permanents. Black is I'm destroying all permanents. They cannot be regenerated. They're just destroyed. They're not like taking damage. They're just marked for death.
I mean, I will say
white is I'll exile all permanents.
As a comparison, again talking about how they're selling this product. Also, I should, because I'm actually speaking, I should warn chat. My lights did flicker a little bit, so hey, if the stream suddenly goes down, you know what happened. But what I was gonna say was that talking about how these decks are kind of being put in the environment for new players. That is one of the cards that is included in the 7 precon is Ultimate Magic Meteor, which is like do 7 damage to every creature. Yeah. So this is a card that like I think works in the context of these precon decks, but is probably something that either you cut out of this deck or you edit the deck to find something that it fits better in. It seems like a neat card, but I do kind of agree that like
there's a commander deck building philosophy. A whole lot of like there's a commander deck building philosophy that I always adhere to, which is if you want something to work, you need to make sure you can reliably do it yourself, or make your entire deck rely on your opponent. You can't do this like wiffly waffly halfway thing where it's like sometimes I want my opponent to do something, sometimes I want me to do something. You either have to go, which most decks are self-reliant, or you play a control/theft deck. Which
I mean, I do think
no,
that
you are my game plan.
I do think that Chet has a good note. Since it is flash, you could cast it as a blocker instantaneously when you know your opponent is going to attack.
It's a funky battle trick that is technically always online. The problem is that most of the time with this Titus deck, you're probably in a position where people don't want to attack you. They want to remove your creatures outright because they're getting so big. Why would I attack you? You would just block them with your massive 20/20 guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a good card. The problem I see is obviously there's a decent amount of draw power in these decks, but it is a singleton format, so it's that kind of thing of it seems like you really want Gata and Luzu probably early before your creatures get huge, and when your opponents will feel like they can get in and either chip away at your life or force you to chump block. But there's no guarantee you're going to see that in 99 cards. I don't know if it's really good for late game stuff.
Certain decks, it's really not. Like I said, there's decks that this will fit in, like decks where you are the one dealing damage. Generally, this will fit in great. But decks where you're relying on your opponent to deal the damage, it's just kind of finicky.
It's forever problem kind of combat trick style cards in any game.
Yeah.
I was going to say Yu-Gi-Oh
combat
has the
tricks
same
are
problem.
very much not good in Commander. They're amazing in Limited. Like, combat tricks are the kings of Limited in a lot of ways. But combat tricks, unless your deck is literally combat trick deck, which I have built, it's very funny. To have your commander suddenly be a 30/30. But unless you're going all in on it, it's really not something you can just have include in.
Oh, here's the keyword for proliferate.
Yeah, so Lulu has
Let's not put that on our commander. Let's put
I was going to say also, by the way, that I reiterated, I think Yu-Gi-Oh has that same problem design. Normally the show's about Yu-Gi-Oh. The stream series, combat tricks can be helpful, but relying on your opponent to attack you is one of those things that's okay, they have to do it to win the game, but also if you're not going to do anything unless they're attacking you, then they can just be like, no, I'm not going to attack.
I would say it's slightly better in Magic than it is in Yu-Gi-Oh because you choose blockers and stuff. And
well, yeah, because if nothing else, that at least, because you can basically always, because you attack players and they choose to block, you're always able to put pressure.
Yeah.
But so, this is Lulu Stern Guardian. She's 3-drop.
Here's a creature that doing counters that aren't +1/+1 counters.
Yup.
Yeah. She is a human wizard who says when an opponent attacks you, choose a target creature attacking you, put a stun counter on them.
I believe stun just means they don't untap the next untap step.
Yeah. So stun reads, if I'm remembering this from memory, it does not tap the creature, but it reads, the next time this creature would untap, instead remove the stun counter.
Yeah.
And obviously they are attacking you, so they're going to tap. Unless they don't.
They're attacking unless they're a guy with vigilance, but even then,
in that case, then you don't. Yeah, I would say you don't put the stun counter, but also you can proliferate, which is, it does cost you quite a bit of mana. 4 total, one blue, but choosing a number of permanents and/or players, give each another counter of the kind they already have. This is, I think, our first case of we're applying. First of all, actually, neither of the previous commander decks. Actually, no, I forget now because it was 5 hours. 6 wasn't blue, right?
No. This is the first blue one.
This is the first blue, and the other deck we'll be reviewing is the other blue deck.
Yeah. And this is also, I think, our first case of, I think, the correct choice for flavor, but traditional characters you think of as black mages as blue.
Yeah, we'll get into a bigger one next, but yeah.
Lulu is from the
Lulu
original 10. She
blue-black.
is the big magic drop.
Yeah.
But obviously she can't be blue-black in the commander version.
Yeah, it sacrifices that must have been made. This is I think 10 is honestly the worst with this because we'll get to the next one next, which just makes me giggle. But
I mean,
once again, blue still makes sense because I would say blue is. If you look into the stories of Magic the Gathering, blue is never known to be the most noble of colors.
They're more associated with memory erasure and shit. But
well, no, there's just some blue characters, like particularly in the old books. One of the most famous Magic protagonists is blue, and that's Urza. And Urza's kind of a dick.
Everyone in the
blue is a color that I associate with both the deck style and just the word control. It is you know it's also supposed to be like intellect, but like
blue is intellect, curiosity, progress.
Functionally, blue has a lot of, even when they don't have white in the mix, has a lot of control stuff associated with it.
I should mention that I feel like, at least for like the 10 cast, I feel like at least like half to maybe a little under half, and then maybe Jacked as well, should have black in their colors, just considering who they are.
Well, yeah, they're villains.
Or it should be black. I should have black in his colors.
Well, also, what Axe is also suggesting is also the fact that there's a lot in the mythos and story of 10 that is literally about the afterlife and sending ghosts on and things and not passing on when they should pass on, you know? The problem with that is that, you already have some black and some other colors, and
yeah. And Yuna should not be that. Like,
Yuna should not be that, And Waka probably isn't either.
Yuna works great as a...
Waka should be black because he would hate it.
Yuna works good as white as her central color because she is a priest and
I would argue
one of the faith. Who's
I would argue Titus is central blue. Like Titus is a very blue character.
Because just like what's going on?
Quirky, weird people are often blue, like genuinely, in Magic. Like the best way I could describe it is blue is the color of nerds, like genuinely. Like if you're a nerd in the Magic series, you will be blue. Chase, Urza, Braids,
but if you use your knowledge, but if you use your knowledge to cause a terrorism, you're blue-red.
No, you'd be blue-black.
Fair. I beat Ixit and like Dimir.
If we go with Cydia,
Dimir is blue-black.
I know. I'm just saying it's like
with Cydia, Titus could also be black.
Yeah. It's
blue also has Proliferate on her, like we said, which unfortunately that it costs the 4 mana.
But this card, I should say that this card is not very good.
Yeah.
No, there are much better attack prevention effects.
It's a nice card to just have on the board that you can proliferate with Titus in other situations. But her pure like looking at her card just in a vacuum is pretty not great.
Yeah, I feel like I assume this is just because this is the one that makes sense for them to put a character. Like, obviously, you have to put Lulu in the mix, but for the strategy of the deck, this seems like they just wanted to create a way to generate stun counters in this deck so that you could proliferate them through other means. But obviously, they want to make sure that she can proliferate on her own, but they're trying not to make that turbo annoying for your opponent, where they're just like, stun counters? Now you have 50,000 stun counters.
Yeah, this card feels like one of those inclusions of showing to players, hey, counters can be done different ways, but we're not going to do that because focusing in on that in a pre-con would probably not be fun for the other 3 players at the table.
Yeah. Like I said, there's some really cool stuff you can do with stun counters in Titus specifically. Like, there are cards that come in to play under your control with stun counters because they're overcosted. So you can put those counters on your opponent's creatures. Or onto
I don't remember this about 10. Is 10? Seymour, are you supposed to be biracial? Is that why you're an elf, a human elf?
Don't worry about it.
He's
I don't remember that one. Well, yeah, but I assume
explains it. Oh no, it did elf. It's elf. Okay,
yeah,
that makes no sense.
Elf
Never
cleric.
mind. Never mind.
I think I understand what Magic the Gathering is implying by that, but I'm also
like thought it was half Al Bhed.
Weren't the Grottos like a different race or something?
There are a couple.
Something like that.
Or am I misremembering?
Are we clarifying Al Bhed is elf? Because then
it does say on the Wikipedia he is a human Guado hybrid. So I guess he is a hybrid.
I think they're thinking Guado is elf.
Okay, so yeah, we saw some of them earlier. I think with the other green, or rather the green-white lady. She was talking to some elf people, but it's like, okay, I don't remember that being a big deal in the game, but I have not played 10 all the way through.
There is such like an alternative version of this deck that is of like the 10 character of like some of the 10 characters, which is just green black.
Yeah, oh no, Seymour should be Golgari, like, and it actually pains me that he's not.
No,
he's still a crazy
card,
sense. Mono green.
Yeah,
this is a kind of wild
green,
guy.
1/3.
He is, but him being mono green really hurts his capability as a commander. Because if he was black green, I would maybe try and build him.
Well,
I guess that is fair.
I get that the deck, the game format is called Commander, but then you can slot him into any Commander deck that involves green because he's mono green. Anyway, at the beginning of the combat on your turn, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to Maester Seymour's power on another creature you control, and then also Monstrosity X, which costs you 5 mana to drop, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. If this creature isn't monstrous, put X 1/1 counters on it, and it becomes monstrous.
Okay,
this can be so silly. There's a combo that lets you put hundreds of counters on him with this, because there are certain cards that come into play with like 30 of a type of counter on them.
What?
There's a land card called the Dark Depths.
Well, it's a creature, isn't it?
Yes, but you can turn a land into a creature.
You're playing green, of course you can.
Well, you're playing blue-green is more important. Blue likes to do... Blue is the color of weird stuff, which is also why I like...
It's the color
Blue has all the cards that are like, why is this a card? Like, all of the color-shifting cards are blue, pretty much.
Okay.
But regardless, it's a land that comes into play with 20 ice counters on it, and you have to pay mana to remove them. And when the last one gets removed, it turns into a giant vampire ice demon thing.
Right, the horror, yeah.
So you're taking the counters off of it, I guess, with Titus?
Yeah, but with Seymour, you can count, because it doesn't say +1 counters, it says counters.
Among creatures you control. So if you just turn that land into a creature, even if it can't do anything,
it gives them an extra 20 +1/+1 counters. Yeah, you could do some silly stuff, like I said.
And then at the beginning of combat, you can put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to his power onto another creature. Yeah. This seems pretty cracked. Honestly, I'm looking at it. I kind of feel like I understand why they made him mono green, so you can't use him as a commander easily. Because if you could just access this from your commander zone whenever, that would probably be stupider.
They made him too powerful, so they said, we can't make him. We have to make a monocolor now.
I wouldn't say he's too powerful, personally, but like he's good. Don't get me wrong; he's a very good card, but he's not like broken. Because once again, you can just kill him. He does die to Doomblade.
But I have got to lose it.
No, that doesn't help. Doomblade just says die.
No, I know.
Thank you, Lotus Prime. Yes, the Guado are apparently very elvish.
Yes,
I think we saw some.
Final Fantasy has a lot of different races that are basically elves. They're not elves, but they kind of are.
They fill out the elf archetype.
What, you're an ancient noble race with pointed features who study arcane magic?
You live in the Guado, live in the woods, and are very spiritually connected. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. It's an elf.
Regardless, I think Seymour's fun.
They make Pelu dwarfs. Anyway, I've pulled up Riku. I didn't really want to cut off from Seymour entirely, but it did kind of feel like we were running out of steam.
Oh, Riku. I love Riku.
I do also, I want to say, we talked about, the names and stuff. The epithets, the subtitles all these characters have, with everybody being...
are great.
Part of your party is they use the Guardian because that's what their role is for
they are the Guardians.
So, we got the good ones.
Also,
Riku is the resourceful guardian.
Mom friend. Riku is the mom friend.
Which is funny, because I think she's like 16 in the first one.
Yeah, but isn't everyone else like 10?
No, everybody's normal ages. I would normally think of Lulu as the motherly one, but she's also goth, so.
Tidus and Yuna are the youngest ones until Riku joins.
That's right. Okay. So I haven't played 10-1 in a long time.
Also, it is kind of funny, again, talking about color typings and stuff. Riku is blue, which she is kind of the quirky anime woman, I guess. So that works, but she is the thief of the crew.
Well, blue is the color of rogues. Like, blue-black is rogues. That is the rogue color. Like, if you're a thief or an assassin, you go in blue-black.
I will say it's interesting that they did not.
Blue makes perfect
despite
sense.
the fact that she has steel right there on her text, her subtext is, or her creature type is human artificer.
Well,
I guess she is the gadget
really, one. She isn't really a traditional, like, dagger. Like, that's what I like about Riku as a character. She's not really the traditional rogue in a JRPG. She's like a weird tinker artificer. Like, artificer fits perfectly in my eyes.
For the all bit, right?
Yeah. No, I love Riku.
I will say also, what's her? Yeah, her she does have what we would think of as like the traditional rogue weapons, I think, because I think she's daggers. But this is the case where, you know, this is the 10th one of these they've made, which is not even true either. But as Final Fantasy goes on, and I feel like especially during the PS2, PS3 era, that's when we got a lot of blending of job roles. She's got goggles, so obviously she's an engineer. But yes, like Riku, I believe, is the character who, you know, by default, like her sphere grid is the closest to steel, that kind of stuff. Whereas, you know, Lulu starts with, like, you know, fire and blizzard spells and stuff like that.
No, but Riku, once again, Riku, one of my favorite cats, especially, well, I would say in 10-2, she's much more of a traditional rogue, whereas in 10-1, she's like a weird thief hybrid.
Well, 10-2, they play around with the dress spheres a little bit. Anyway, we did actually tell her what she does. So she's, you know, 3 mana, one of which must be blue. She's 2/3. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature until the end of the turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponent controls.
It's just so good.
So it just makes your guys unblockable. And then also steal, cost 1 mana, tap, move a counter from a target creature your opponent controls onto a target you control. Activate only as a sorcery, so it's not a quick ability.
You know how you said that thing about... You know how you said that thing about Seymour being too powerful, so they had to make her him monocolored? I actually think they did that with Riku. Because that ability is insane. The first ability.
I don't really see her fitting into white or green, though.
I see white. Because white blue is like the artifact-y colors.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
she doesn't she doesn't herself use artifacts, but she is an artificer.
Yeah, I can see white blue.
And there are artifact creatures.
Green, you're right. Yeah. She does not fit green at all. But white blue, I can see. But like I said, that first ability is nuts. Like giving
that one is another one that definitely
is very good. Giving unblockable is very good. Like the second ability, honestly, is kind of whatever. Like it's cool, it's flavorful. Is it good? It's one of those abilities that 99% of the time it's going to be kind of like mediocre, but 1% of the time you are absolutely going to hose someone using like an important type of counter on
I'm going to say it's the kind of thing that like probably doesn't come up a lot, but when it does come up, you're probably playing this as your weird proliferate counter deck, and so you're like, oh, my opponent is generating a cool unique counter, mine now.
Like so if your opponent plays a divinity counter. Like
not even divinity, but something that does come up a lot in certain aspects. There are counters that give traits to creatures, like a first strike counter, a vigilance counter, so on and so forth. So you can go, oh, that menace counter, I want that. That's mine. Menace has to be blocked by 2 or more creatures.
A divinity counter is one of those kinds of counters.
Yeah,
well, I mean specifically for indestructible.
Yeah.
But also, Dallas, I want to say, like, you do keep talking about. You did say that the divinity counters were from very like limited sets.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like that's what I said. Like getting very important counters is not a common thing, but like I said, every once in a while it will absolutely hose your opponent, which is very funny. I love cards like that like have a standard good ability as their main ability, but they also have the secondary ability that most of the time you're not going to use it. But every once in a while, or you might use it for like just small benefits. Like getting a 1/1 counter is cool, it's fine. But every once in a while,
it is also a way to trigger her ability, you know,
yeah.
if you need it. It's obviously not the best for that.
I think but the fact is she gives these, because like Vespera mentioned, 1/1 counter decks, your creatures get very big. I think giving them unblockable is just obscene.
Yeah, like unblockable, first strike, vigilance, trample. Like there are all kinds of like. There's a counter for just about every generic like keyword ability. There aren't many cards that give them out, same as Divinity, I don't think. But if that ever comes up on the board state and you have Riku, you're like, oh, that's mine. That's my counter.
Lightning unicorn time.
Time for our first summon Ixion, who is
sadly
white.
The least impressive of the summons in this deck, I would say.
Well, it is the cheapest one. I want to say this is an interesting case where normally I wouldn't think of the summon Ixion as white, but this is a card that reads very white to me. Like it does stuff that the white color normally does. I don't know if Ixion, the lightning summon, is normally under the purview of white, but your friendly summons are supposed to be,
It's red. It should be red. But...
Yeah, lightning traditionally red, but also as commander deck, we're just trying to fit this into a deck.
Oh, and like I said, the things that Ixion does are very white, because this is a 3 mana. It's a 3/3 Saga card. Unicorn with first strike. Its first effect is Arrow Spark, exile a creature until this card leaves the battlefield. Just get him out of here, banish them, and then its others are the 2 and 3 effect is put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control, then you gain 2 life.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Unfortunately, because of how it works, it's kind of not great because it will sacrifice itself. So unlike a lot of these effects, because the 3 mana white exile target permanent until this leaves the battlefield is a very common effect. But because it's on
we will see one of these effects in the 14 deck when we get to it.
Yeah. Because it sacrifices itself, it makes it worse.
Yeah, unfortunate.
As the chat points out, we could use Tidus to keep removing the counter, but I feel like there are better ways to use that counter.
There are better sagas you could abuse with Tidus like that. Because yes, that is one of the best things to do with Tidus is to repeat saga abilities. This is just keeping one thing locked down in a commander game is kind of a waste of it.
I mean, you do generate counters and heal. It just doesn't seem like it's... Presumably you're doing that anyway.
I think the leave the battlefield really sucks. Makes it...
It does.
The best case scenario I see for this is that you keep using Tidus to take the first counter off it, so it keeps propagating the first counter, and we'll go, I saw another card. I saw another card. But it's still a card that has to leave the board eventually.
Even if you do use Tidus to keep this around, this feels like it's still really easy to get rid of.
Yeah, that's the other problem is just if your opponent just kills it, then all their shit comes back.
Because it's a creature, and also it only targets creatures. So if the problem card is like an artifact or an enchantment, like there are versions of this card that don't have the saga, and aren't creatures that target non-land permanents at the same cost. So it's just an unfortunately not very good card.
Honestly, I do think it's still an okay card because it does the stuff that the deck wants to do for a pretty normal stat cost. It's 3 mana for a 3/3 creature that is also first strike, and then on summon is going to exile, and then will potentially generate you some counters and some life and stuff. But there are probably stronger summons in the deck. This is the cheapest one for a reason, and I think this is like one of the early ones you get in the game. Like Veil 4 is actually like what Una starts with, but I think Ixion is early.
Oh, we'll get to Veil 4. God, that card is insane. All right. Can we get to the best character in 10, appearance-wise at least?
Seymour's butler?
Yes, Mr. Trommel. This guy is hilarious looking. I fucking love his green-ass plant
hair
beard.
is shaped like
his hair is like made of horns and roots.
I mean, I think it's
Mr.
deliberately shaped
Tree
like tree roots because he is an elf advisor, so I assume that he is an elf butler.
Yes.
Anyway, he's green. He's 2/3.
That,
He says each other non-token creature you control enters with an additional 1/1 counter.
He's just hardened skills again.
Yeah. And then also he has the ability to pay 1 mana and tap to proliferate a limited number of times, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control that enter.
This card is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Because of that second ability. There are many combos you can do, especially in white, that are mana negative, or not mana negative, mana uncosting, where you can essentially play a card with no other ability an innumerable time a turn. There's a card very famous called White Mane Lion, which is 2 mana. When it enters, return target creature you control to your hand. And there's a bunch of stuff you can do with that and him to have basically proliferate 10 times. And if you can do that with a Planeswalker on the field, you essentially win the game. Because Planeswalker ultimate abilities are dumb. And often have game determinative effects. So...
Jace is my favorite. Just exile your entire library. These 5 cards are your deck now.
Yeah. There are cards that exile your opponent's entire library. There's a Planeswalker whose ultimate ability is put every creature in your deck onto the battlefield. Like, the ultimate abilities don't usually go off in Commander because you have 3 other people at the table who can just attack them.
Yeah, there are 3 other people at the board who see a Planeswalker and go, I have to kill that thing right now.
Generally, Planeswalkers are not considered good in Commander.
But Trommel is the kind of guy who could set up the combo to make it work.
That makes Planeswalkers viable. Like this card, I feel like this card is either very average or extremely busted, depending on what deck you're playing it in. There's no in between with this card. It's either just Hardened Scales 2, which is decent, or it's a completely busted combo piece that wins you the game.
And even then, Proliferate X can still do a lot. Like we were joking about her earlier, but like you combo this, like, say with Lulu, and like, I have 5 creatures, so that creature has 6 stun counters on it now. So that thing's never untapping ever.
Or you give an opponent 1 poison counter. Oh my wama, Shinderu.
Yeah, I've given you 1 poison counter for 9 times. You're dead. Sorry.
You are now dead. You now lose the game. Yeah, spoiler. Poison is an ability that gives a player a counter. If you have 10 poison counters at any time, you lose the game.
You've been poisoned. You
and
die.
They can be proliferated.
I mean, they're counters on upon player.
Well, so, yeah. I mean, the people that introduced the proliferate keyword are also the people that introduced the infect keyword.
The Phyrexians, our favorite horror fuckers.
Basically, fan favorite Kingdom Hearts 2 party member.
Auron.
I mean, he's a great. Auron's a great character in both Kingdom Hearts and in 10. It is funny that I'm pretty sure he's only in his middle 30s, if that. But Final Fantasy is not known for its correct portraying of ages. Anyway, Auron the Venerated Guardian is a human spirit samurai. Don't ask why he's a spirit. He has Vigilance.
Trust.
He has got Vigilance, and then his special ability is Shooting Star. Whenever Auron attacks, put a 1/1 counter on him. If you do, or when you do, exile the target creature defending player controls with the power less than the power Auron has until he leaves the battlefield.
Is Shooting Star his overdrive that makes monster fly off the screen?
Yes.
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Kick him out of the battle.
Like obviously he's a kind of a creature piece. He's good. Like, he's not amazing.
it's the same problem that Ixion has, except this guy doesn't like kill himself by mechanics, but he's still just a guy that can just be removed by spells.
Yeah, like he's slow removal. He's good, but he's not amazing. He's a good closer. Obviously he's way better in Yuna than he is in Tidus. Because he will immediately be able to kill something 5 power or less versus 3 power or less.
Oh, well, and also Yuna has the advantage where if she's in play, you know, if you're when your opponents blow up Oron, you get to redistribute his counters.
Like I said, it's similar to some things that were in the 6 deck and the 7 deck. This is definitely one of the cards that's like, this is okay in Tidus and really good in Yuna. Or good in any deck that just puts a... Because Tidus is like a gradual counter advantage engine deck thing. Whereas Yuna is just all of the 1/1 counters. All of them. And that's definitely what Oron benefits from more.
Yeah, like they have 2 different styles where... Like I said, Tidus is a slow and gradual, but the slow and gradual will suddenly become, like referencing, you got a billion 15/15s on the board that,
yeah.
I guess we have to do something about now.
Yeah, Tidus is very much a blue mage in playstyle, and Yuna is arguably a green or white mage, mostly green. It's just like, here's my pet cat, and now it's a lion. And now it's a dinosaur.
And now it's a Hydra.
Yeah, basically.
Chocobo Knights.
This guy's crazy. I've seen this card. This card
is insane.
4 mana, 1 of which is white. It's a 3/3. It's a human knight, and it says, whenever you attack, creatures you control with counters gain double strike until the end of the turn. We talked about double strike last time, but basically those guys, what's the best way to phrase it? They resolve their attack twice.
Yes, they have first strike damage before anybody without first strike does damage, and then the normal damage application.
Yeah. Double strike is a very good ability, especially on attacking decks.
And this is another one of those cards that I think Chocobo Knights reads that it's good in either version of the commander, because either way, you're generating counters with both Tidus and Yuna. It's just a question of hey, who's getting punched more?
This card is good.
Honestly, yeah, like it took Alice and I 6 hours to agree on something, reviewing Final Fantasy commander cards. But no, if you're playing counters in white, you just play this card. Like there is no longer a discussion. You play this guy because that's crazy.
Yeah, I literally think the only type of counter deck that wouldn't play it is a Planeswalker or Enchantment Saga deck because it doesn't have creatures. But if you're playing creatures with counters, you just play this card.
Yeah, are you playing white?
Or play it. Is it 4 mana or 3 mana?
It's
4 mana. That's
still
really
still
good.
Fine. Yeah.
It's 4, but only one of them has to be white.
Yeah, this card is just very good. Like, it's my second favorite creature in this deck, probably. We'll get to my favorite later, but yeah. No, this card's just good. Like, I can't say anything more about it. It's like,
nah, reads great.
Most counter decks I would play this in. Except, unfortunately, the one counter deck I play doesn't really work with it. Because it's more about sagas.
Seems crazy good. All right. Let's talk about another party member.
Kimahari. Kimahari?
Kimahari?
Kimahari. Kimahari or Kimahari?
Kimahari.
Fine.
I'm bad with names.
He's the cat man.
This is our blue mage within the game, right?
Yeah, I believe he uses enemy skill.
Yeah, he's the blue mage.
Wasn't he also the dragoon?
He does have a spear, so I assume that also means he can jump.
He's kind of a dragon. He's not really a dragon.
I will say he does have a spear. They did not give him the jump keyword, so I assume that he's not a very dragoon.
No, he does not have jump in the game.
No, he's just a spear fighter.
Which is a little bit of a shame. But if you don't know, the Ronso, who are the cat people from 10, were the inspiration for 14's Hrothgar.
Yes.
I don't know much more about Kimahri as a character because I feel like he's like the late game party member.
Yeah, he's kind of.
kind of is. He has a thing about of his brothers and like him being because he has a broken horn. He's seen as like disgraced in his culture.
He's very standard shonen trope character.
You have to have a solo fight with him against his two brothers, and you have to beat his two brothers, and you get like a weapon that's equivalent for him for like the area.
Ironically, because of his card, he's not a very interesting character. His card, however, is extremely interesting.
Which is green-blue. He's a cat warrior, 3/3.
I believe he's one of the first blue cats, I think. Him and another one we'll talk about in a later deck. Because blue cats weren't really a thing.
Huh.
I mean, I would assume so, because most creatures which are cats in Magic are probably not also people.
Also,
definitely not also cat girls.
There's a lot of cat people, actually.
Also, I just checked the thing, and
they are more Hrothgar and less Neko, though. I'll say that.
Yeah, we're like lion people.
Like Johnny is a main character who is just a lion person.
A thing. Someone in the chat has reported that Kimari gets jump as versatile attack, and he's also more so a blue mage later in the game.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Saying also, they do say he's one of the first party members you get. I don't, because I
look. I have not played 10-1 in a long time.
I've put several hours into 10. I do not remember Kimari at all. Maybe that says more about his character.
Is he an optional one, maybe? Because I know some games have optional party members.
No, I'm pretty sure he's standard. He's in the party.
I'm pretty sure almost none of the characters are optional.
I guess that probably says more about like what his character tropes are than that I just like don't remember having him or using him.
Also, the only thing that actually like his only thing he's actually a central point in the story is like midway through a late game.
Yes. If you say the phrase "you have to fight his brothers again," I will mute you.
I think you have to fight his sisters again.
Quiet, you. I'll also mute you.
Regardless, I actually think he's an amazing card because I'll read it. He has Ronso Rage. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on him and tap target creature an opponent controls. Then he becomes a copy of that creature. Except his name is Kimari. Has he retains his name, which is important. Has vigilance and gains this ability.
He's just
he's Go-Go again.
This card is very good.
So he enemy skills to copy their skills, but also he still has the ability to transform into new creatures and distribute counters or give himself counters.
So, he gives it that copy creature vigilance.
And he retains his name, which is really important.
Yes, because he's legendary.
Like,
so that sounds pretty cool.
This card is one of those cards you could definitely build him as a commander. He's definitely good in the deck because he keeps getting a 1/1 counter every turn. He's probably better in Titus than Yuna because he seems like he cares more about that like kind of semi-control, semi-slow build-up. But this card is just good and really unique. Like he's very cool. I really like him.
Feel like in general like sorry to put it this way. Despite the fact that the like early Final Fantasies especially are very like you could say D&D coded, but it's wizardry and the other like the D&D based computer games
Japanese
that went over to Japan.
Inspired.
But like they start that way, but they do have a couple of unique things, and the blue magic enemy skill type stuff, mime stuff, is usually one of the more unique tropes. Like that didn't really carry over to non-JRPG RPGs. And so I think a lot of those characters in this set are the ones that have the most interesting abilities, just because that is a very interesting thing that, yes, there's lots of specific characters who do that. We talked about as well in the 6th deck, Relman or Grandpa, they were the Pictomats, they got to paint copies of other creatures. Like, there's some very, interesting, unique stuff there. And yeah, Kimari reads the same way. It is kind of interesting that they did... It works, I think, because he has this copying ability that retains vigilance. Krishtali pointed that earlier, that is also very strong, that he retains vigilance when he transforms into a new creature. If he also had the new jump keyword, that would probably be a little annoying. Jump is, you have flying on your turn.
Also, it's not, again, it's a thing you'd only get at, like, an ultimate thing, so it'd be, like, a thing an alternative version of him would have as, like...
There probably is a different version of him that has the jump keyword. This one is much more interesting, though.
Well, no, I believe this is the only version of him. But
you don't really need
regardless, he is... No.
Shed did say he was forgettable.
I actually do think he's one of the more interesting cards in this deck, just because, like, that's an ability that's usually not on a aggressive creature. So the fact that he's an aggressive creature with okay stats, he keeps getting bigger, and he has this constant transformation. He's just a very interesting card. Very well designed.
I think that gives it, like, honestly, an iconic. It gives it an iconic feel to it. It's like, it's meant to be memorable. It's a legendary, so it's meant to feel like somewhat unique.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I want to say my slightly uncharitable interpretation is that the game designers were, because Kimari is not a very strong character in the story, they were like, oh shit, what are we going to do with this guy? And they just, as a result, they made it weirder.
Generally, in Universes Beyond, which is one of the reasons I love it, because they have to match the character to their lore or abilities in the piece of media, they have to get a bit weird with them. So a lot of the weirdest stuff in Commander is from Universes Beyond.
Okay, I checked. Yep, there's no other Kimari, but there's also no other Lulu.
Nope.
That seems wrong. Lulu is like... First of all, Lulu's the character everybody who played Final Fantasy X has a crush on, which is morally correct.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
She's the anime big titty goth GF. What do you want from me, chat? Much like I said earlier, I've been on the internet.
Omega, I'll say this, probably because of when I played it and the fact I played 10-2 first, I had a crush on Riku.
That sounds so fucking weird to play 10-2 first.
That does seem weird, but that makes sense.
I didn't get a PS2 until 10-2 was...
Riku is, Riku's the anime tomboy, so that's also a valid pick. Anyway, we're not here to discuss the three heroines problem in JRPGs. Let's talk about
the 14. We have to get the 14 before we all become bones.
We're here to talk about Gilgamesh.
No, this is not Greg.
Okay, this is not Greg. This is essentially a different dude.
So this is my favorite card. This is my favorite card in this entire set.
Before that,
in this entire deck.
Before that, I want to say at least one thing that I was very saddened by. I wished really hard 14 that Yojimbo and Greg were different people, like really badly, because I like Yojimbo as a concept.
Omega, could you pull up his alt arts as well? Because he actually does have an alternative art.
Okay, I will.
Yes, and it's fucking beautiful. I love it.
I'm pretty sure all of the summons have alt arts.
Not all of them do, but a lot of them do.
A lot of the majority do.
The woodblock art.
Yes, that's the one it has. A lot of them have the woodblock art, but Yojimbo does, and it's fucking beautiful.
You know, I appreciate like his effects are basically like, okay, that thing's dead. That thing can't fight you, and you get paid. I appreciate all these These are accurate effects.
Yeah.
This is a lot better than Ixion.
Yeah, this art is so fucking good. By the way, I pulled this art. That's how I knew it existed.
Okay, that art is great. That art is fucking amazing.
It was my bonus card from the Commander deck I bought.
Thank you.
Okay, because I just want to say the flavor of these effects are like awesome.
No, this card is fucking great.
Because it's like you kill a guy, you then protect the guy who hires you, and then you get paid, and then leave.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is, in case you forgot, that's literally how Yojimbo works in 10, is he is the summon you have to pay Gil. The more Gil you pay, the more powerful ability he uses.
Yeah, so we'll talk about Yojimbo. Yojimbo reads, exile target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature and opponent controls. That's its enter the battlefield effect, essentially.
Honestly, is the idea of tap creatures basically things that are not on their turn? Or like
things that have attacked you, essentially, is what that is trying to replicate, because most things that attack tap.
Fair.
Obviously, there are other applications, but that's generally when white is the color that targets tapped creatures the most, because it's supposed to be the, like, protection color. So it's things that are attacking you.
Gotcha.
So the 2 and 3 then are, until your next turn, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 mana for each of those creatures. And then the final is create X treasure tokens, where X is the number of opponents who control a creature with 4 or greater power.
Yeah, so that second effect is a very infamous and annoying blue spell, which is funny they put it on the white creature, but I guess it also makes sense.
So Vesper, it is a blue. It is a blue and a white spell, because there is a card that is identical to Propaganda that was first that's in white, which is Ghostly Prison. It's just the same card.
Also, by the way, this is, again, a 5/5 Vigilance guy as well.
But there's an important part about this. Yes, he is a 5/5 vigilance for 4, which is already good rate. But there's an important part about this preventing attacking ability. If your opponent, because this is a creature, if your opponent kills Yojimbo in response to that ability triggering, that static effect is still applied.
It has a duration that's separate.
Yes. That effect, when a Saga ability triggers, its static effect just activates. So if you kill him, that static effect will stay. This is a new rule change that they just implemented in this set.
It's probably just to make it less confusing.
It's an ability that I think makes sense to Yu-Gi-Oh players. It is not meant to be a continuous effect. It's a lingering effect. It activates when you place the second token. You do until your next turn, creatures can't attack unless their controller pays 2.
And then you play the third thing and does it again. So, yeah.
The third ability is cool. It's kind of the
if you're fighting the 7 deck, you're gonna at least get a few treasures.
Well, no, it's 1 per opponent.
Okay, so you get 3 treasures.
You get 3 at most. It's
okay. That is a
chat. I think also does have the correct vibe that honestly, if you're playing this deck right, you're probably never getting to 4 because you're going to use Tidus to just loop the 1 effect forever.
Yeah,
1/2.
This card is so good. Like genuinely, this is one of the better cards in these decks because it's just so applicable like anywhere. Like I would play this in any white deck.
Yeah, like in the same vein of the Chocobo Knights, like this guy just slots into any white deck really well.
Even more than the Chocobo Knights, because with the Chocobo Knights, you at least have to have a counter theme. Granted, like I said, it's the 3rd most common theme. It's not exactly rare. But this is literally any white deck I'm playing.
It's just a solid card.
Just put it in there.
It's also economical for the cost because it's meant to be offset by the fact that it has to.
Especially because
it expires eventually.
Spoiler: white is one of the recursion colors, and this is a creature, so you can bring it back.
It is funny to think that his worst ability is I make 3. I get 3 free mana. That's the worst ability on this card.
I mean, like, depends on who you're playing against, but probably it just here's the worst for me. I'm used to finding people that one of his main decks is he has the Heir Apparent, and he basically kills everyone with 642 Heir Apparents.
Cool.
Stupid.
So that's just a bunch of 2/2s. So like that's never happening, unfortunately.
Well, but then at least they can't attack. Like genuinely, I think this is one of the better cards in the set, just because.
Yeah.
I can't think of many decks that I just wouldn't put this in.
That's fair. I like this card.
Very specific Spellslinger brews where I don't want to put that many creatures in it.
If I have something like I'll put this card in here.
And the borderless art does slap.
Even if it's, I know it's a creature still, but even if you're in a Spellslinger deck, it's still at least an exile.
It still counts as an enchantment too if you have cards that proc off enchantments.
I'm just saying if I'm playing a deck that focuses on non-creature spells. Like that would be the only decks that I would be like, maybe not. But other than that, like this card's just great. Like this card is just I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It is probably one of the best summons they've printed in Final Fantasy, in my opinion.
And I do think that's fair because, like, Yojimbo is one of the... First of all, Yojimbo is actually in 10 a stupidly powerful summon if you can pay a shitload of gil, because I believe he can do the... I don't remember if there's Odin or not, but he does a similar thing to Zantetsuken if you pay him a shitload of gil, where he's just like,
the big kill.
These guys, they die. They're just dead. Instant kill. And even if you only pay him a normal amount of money, he still does, like, a shitload of damage.
Yeah, this card is, like, genuinely one of the strongest summons they printed.
He's also...
For cost, obviously.
Yeah.
What is after our boy Yojimbo?
Well, it's Dallas's favorite character.
I hate this man. I hate this man so much. This character is actively, in my opinion, one of the worst video game characters ever made.
Okay,
not just because he's an annoying character.
Dallas probably needs to play more video games because I think there are.
Is he just a Jock Dubro?
Well, there are worse characters, Omega. I agree with that. But I don't remember that many games that had worse characters that you are forced to deal with as much.
So Waka the Devoted Guardian is White Green. He's a legendary creature,
hair?
human warrior. Yeah, he's always had scruff. It's hard to tell.
Sorry,
the
I could never tell. I always
PS2
thought he was like
textures,
baby
but no,
face.
he's supposed to have a little bit of something. He's
Like
from
they
the
add more
island
color. They add more color to his like face and his hair, and honestly, like it's more like actual like I can notice more details.
Waka has reach and trample. He has reach because he's throwing the blitz ball. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, destroy one target artifact that player controls and put a 1/1 counter on Waka. He's also a blitzball captain man. And at the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, you can put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control.
Of course, Waka is machine hate.
He is
so
the
glad.
captain.
Honestly, I'm so glad he's not that good of a creature.
I appreciate that his thing is that he breaks robots and machines.
Here's the problem with that though. He does do that, but white green specifically is the machine hate color. There is much better artifact hate in this color.
I mean,
pair.
that makes sense. Why? Hey, Chad. The reason why Dallas doesn't like Waka and why a lot of people in retrospect don't like Waka is because he's racist against Albeds.
For like 2/3 of the game.
Yeah.
And he's just annoying. He's
well,
an annoying
also,
racist that you're supposed to like.
No offense to John DiMaggio, but
no offense
I don't know
to
what
John
his real life ethnicity is. The script writers
he's
handed him a script where Waka is like from the island man, even though he's supposed to be Pacific Islander. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's the other problem. They gave him a Caribbean accent. He's supposed to be fucking Samoan.
And obviously, I get once again it was the early 2000s, so like the Americas were trying to do something with that. It was not the correct thing.
You ever hear the song "Informer" by Snow?
No.
That's what's This is just what's in my head whenever I see Waka.
Everyone should listen to Informer. It's a great bad song. I legitimately love it.
It is a good awful song. I will say that.
I have never heard of these people.
So, but Waka being the machine hate color makes perfect sense. I do want to say that does instantly, in my mind, like, yes, obviously, if Dallas tells me, oh, well, that's White Green's thing, I'm like, okay, so you're planning around that. But that is somewhat inherently specific. Obviously, like, we've talked about this, every single, like, Commander Precon these days comes with the artifact Soul Ring. So, like, there's a decent chance it comes up, but it still is a specific thing that obviously is not going to be as guaranteed repeatable as your other cards that put 1/1 counters.
Yeah. I think generally the biggest problem with it is there are so many good artifact removal spells that he's just kind of outdated.
Honestly, I think they only gave him that because they wanted to give away that once again he can give himself 1/1 counters so his Blitzball Captain ability can trigger.
Yeah, and that Blitzball Captain ability, while good, is just not worth it for the price and stats.
He seems like he could be situationally good, but he does kind of seem like,
Yeah. He doesn't really fit
it's
well.
The problem of these kinds of cards where, sure, they...
Also, thank you, Arky does on Mato. Thank you.
They give him a fun recurring effect on him, but that recurring effect is not going to pop off as much as it sounds like it will on paper.
Chad is saying they got decent mileage out of just activating the Blitzball Captain ability. He does have reach and trample. Like I said, he's a card that like feels to me like he's not awful, but it's definitely one of those things where like he probably doesn't need to do as much as he does and cost that level. He could have been simplified down and be cheaper, but you could probably make it work.
The issue with him as a card is, for one, it's really not hard to make everything get 1/1 counters, and two, I feel like he's just threatening enough with that ability that he will draw removal without being threatened enough to make him worth it. So I guess as a distraction piece, he might be good, like to soak up your opponent's removal, maybe.
Sometimes you do.
Human shield.
Sometimes you just play cards like that, and sometimes those cards are planeswalkers. Like if sometimes you're playing the planeswalker, like oh yeah, playing this for their like first second ability the one time I think is worth the cost, and then my opponents will scramble to kill it before I can do it again. And if they don't, I guess they're gonna do it again for free.
Yeah, honestly, I think that might be it. I think it makes sense, but I think almost like Waka's artifact removal part is just a distraction. The goal is either your opponent goes, "Oh, this asshole's gonna give every other creature a 1/1 counter at end step if I don't kill him," or they go, "Oh, Waka, he doesn't do anything," and then they realize their mistake during the end step when all your creatures get a bunch of 1/1 counters because you've got things that generate more counters. You put hardened scales in play and shit. And
I think the biggest issue is that this deck really isn't built to make a wide board, and Waka really wants a wide board.
That's true. He feels like I don't think that he's badly designed. He might be better in a
I think he's better as a commander or in a different
version
deck.
of this deck. Yeah. He works better as a different version. And obviously, like you said, if white-green is just the artifact hate type, well, even if you don't activate that ability yourself, then he can make a decent commander for that archetype, basically.
Yeah. Not like... Yeah.
Let's talk about the Major Sisters.
Oh, yeah.
Our green summon, our first green summon. Saga Fairy.
I forgot.
5. She's
God,
5/5.
I'm used to the Hindi version of these, not the insect version of these.
Yeah. The 14 one. I mean, we have to run that dungeon a lot. But they're
designed after the 3 aspects, Kali, and so on.
10
from 10, I
first?
believe.
I think so.
Yeah.
Usually the way this game works is the summons are broken up to be their more iconic portrayals. That's not always their first one.
They're either 10 from...
Aren't they Barbaricians?
They are in 4.
I'm not imagining that, right?
They may not be a summon in 4.
They're not a summon in 4. They're just
okay.
villains.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So the Major Sisters...
They were from 10.
The summon is from 10, I'm pretty sure. Is what I should clarify. But yeah, they're 5 mana, they're 5/5, they're a Saga Fairy, they have haste. And then they have one of 3 random abilities, which can either be Combine Powers, put 3 1/1 counters on a target creature, Defense, put a shield counter on a target creature, you gain 3 life, or Fight. This creature fights up to 1 target creature your opponent controls, so you basically get a free attack.
Guys, in a paper situation, how do you guys determine the random effect?
You roll a dice.
Okay, so would you roll a d6, I guess?
Yeah. Fighting as a mechanic is I have a 1v1 combat with this creature. It's separated from the combat step. It's just I deal damage, you do damage. Oh, you died. Okay, cool.
I appreciate is the idea of which one actually does it. Which one does the thing.
Honestly, I don't remember 10 very well. It
solid,
might be...
but the +1/+1 counter I think is obviously the one you want as per the just.
She counter isn't terrible.
The 3+1/+1 counters I think is the just evergreen effect in this. Defense is solid as just a utility, and fight can be good if your opponent has a bunch of weenies. So each one has applications.
Because it hasn't come up before. What does the shield counter do? Because that's yet another funny counter that.
If a creature would be dealt damage or destroyed, for one time it does not remove the shield counter.
So block 1 attack, or
block a removal spell. I think this card is way better in Tidus. I think this card's way better in Tidus than Yuna, because shield counters are good.
Yeah, with Tidus, you can start getting very silly and dispensing shield counters all over the place to your guys, to just shore up your pretty tall your pretty tall board with a lot of guys yeah, sure, they're 20/20s, but they'll still die to removal spells. So I'm just gonna.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing we talked about with a couple of other cards, which is just okay, this is cool, but this is a creature, so your opponent's just gonna make them the dead.
And shield counters stack, so you can proliferate them, and then with Tidus, kind of pass the shields out, so to speak.
You chain them around, yeah. So yeah, it just definitely seems like it fits Tidus better. Yeah. The other thing I will say is that this does cost 5 mana for a 5/5 with haste. It's all the abilities are good. problem is the randomization. So, like, what happens if you really want combined powers, but you get fight?
Yeah, I think this
doesn't
is
have any
one
good
of those
fight
cards
targets.
that, like, I feel like this card is better in a deck that, like, Tidus can make this repeat indefinitely, because I think there's some utility in that.
Yeah, because I simply don't want to, like, put it on, proliferate,
Well,
summon.
no, you don't want to proliferate sagas, because that makes them die faster.
But
Okay,
Tidus
like,
can
you can move
slurp
them
the
around,
counters, and then you play it.
Yeah.
If you get defense, you can proliferate the shields. And that's what I said. The moment I saw that this had a new kind of counter, I'm like, this is for Tidus, because, like, that's the version of the deck that, like, wants more weird counters.
I think all of the summons kind of are for Tidus, because, once again, his ability just lets you do stupid things with summons. Like,
it's true, which is a little funny because Yuna is literally the summoner.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It's ironic that Tidus is the card that works better with the summons.
Well, she's better at summoning more summons out. So.
Well, that's what they gave main deck Yuna for. Like, main deck Yuna is very summon focused.
So main deck Yuna is better for the bomb ones. This one's better for Tidus is better for the more cheaper utility ones.
Well, I think in my opinion, Tidus is better for any summon that is top heavy, like where its first ability is the good one. Speaking of which, Omega.
Yeah, I'm scrolling for it right now because we're gonna get our blue summon.
Identical.
Yeah.
Which again is very funny to me that this is higher cost. I mean, it's the same as the Mage's Sisters, but I did mention before, Veil 4 is Yuna's default summon. But it is Saga Drake, not a dragon. Cost 5.
Where's
5/4. It has 4 steps. This is also, it's blue, so it's another way to put stun counters. It's flying. And it says, first ability, Sonic Wings. Each opponent chooses a target creature with various mana value among them. Put them back in the hand. Bounce that shit. Put that shit back.
Very blue thing.
If you have this with Tidus, it's so dumb.
Just
also, more stun counters. More stun counters.
Yeah, and then even if you don't get Tidus to just repeat the one, it's just like, also, we're proliferating more stun counters.
Yeah, no. This is the strongest summon, I would say, in the deck. Like, it's not quite as generically good as Yojimbo. Like, don't get me wrong, I still think it's good in some decks. Like, if I ever run a creature-heavy blue deck, which is not that common, I think it's good in those, or at least big creature-heavy blue deck, because most blue creature decks are death by tiny, little flying annoying things.
Wouldn't be mono blue, but like there are a lot of like green blue Kraken nonsense that I've seen.
Green blue would love this. Like Simic would love it. Even Azorius has like green blue flying big guys.
And this guy is also a big flying guy. Let's not forget that.
I think Velvor is very solid. Like, if Yojimbo didn't exist, this would be my favorite summon in the set. But unfortunately, fortunately, Yojimbo exists. But
honestly, other than I feel like Ixion is just like the budget summon. All of the summons are very interesting and good.
Oh no, I'll say this: the Magic the Gathering team knocked it out of the fucking park with summons. We'll get to the main set ones later. I think they're all. I love them. I mean,
it is one of those things that, like, if no matter which side of this you're coming from, this conversation, because I assume that there's a little bit of back and forth. If you're Square, the summons are like literally summon animations were tech demos. Like Square has a long time used the summoning of various summon creatures as a way to be like, hey, look at this shit we can do. In case you guys didn't know, the demo of Final Fantasy VII included the Leviathan summon materia because Square wanted to show you how cool they could make water. And if you're Magic the Gathering,
they made it too good and it crashed Final Fantasy XIV before it was a Realm Reborn because they love Leviathan too much.
A little too much Leviathan, but and if you're Magic the Gathering, again, the summons are like one of the things that tie all the games together. They are incredibly iconic. Like, I think most people, if you did, man on the street type shit and were like, hey, do you know a Final Fantasy summon? Name them for me. It would be like, I don't know, Bahamut, Ifrit, Shiva.
Some would probably say Knights of the Round because everyone always talks about Knights of the Round as like the funny one, the one that never ends, and the like.
whatever reason, I've always loved Odin as a summon. I don't know.
I also do like Odin. Odin's pretty cool.
I
just has to get in 7, but
I just think of Odin in 6, where he becomes fucking Raiden.
Yes,
I mean, my favorite summon is my favorite summon is technically a spoiler. Oh no, I think we've already said the spoiler. So yeah, my favorite summon is Terra.
Yeah, she's an Esper. It's very funny.
I mean, it's a bit different, but fair.
No, Odin
like
is also pretty cool.
spoiler.
Yeah, that one's a fun one. But Odin in the games is very funny. My first experience was 7's Odin, where it's like that's where he's just got the Zentetsu Ken to just instantly kill everybody, but also he has Gungear. Just the game developers were nice to you. If you're fighting a boss or another enemy who's immune to instant death, he just does a bunch of non-elemental damage. Thank you, game designers.
Well, I like the Odin in 6 because it stalls all final attacks, even if it doesn't kill.
I have a weird
like
for the 13 Odin also.
Well, no, 13 Odin is great.
Look, we foreshadowed this. Here's like the funny game ender.
Well, this is this is a thing we did talk about last week, but we should remind everybody because I think all the commander decks do this. Final Fantasy also very well known for its big final bosses of various types. So this is their version of that for 10, which is it's the big Sin Whale himself, the unending cataclysm.
I love the fucking flavor of this card because it's like he comes in, he eats everyone's souls, he dies, everyone's souls goes back, he then comes back later.
Yeah, he is the unending cataclysm. Yeah. We're stuck in this cycle forever. He's a big fucking guy, 7 mana, blue-green, Leviathan avatar, flying, trample.
This is another member of the I really should be another color, but I'm in a commander deck.
Probably should have a black in there.
He should be,
Well, he has a main deck version.
Green and blue is still a good space for him in terms of his design.
The main set version is green, blue, black.
Yeah. No, like I said, I think this would normally be a green, blue, black, but it's the commander deck and we don't have black. Because he is the cycle of life and death, which is that's what my brain would assume. That's kind of what green black does. Is kind of like cycle of life and death stuff.
Green black's a funny one. Green black's Golgari, which are just kind of
like
undying druids, I believe, if I remember right.
They're like druid liches, yeah.
Yeah.
Being kind of immortal also works for Sin. So as Sin enters, I love this is phrased as Sin enters, not when he enters, but as Sin enters, you remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. So that means you pick, since it says any number, I believe. It doesn't say all.
I just thought of something funny that's actually very lore accurate.
Hold on, let me read it. I can get my rulings.
Any number, I believe, would mean you choose, or like you can choose. I would choose all but one.
Any number means you do not get to choose.
Does it?
Yeah, all counters means you can only choose the maximum amount of counters for each of the things you're targeting.
Okay, so you do get to target though.
Yes, you can choose not to target certain things.
Yes, that's what we were asking. Okay.
Yeah.
It is all counters, but it is from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, and then Sin enters with X, 1/1 counters on it, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way.
Which is going to be a fucking lot.
He's going to at least be like probably a 30-30.
Yeah.
And then also, when Sin dies, which is probably going to happen because he's going to be enormous, your opponents are all going to go, this guy's got to go, put its counters on a target creature you control, then shuffle him back.
So, I have a thing I just noticed immediately. You can exile him and have no consequences, which is actually accurate to how they beat Sin.
Yes, that's very funny. You can, if you exile him, you don't cause the problem. But if you kill him...
Yeah. No, if you exile... Yeah, because exile does not trigger Die's abilities.
But normally this card never hits the graveyard.
Yes.
It goes back to your deck to come back later.
Well, it cannot hit the graveyard from field.
This is a much better dice trigger than the other immortal Final Fantasy boss in the main set.
Forgot to put my music on.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, also you can summon this from your grave.
That's true. You can, yes. If you like mill him or something.
Yeah.
If you cast him from the battlefield, cast him. Entering the battlefield just quite literally means he is put onto the battlefield from just a place.
Yeah. Like, he's chill. I'm very sad certain characters didn't get a card. It makes me sad, but I understand they couldn't put all the villains in the deck.
Not everyone can get a card, but we had to get the iconic one.
I'm mainly just sad about Shu Yan. Anyone remember that?
Is he a 10-2 villain?
Don't.
Yeah, he's the main villain of 10-2.
There were no sequel stuff.
Yeah, they didn't do any of the sequels as well, so that's
why
he
didn't even get a main deck card.
Exactly, Dallas. They did not do any sequels.
Oh, okay.
No sequels or spin-offs, only main numbers.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's that. So Dallas, hold out your hope that when the production lines are unclogged in 2026 or 2027. I guess actually, if you say they're coming back in Christmas, maybe it'll be winter.
Yeah, they're doing Christmas dioramas, but I doubt they'll do one for 10-2.
I mean, here's the thing, though, that this is the best-selling Magic set of all time. They've already said that their reprint to print on demand is going to be blocked up for the rest of this year. They will inevitably do Final Fantasy X Magic: The Gathering, the sequel set. So I would expect that will be the one where they do stuff like 10-2, the follow-up 13 games. You can do a lot with tactics, FFT, and advance and stuff. That'll be very relevant.
Yeah, especially with the announcements.
I want to see the MTG people react to Dissidia Shinryu, because his epitaph is the Plains Gorger.
That seems pretty cool. We could get some
weird
stuff.
Shit with that.
That sounds like a good one. Also would be the case if you wanted to. You don't have to, but if you wanted to do compilation of 7 stuff in there, you could do Advent Children. You could do stuff from. You could do Deep Ground from Dirge. I don't know if they would.
Don't do that.
Advent Children cards would be hilarious. I want that.
Advent Children cards I do want because they're so dumb.
I mean, it's very easy. Give Cloud Fenrir the equip bike. Or the vehicle.
The 3 Goober brothers.
Yeah, those guys. I like Genesis from Crisis Core, but I don't. He should be lower on the priority list.
I genuinely, depending on the question, Genesis might be a problem because Genesis is also just a guy. Yeah. He's just gacked. I don't know how that works for appearance licenses if they just redraw him.
Oh my god. Yeah. The next card is Protection Magic.
Okay, I was gonna ask if that is so. Yeah, so it's Protection Magic because that's gonna be protect.
And then the next 2 after that are kind of easy to guess.
Yeah, because they have Yuna in their name.
I'll say that. A little bit.
So where?
But I think those are the only 3 spells.
You know it? No, that's not. That doesn't roll off the tongue.
So yeah, Protection Magic, which is clearly supposed to call to mind, protect, Protega, etc. Shelga. It's a 2 white or 2 mana 1 white.
Spams.
Instant. Put a shield counter on up to 3 target creatures. If a creature with a shield counter would be dealt damage or destroyed, remove a shield counter instead. That is just.
This card is just good.
It's a good card. It's also just this is just what Protectica does. You have a party of 3. You pick up to 3 people, cast shield.
It's an instant, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this being an instant is so good.
Cheap too.
Yeah, if it was a sorcery, it'd be much worse. But no, this being an instant is like obviously this is insane in Titus. Yeah, but even in Yuna, I think this card is very good.
Well, like we said, Yuna is because Yuna amplifies your amount of 1/1 counters. She is the 1/1 counter commander. We've talked about this, right? Where some of your creatures are going to get super huge, and your opponent's going to want to be I must remove them. So
also Yuna is a threat. So I think Yuna to me would get targeted more than Titus would get targeted.
Yeah. So this is the kind of thing where having those protection effects is very helpful.
The next one is Yuna's Whistle.
Yeah. Because a big thing with Yuna to keep in mind, it's granted it's green will always ramp. Your commander just having built-in ramp that also makes your creatures larger is a very prevalent effect in early game that most people are going to go and how can I deal 5 damage to this thing without it because it's never gonna block. I guess have to do removal to it directly.
This is not a new card, but much like the 7 deck where I brought up like Secret Rendezvous and the other stuff, we have to acknowledge that the people at Wizards get it. Inspiring
Call is just...
Inspiring Call, yeah.
It's the fake laugh scene.
I mean, that's the point.
Also, this card is fucking great in this deck.
Yeah, draw a card for each creature with a 1/1 counter, and they become indestructible.
Pretty good.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, at instant speed. All
right, so Yuna's Whistle.
Yuna's Whistle, which
another
this
instant.
card's interesting.
3 mana, costs 2 green specifically. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you reveal a creature card this way, put X 1/1 counters on a target creature control where the X is the mana value of that card.
Really good.
Interesting little searcher.
This card is kind of okay in this deck. However, I think this card is really good in other decks.
Yeah, this is another one of those cards that is just really good, especially if you're playing like any green deck where the gimmick is I'm just playing a bunch of high cost assholes.
Yeah. Green ability creature decks, which are common.
And I assume the idea with being Yuna's Whistle is she's whistling for a big summon.
Yep.
And then, yeah. But no, this card is, like I said, it's kind of okay to mediocre in the deck because this deck is kind of low cost.
She's trying to fuck that Sin Unending Cataclysm in the deck.
Also, it does have a complete whiff in the deck because there is a 0-cost creature. Which is kind of a non-bo.
Sometimes that's just a thing that happens, unfortunately.
I mean, it's one of those things of like, you got 99 cards, in the actual deck to excavate. You've presumably
it does
excavate
until creature.
Yes, but like your odds of hitting a single guy are low. It's the question of like, I'd play a little bit of card counting. Like if you're playing this just straight out the box and you still have your 0 cost in, maybe you don't activate Yuna's Whistle right away. Yeah. But if you see it already, you got a free call.
That's just one of those non-bows that just deck building can help you avoid.
And then the other one.
But generally, precons are full of non-bows, so that makes sense.
Yuna's Decision, which obviously has lots of meaning for Final Fantasy X. It's a sorcery that costs 4 mana and 1 green. And as you pick one of 2 options.
Spoiler!
You must either continue the pilgrimage or find another way. If you continue the pilgrimage, you sacrifice a creature, draw a card, then put a creature card and or a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Which, that seems really crazy good to just have the potential to put an extra land.
That'd be thematic if it also you just summon Sin off that. Yeah.
This card
you
is
could
insane,
also do that.
By the way. I'll just say that.
And then find another way is return 2 permanent cards to your graveyard to your hand. No, this... I mean, it is a sorcery, so you can only do it on your hand. This card seems crazy. Especially, like I said, continue the pilgrimage.
Ironically, find another way is awful.
That's fair.
Like it's overcosted.
Hey, I'm trying to think what it's... Is it referencing to basically saying, like, Titus and Jack?
This is... There are 2 endings in Final Fantasy X, aren't there?
I don't actually know if you can multiple ending. I think there's just 1 ending. You're forced to find another way. Pretty sure. I don't remember if you can bad end in the game. Chat will know for sure. But Axe is trying to figure out what 2 specific permanents you're returning, and I don't actually know.
It's not good. Like there are plenty of effects in. Oh no, it's 10-2 that has multiple endings. Never mind. Ignore me.
Yes.
If that effect, there are plenty of cards that cost less mana that have that same effect. It's just not very good.
But I mean, like, there's a black spell I'm gonna think of. Like, granted, requires sacrificing a creature. It does this for the same cost
and returns them to the battlefield. Yeah. But the first ability is fucking nuts.
Yeah, like I said, just put a creature or a land. Like,
well, and often decks will have. There are decks that sacrificing is a positive. Spoiler: I play a lot of green-black decks, and that's green-black's thing, kind of. Is recycling. Yeah. We love recycling here in Golgari.
Imagine this with Sephiroth.
Yeah, no, this card is dumb. like, it is sadly one of those choose cards that the second choice may as well not exist. But that first ability, though. That's all this.
Now we gotta talk about Blitzball, man.
Oh, our Blitzball Stadium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, talking about Square and tech demos. Very pretty cutscenes for the Blitzball stuff. So Blitzball Stadium is an artifact that is 1 blue and then a bunch of X mana. And it says, when this artifact enters, support X. Put a 1/1 counter on each of up to X creatures. So just, pay what you will, get some counters in play. And then its other ability is go for the goal, pay 3 mana, tap. Till the end of this turn, target creature gains. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each kind of counter on it, and it can't be blocked this turn.
This is the kind of mainstay, you're probably going to be building a, proper Titus deck around.
Yeah. This fits into
the billion counters on your guys and then do funny things.
Well, it's not a billion this fits Titus's my favorite archetype for Titus, which is when Titus is you don't go for amount of counters, you go for types of counters, because there are other cards from previous sets that have this same type of effect where they value the amount of types of counters. So, actually, ironically, from the last set before Final Fantasy, there was a lot of cards that valued different types of counters. In Tarkir.
Was it Tarkir? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this card's like a mainstay in those. You wouldn't really play it in any other deck.
And then basically, the first effect is basically optional, so it's really cheap
okay.
to get it for just for the second effect.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's technically not optional. It's just the thing of actually, yeah, I guess it is because you have to pay X,
you can
right?
pay 0.
Okay, so
you can pay 0 for X.
So I'm you have to pay X, but X can equal 0.
Yeah, so its minimum cost is 1 blue, so you can just put it into play. That is pretty good.
I would still recommend probably paying at least 1 or 2 for it.
Well, yeah, you're playing a counter deck.
But...
Just because there's better 1-drops, generally. But yeah, it's just a good card for that different type of random counter archetype, and doesn't really belong anywhere else.
But it's
as a 1/1 counter card, it's kind of bad.
I think it's just again to get counters in play so you start the system, because it can be very cheap.
Yeah, it's a cheaper card that can in theory just get the ball rolling on your counters. If for some reason you just can't get your commander out immediately.
I want to say this because Dallas has said repeatedly, and I don't think he's incorrect, but he's pointed out that a decent number of these cards have ways to generate 1/1 counters that are not optimal. They're not ideal, but I think that they are on the cards because it feels like every one of these cards is designed so that because this is a deck that revolves around counters, every card that requires you to start adding counters has a way to generate their own counters, even if it's not great, because they are building around the potential that, well, what if that's the first card you get in this combo?
Yeah.
They
I understand.
They want you to
I
give
understand
generation
the
abilities.
theory behind it.
I forget which one it is. I'm trying to find it. There's a blue creature in this, the Chasm Skulker. That's this guy just gets a counter when you draw a card, and when he dies, he's gonna shit out as many 1/1 tokens equal to the counters on him. And it's one of those that's cute, that's cool. Nothing really it doesn't really fit into the deck style, but it is just a guy that's gonna become become more of a problem the longer he sits on the board.
Yeah. But no, I think the card is okay. Like I said, in the Titus deck, I think it's very great, but
well, and of course,
Titus
is the one who plays fucking Blitzball. That's how it is.
I do find it hilarious that Waka cannot use Blitzball Stadium, and that makes me happy. Sphere Grid. Okay.
So this is an interesting one because this is green, and I'm like, that's an interesting way to put it, but I don't think that's wrong because this is literally the character growth menu. This is the way in which your characters grow. But it's very funny.
This
is an enchantment, so it's a continuous.
Chad's asking how the mana ramp is in the precon for this precon.
Yeah, this precon's pretty bad for it.
You've got your pretty generic ramp options like Farseek, which gets any non-forest land.
It only has 2 ramp, 2 mana rocks. It needs a lot of work, but it's a precon, so they all do.
That's just again that is just how it is.
I suppose that is kind of a reason to also play Yuna over because she is, as we did talk about, she is a birds.
Yeah,
she's a bop.
But yeah, so Sphere Grid says when a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a 1/1 counter on it. You gain experience when you hit people. And then it has the unlock ability, which is creatures you control with a 1/1 counter have reach and trample.
This card is so broken. Like, holy shit.
But honestly, really so first of all, the regular ability is like, that's cool, but that you have to deal damage first. Unlock ability in the 1/1 counter deck seems nuts.
Yeah, no. And both of these abilities are actually really good because, like, first of all, it's 2 mana. It's a global enchantment for 2 mana, so such little investment. And then giving all creatures the ability to grow on hit makes combat really difficult, particularly if one of your opponents is playing a creature-light deck.
I mean, not even that. Like, once they have trample, now they're just gonna start
this card is just insane. Like, I'll put it this way, Omega. The average price for cards in this deck doesn't really get higher than $8. Like, the most expensive card is the Walking Ballista reprint at $7.47. This card is currently going for $20.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yes, Dallas, I can see because I've got the deck list pulled up on MTG Goldfish. So yes, Walking Ballista is a $7.50 card basically. This card is like $19.50 right now as the list price. Yeah, like it's effectively $20. And the rest of these cards are like gross. Quarters.
Yeah, no, this card's very, very gross. Like,
though I will admit, at least technically, while 20 is expensive, that is technically cheaper than the MSRP of the deck it's printed in.
Well, yeah,
but yeah, no, this does seem great. Like I said, I feel like the first effect is, well, good. That's like, again, it's one of those things where you read both effects and you're like, oh, well, the giving myself reach and trample after I already do combat damage doesn't seem that good. No, that doesn't matter. That's very helpful for later. It's just funny to me that basically the way Magic writes the card effects, the first effect is listed first, even though the effect that is the continuous effect that's much more impactful right away is the second one. You don't necessarily need them to go in that order, though, because it's like, no, just right away, you're doing 1/1 counters. You're going to give them reach and trample. That's crazy. And then they're going to trample, so they're going to do more damage, and then they're going to get more counters.
Yep.
So let's see.
One more card.
Sending would be next.
Summoner Sending is the last one.
Oh, is Bread for the Hunt a reprint?
Bird for the Hunt is a reprint.
Oh, that's
from Dragon's Maze, I want to say. It's from one of the Ravnica sets.
It's a multicolored card that's got like a canary art on it, so I wasn't sure. Okay, so
yeah, it's from Ravnica, I think. I think it's Ravnica. It's from Simic, the Simic Guild. They do all the weird experiments and stuff. Blue-green people are weird in Magic, both players and in-universe characters.
Summoner Sendings. This is another enchantment that is a white, one colorless drop. At the beginning of your end step, you may exile target creature card from your graveyard. If you do, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token that has flying. If the exiled card had a mana value of 4, you put a 1/1 counter on that token.
I think this is a really good card.
For these decks, yeah.
Well, no, just even in general, because this is a graveyard hate. And graveyard hate is good to play in decks.
From a graveyard, yeah.
From a graveyard, yeah. You don't want to use this on your own graveyard, generally.
No, that's pretty good. It fits white, like you said, with exiling.
Like,
and you
it's
generate
mana,
guys
so
who
it's
generate
not a
tokens.
very high investment. Ironically, the counterpart is kind of secondary. This is more of like a tokeny graveyard Haiti card.
It gives you some little guys. They got flying. I mean, funnily enough, this combos really well with Sphere Grid because those guys have flying, which means they're only blockable by flying or reach creatures. And then you're just like, and then I get in there, we do a little damage, we get a little token.
Yeah, no, this card is really good.
This is the thing we talked about, where like it seems like this precon deck does, like you said earlier, doesn't necessarily build wide boards. This is a way of just generating extra little guys a lot.
Yeah, but I think just the fact that it's a graveyard hate piece and graveyard decks. I'm sorry, Vesper. I know you built Muldrotha. Graveyard decks are really fucking annoying at like just cheating out giant ass creatures.
No, I know.
See more of that when we talk.
I built Muldrotha. I've never gone that far over, honestly. I've always got just killed before.
I've also built an Arden deck who plays with your graveyard too. Oh, that cool guy that's in your graveyard. I'm gonna exile it. I get a creature of it now. It's a demon. Mine.
No. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's 10. Overall, I think the deck is one of the more cohesive ones. Like, I know I called it simple, and I do think it is simple, but it's also well made. Like, this doesn't need that many edits. Like, we'll talk about decks that need help soon. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is a sentiment I've said. I'm actually going to step away and take a quick bio break. I'll flip on the Gone Fishing screen, which is very funny because they started that as a 14 thing. So I'll step away for a sec. But first, before we get into it, I've heard from several people that the 14 deck is, I guess, the most confused design ways. Like, yes, it seems like it is not the best playing out of the precons.
As a deck, we'll get into the issues this deck has.
It is kind of in a space where it's kind of confused and it doesn't play well with itself. But we'll check on that in a second. So let me throw on the gun fishing. I'll mute up and step away. I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
Yep. Ironically, the 14 deck's the ones that's been the most expensive.
Well, yeah, because it's no, I think 7 is.
7 is more expensive now.
I've seen 7.
Up to pre-release, the 14 was the one that was hardest to get.
That's well, it's because I think 14. I think Y'shtola is the strongest commander of the 8. Y'shtola is a stupid commander in a powerful way, I should say.
You know, one of my friends has been building a Y'shtola deck to focus in on her. Very, very incredibly, like, I don't want to say annoying, but like that deck can just pump out enough damage passively that you don't think about it until they go, okay, I'm gonna cast 5 spells. I've pinged you for I ping you for 10. I've gained 10 life.
And the second end step happens again.
Yeah,
That's a different install.
Oh, sorry.
it's very messy. I do like Raha as well, but Y'shtola is definitely the one that kind of stands
so
above,
much
I would say.
Yeah.
Well, like, I would say the precon deck is I mean, like, we'll talk about more when Omega gets back, but it's unfocused while still having a lot of pieces going on that it feels like a precon you can split into like 3 separate precons from the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a problem, but I would say it's a strength and probably why it was so expensive first off, because it had so many disparate pieces that even though as a deck it may not have been fully coherent, you could buy this and have a handful of really solid bases to build off of from that.
And then 14's just probably the biggest player base.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely the most popular I would say most popular in terms of just like the gross number of players. Like people 14 is incredibly popular for a reason.
It also is so I'm back, by the way, but I had my wireless headphones on, so I heard most of that conversation. But 14's in a weird case where, like, so we said earlier, right? They're not doing sequels or anything like, or side games. But 14 is a game with expansions, so a lot of the stuff that's actually in the 14 deck is from, like, Shadowbringers, like, era, which is interesting because that's several, like, arcs through the characters. But also is, like, you know, peak Final Fantasy 14, so it makes sense that it's the one they want to draw on.
Like, if this was just a Realm Reborn, that would not be great.
No.
Yeah.
Well, also,
like...
slight offense to the Scions in A Realm Reborn, but they wouldn't be nearly as interesting people yet.
Yeah, they went through a lot more. Honestly, the NRR gave them a lot of things to ruminate on, very directly.
Yes, Dallas is
also, I find it funny. Yeah, his internet exploded or something. But I find it really funny here that they could have also called this Batoya, and it'd been accurate.
Well, yeah, but they don't want to do that because they want to have it be Y'shtola.
I know. I'm just saying, like
her subtitle is Knights Blessed, so it is specifically that one. But they're trying to avoid confusion for wider people because we're just
is
like,
the other version of Y'shtola like an actual wizard? This one's like a warlock? Because tell me there is a difference.
So I'll check.
Because the other version would be a wizard.
I believe we had this. You weren't there for this part, but I think we did have this conversation last week about subtypes. Because Y'shtola is a cat warlock.
The alternative is a druid.
She was a summoner of sorts.
Interesting.
Oh no, she was a conjurer too. But yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Conjure
sense.
works. Yeah.
Though we're gonna have when we get to that in main set, the arts are gonna be a bit confusing to go through.
I think there's gonna be some interesting things to say about a lot of trying to like read. Hey Dallas.
Hey Dallas, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You're on your phone.
Yeah. Sorry about that. My internet went out on my computer.
Okay. Sorry, what was I saying? Right. There will be some stuff with like Warrior of Light tokens in this, which is I think a really cool way for them to do the Warrior of Light in 14. That's also in the main set, I believe, but there's some of that with the stuff in this precon as well. But I do think it's very interesting to kind of like talk about how like obviously because it's Wizard of the Coast doing Magic, a lot of their keywords are very like D&D coded, but it does mean very funny things because it's like, well, what is a white mage? Well, you should probably say cleric because they do healing and protection and rezzing. But in Final Fantasy XIV, white mage comes after the Conjurers Guild, who are definitely druids.
So honestly, like white mages are more of like wizard druids.
You are supposed to use more of your innate ether for white magic, but yeah, it's odd.
Also, I say because all the lilies and the blood lilies probably would actually stay. I would just say druid, I guess.
I still got some stuff. It's one of those weird ones. Anyway, Y'shtola's cat warlock.
Well, also, Y'shtola is a cat warlock.
Yes. Who is, we didn't say it yet, I don't think, but she's been on screen so you can see. She's white, blue, black, which honestly works as a combo for Y'shtola in Shadowbringers especially.
Yeah,
which is from white mage to black mage, but also where magic, she's a nerd, so blue. This is probably the color combo that fits the most with the commander without any real I'm sorry, I can't brain clicking on the word. We're not making it. We're not making any like imbalances just because of the colors we had to organize for the precons.
I think she's also white because
I think Tidus is fit.
I would argue that, but I feel like for Y'shtola, it also fits that she's white because as a sorceress, which is her unique thing in 14, by that point, she could do white and black magic, so it makes sense that she'd have both, and then she's a blue because she's also
and also just thematically, white works for most of the scions of this because they are heroes. They are dedicated to preserving the realm and making the people not die in apocalypses and stuff like that. But black works because, especially because it's Shadowbringers, and there's a lot of sacred darkness in Shadowbringers plot arc.
I want to talk about what the Knight's Blessed part means, but I don't know if I should.
Let's not do that because it's a spoiler. Well, it's not just me. There's also people watching this.
It's a 6-year-old game. That's too deep.
Yeah, Axe, it's a 6-year-old game, but there are people in our fucking Discord who aren't in that expansion yet. There may be people similarly who are like
it's a 6-year-old
following along.
That's part of a game that is several hundred, like that. Each expansion itself is a full Final Fantasy game.
Yes,
so
the expansion may be 6 years old, but to get to that point, you have to play through 3.5 fucking games.
Yeah.
You have to play through 4 years of content.
We're not going to talk about it.
Describe it as it's I think that's not really even a spoiler because
we're not going to talk about it.
There's no point to talk about it, Max. There's no point to go into random lore.
We haven't gone into lore of any of the characters so far.
Yeah. Like the only lore we've gone into is stuff like, oh, Terra's an Esper because it's critical to the card design.
Specifically saying just that they use
that doesn't make sense.
They use Knight's Blessed to signal that she is from Shadowbringer specifically. Also, the card art does, but the full art I showed does not necessarily. But the signature of saying specifically she is at the Shadowbringer's point helps to like finalize the color assembly.
Yeah.
But her abilities are she's a 2/4. She got Vigilance.
With Vigilance, which is funny. At the beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 or more life this turn, draw a card. A good ability. And now here's the main ability. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, Y'shtola deals 2 damage to each opponent and you gain 2 life.
This does also fit the thing we did talk, like Axe did mention she can do both white and black magic. That does fit because in the Duty Trust, I believe Y'shtola is one of those characters who can be a healer or can be DPS.
Yeah, she can. Yeah, she can be both. I think the funniest part on this card, they give her Vigilance. You are never attacking with Y'shtola ever. No. You are not doing that.
But she's also constantly vigilant, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
The
vigilance is there for dumb lore reasons. That's funny, but you never have to actually attack with her. She just sits there on the board and you cast spells, and she.
I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's wrong to say she literally has the ether sense, so she could just steal shit. So,
she senses the aether. It's a thing.
Yeah.
But
also, we should say this is called Science and Spellcraft.
Just to say, this will be leading, and I think it's fair to say, that she is a Spellslinger commander, which is a very popular type of commander. I think it's the 8th most popular build, generally, if you look on EDH Rec.
Yeah, she's a Spellslinger. Hey, Omega. How many non-creature spells would you say is a good number for a Spellslinging? And how many creatures do you think people would play in a Spellslinging deck? Because it's probably not 22.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's 22. I don't know what the ratios are, but the way this deck is built is it's 22 creatures, 18 spells.
So I'll say this. Generally,
60 lands?
Non-creature spells have...
No, they have other stuff. They have like artifacts and enchantments.
No, artifacts and enchantments are also non-creature spells. Those are also non-creature spells.
It is, I do want to say... No, finish your thought, Dallas.
Generally speaking, there are certain Spellslinger builds. I run one in particular. I built Rassilon as a Spellslinger commander, who want creatures on the battlefield because something happens with the creatures when you Spellsling. Y'shtola is not one of those. She is a pure Spellslinger. And it's very interesting. She is one of only 2 Spellslingers in her color wheel identity. Like, there's only one other Esper commander that I would call a Spellslinger, which is, ironically, Saruman from the Lord of the Rings set. But, so people were really excited, because while Spellslinger is a very common typing, having it in these colors is not common.
So, what I want to observe is I am looking at the pre-con deck lists. So, out of the 4 of them, the 14-1 does have the lowest creature count at 22. The one we just talked about, Counter Blitz, and then the 6-1 are like, mid-30s of creatures. There are only 24 creatures in Limit Break, but that's because, obviously, that's the equip deck, so they need a lot of equipment artifacts.
It's the equip deck with a kind of awkward token generation.
The thing about Y'shtola...
The main thing I want to say about the Science and Spellcraft deck total is, while it does have the least creatures, it does not have a much proportionally larger amount of spells. It has what seems like a high but normal amount of spells and still has a shitload of like artifacts in it, and obviously like
and we'll get into this, but there's a big problem with mana distribution in this deck. I'll get on my high horse about that later, but Y'shtola is a very powerful commander. Like, this ability is ridiculous. And there are ways
pretty cheap for it
to get around the restrictions that this deck has. The biggest problem is this deck is trying to do a bunch of things that don't relate to a very simple deck building conceit, which Y'shtola wants to cast non-creatures. This deck is trying to do a lot more than that, because on its surface, that's a very simple ability. But unlike the last deck, which they just kept it simple, I feel like they tried to be too fancy with this deck, and it kind of broke it.
I want to say right now, before we even list off the cards, I've looked at it, the creatures, it's a smaller creature list. Most of them there are a couple of like reprints, but most of them are named characters. Yep. Many of them are part of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, but also they include several antagonists because they wanted to do the thing that all the other precons do. They have a couple of bad guys. They've got a bunch of supporting characters, etc.
All the iconics, really.
I would say having played and gone up against this precon, its biggest flaw is that it has to make all the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Like, its biggest flaw is the Scions have to be in the deck, so we put all of them in the deck. But then, we have to have some iconic villains in the deck, so we put them in, and when we put them in, like, shit, now we have no space for spells.
Emet should be his own deck.
I mean,
he
should like the other Asians. Yeah.
I'll say my controversial opinion, I guess. They should just made the one in the standard set and had that be it. Because he's a perfectly good card in the standard set. I would argue his standard version is much better. I think his version is bad.
I will say, I feel like because there's an end step effect that you draw a card with Y'shtola, you probably play the other main deck version, the main set version in this version with her, so you get 2 procs of draw until you draw.
I really dislike this precon, especially the fact that it's 14, because this teaches a lot of bad deck building habits to new players.
That's fair.
This deck is like this. I'm not just saying this isn't just bad. This isn't just bad for a universe, because universe, to be honest, had some trouble with precon decks in the past. I think the only one that has all 4 of them being good decks is probably Warhammer 40k. The rest of them always have at least 1 or 2 decks that are like, this is not it. This is the worst deck Wizards has made in a while.
Okay, so I have to ask about a future card just to understand if my impression of something that matters. Omega, is Thancred also white, blue, black?
I think Thancred's just 2 colors.
Thancred is a mono-white commander.
Okay, because Thancred also fits those 3 colors at once, especially at certain points, because just how he is.
We'll talk about color distribution in this deck later.
Dallas did bring up earlier that blue-black is the color traditionally associated with rogues, which was Thancred's thing before he became a gunbreaker. That said, Thancred from Shadowbringers being pure white is like not crazy.
He's not white blue. That's more like, I get why he's not.
He
white
definitely
should.
Personally, yes, he definitely should be white blue because. Well, actually, no, Dallas. I think I know why he's not blue, because of story reasons that he's been de-nerded. That still is a really weird way to not include a little bit of blue.
Okay, blue is also the color of big guns go shooty shooty.
Well,
yeah, he does have a big gun sword.
It's fair, but like he doesn't make it. He just swings it, and then I can't talk about it. I'm not allowed to.
Let's say this: like literally the color that had like the mechanized Clockwork Empire in the original Magic is blue-white.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think there's a strong. I think I see why Magic went for it. I think there's a strong argument that he should still be blue-white, and I also would especially want to say, not really a spoiler, but in Endwalker, they show him go back to doing, like, even though he's still a gunbreaker, he goes back to doing stealth shit. Like, you still, that's his role in the story.
I want to say, I do think Y'shtola, because I know we're talking about some deficits right now, and I want to give some praise.
Yeah.
I think Y'shtola is a beautifully designed card. Despite how some people I've seen have reacted to it, I don't think it's too powerful. It's good, but it's not like, because it has the mana restriction, it's not unreasonably strong. It does something that Spellslingers are bad at doing, and it self-preserves, which gives a kind of different flavor on it.
Like, I have a design contention for Graha.
Oh god, Graha.
So
whenever you cast a non-creature spell, pay X, create a hero. You summon
the warrior
hero.
light token.
You summon a warrior light
extras. And he's got lifelink.
Okay, so this is
and he's a cat wizard.
I feel like this is post Shadowbringer's Graha's design.
Yes, I think this is.
Probably like this feels like they should have done the Crystal Herald instead.
This isn't post Shadowbringers. This is like Endwalker Graha, isn't it?
Yeah, no, because this is the Char. I think that's the Charlian Aetherite.
It's just my problem about that is like that version of Graha is more like white, blue, red.
But he's got to fit in the deck.
Yeah, this is talking about color spread. Graha shouldn't be black, but the commander deck is black, so.
Well, I think what X is saying is that if he is the actual Shadowbringers Graha,
that would have fit the colors.
He would fit those colors better. Yes.
Well, I think the main thing is the art just wanted to draw the even more iconic version of Graha.
Well, because also, spoiler, the other Grahatea, I believe from the main set, is the Shadowbringers art.
No. He is a Realm Reborn.
Yeah, it's the Archer version of him.
Oh yeah, that's his fault. He's a fucking asshole.
It's just the guy that's
regardless,
in base X-Pack.
Grahatea is a really cool commander that really doesn't play that well with Y'shtola. Because this I
want to say, sorry to cut you off, Dallas, but I think what we've seen here is that like Y'shtola is a really interesting commander for the format of Commander. Graha is definitely more about the flavor of what the 14 cards is about, because he creates these like the hero tokens, which is Warriors of Light.
Do you want my very controversial opinion here? That's based on no facts but just vibes?
Yes, because chat will yell at you.
Okay. I have a theory that Grahatea is the commander this deck is designed for. But Square Enix was like, no, Y'shtola is the face commander.
Y'shtola is kind of
I don't know if Square Enix did that input themselves. I think that they put her on. I think, Dallas, you're also forgetting that Wizards of the Coast is a company that's owned by Hasbro. I think they put Y'shtola on the face because they're going to sell more copies that way.
Well, let me rephrase that. Someone in the design team designed Grahatea to be the face commander, and someone on the corporate side, whoever company it is, went, no, sexy cat lady is the face commander.
It has to be Y'shtola because she is our forever rep for 14.
Y'shtola is
even
like
she doesn't do that much of the plot overall.
She is the character who represents Final Fantasy XIV to the other Final Fantasy brands. But no, I do kind of like concur that like it definitely feels like a message from on high that like no, we have to put Y'shtola as the primary commander because we want to put her face on the box.
Grahatea's playstyle kind of fits the like creature spellslinger balance deck more than just
because the deck is also kind of a token deck because the Warrior of Light.
Yeah,
but I do want to say, I think throw wide the gates is one of the most like actually flavorful abilities fucking ever. Like holy shit!
No, it's really well written.
Fucking play, fucking post the like noble cause over the cliff beam right now.
No, it's great. I do feel like this is supposed to be the face commander because it fits the vibe of the whole deck more. Granted, the vibe of the deck is still a Frankenstein-y mess, even besides that.
Oh, it's a fucking...
Okay, so but I will say, remember how I said that there's like also 16 artifacts in this deck? Most of those artifacts are job gear which generate tokens. Like, so yeah,
I would say the only thing about Raha that like synergizes well with Y'shtola is the fact that he has to pay life, and Y'shtola is she's your protect. Like not you said the word, and my brain's blanking on it now. I'm sorry.
Sustain.
Sustain. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
She generates life, so you stay in the game.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think they fit awfully together. It's just they're both clearly like commanders meant to be a commander. They both want to take steal the show, and they're kind of like fighting each other for it more than a lot of the other decks were. Like, I think 7 kind of had this problem too, where Tifa and Cloud both are kind of fun to be the main character of the deck.
There he is.
But this deck has it worse because I think this actively hurt the deck more. Because I feel like with 7 they kind of just gave up and were like, no, Cloud's the main character. We're just gonna focus on him.
Because I know when I was helping my friend rebuild the Y'shtola deck, we ripped out like half this deck and just said, okay, but we're out this deck.
Like I said, I mean, it's a 100-card deck, right? Obviously the land can be shared because they're all the same colors, but it really does feel like they put 50 from one deck and 50 from another deck and are just like, fuck it, we can't decide. Like they.
Now, can we talk about the card that makes me the saddest in this entire deck?
Hildebrand?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll talk about it more in a second. But yeah.
Okay.
No,
why?
I'll explain my reasoning why.
Oh, is it because you love clue tokens?
No,
and he's a detective?
and
he doesn't do clues.
No, I mean that's part of it, but no, there's a reason that it's a reason that I think this card as well does. I will get into it, but
well, he's on screen. He's a human detective.
Hildebrand Mandeville.
He costs 2 mana. He's a 2/2. He's a human detective, and he has an adventure.
You pay pay 2 colors and a black to activate his fate to do the Hildebrand quest for ARR.
Yeah, basically.
My problem with the Hildebrand card is I really, really, really wish this was in standard. Because this is such a good standard card. Obviously, you would have to. No, he's a commander only card.
That's
what? Yeah, he's got a commander on the icon. You can see it.
He's not a very great. He's not a great commander card. Like he's okay. He's not bad. He's okay. But if they just took off the creature tokens get +1/+1 because that's a little strong for standard and made it might not even be that too strong. Regardless, this card would be so good in standard right now, and just the fact that he's commander locked makes me sad.
I have a weird question.
Genuinely, he would be played a lot in
Is
standard.
it because he's an adventure?
Yeah, it's because he's a self-sustaining card, and commander self-sustaining cards aren't really that good because you have a lot of card advantage and mana advantage in general. So having this resource that repeats itself isn't that big of an advantage. But in standard, where resources get a lot tighter because you're doing a 1v1 40-card deck, cards that can repeat themselves are very valuable. So his ability to just kind of never really go fully away is really good. It's such an unfortunate missed opportunity in my eyes.
Yeah. To break it down, so creature tokens you control get 1/1. So hey, guess what? If you complete the Hildebrand quests, you're stronger. The Warrior of Light looks more competent with Hildebrand Manderville around. But when he dies, you may cast him from your graveyard as the adventure side of the text until the end of your next turn, which is he comes back as a zombie.
I have
like Dallas said, this weaving effect is essentially infinite, provided you're still playing the mana.
Yeah.
Because you can cast it from exile to bring him back.
In a non-commander format, this ability has been. There's cards that have had this ability. Most famously, there was the one in Wilds of Eldraine called like Moss Deep Knight, Moss Red Knight, something like that. It was a black-green card. It was very similar, and it was played a lot in Standard. And it's just the fact that because Commander is a multiplayer format, you're not so tight on resources because you're not under as much damage pressure as you are in Standard. So this resource loop becomes less valuable because you don't need it. Whereas if he was in Standard or even Pioneer, like he could have been somebody. He could have been a contender. And now he's just a bum.
I still think he has room in there. In some maybe some.
I know it is. I know it is a bad deck, but I did build a commander deck centered around Hildebrand because it's very funny how his mechanics dodge the commander tax.
Because you can exile him. You choose to put him to your graveyard and then exile him as the adventure.
Yeah.
That's funny, yeah.
Once again, I think
Dallas, before you iterate too much, Axe, what did you want to say?
I wanted to ask a really weird thing of being, what colors do you guys think, not excluding Dallas here, for obvious reasons, what colors do you think Nashi would have been?
Red. Chaos. Destruction.
Just like...
I guess could have just been
the red black.
Red black, blue red, or blue red.
No,
black.
Nashu's too dumb to be blue.
Here, red black.
Red black
Yes.
then. Yeah.
Head empty, no
dumb
thoughts,
and
only bombs.
No, that's the thing. If they're dumb and chaotic, they're red black. If they're smart and chaotic, they're red blue.
But if she's red
Now,
black, she has
that's
to be
the
a
rules.
clown, right?
For the inevitable sequel, what colors would Godbird be?
All of them.
He's just. I mean, he'd be white and maybe green, and then maybe like he could pretend to be any color.
But yeah, I think Hildebrand would have been a
actually
great standard set card. And unfortunately, because he's commander only, I do not think he will be played a lot.
Oh god, what about Goblin when he's a Sanonymia?
Nope. Yes, there it is. Sorry, there was a little lag when
That's
pulling
a
up.
good pull.
Trial
I believe the
Baldus-
next one is
Baldesion,
Baldison.
which is a little...
I remember the thing about the artist saying Cryo was his favorite character when he drew her.
There's a lot of detail in this art.
Well, yeah, this
This
is
art
her
is
favorite
so
Well,
character.
I'm trying to think.
It's
is
literally her
this-
desk at like
Look at the bottom left. There's the Squapes.
There is a Squapes
It's-
in there, yes. There's a couple of cameos from Squapes.
I think it's
she's
legitimately
got a
like
tombstone under her book.
I think it's legitimately I think her actual like area back in why am I blanking the name on it?
I don't remember what the building is called in Old Charlian, but yeah.
No,
the
Charlia.
little
Like
base.
back her, it's her office in Charlia.
Yeah, you have your little
So-
base room you can get.
The
she
Baldessian
is-
Annex.
Oh, thank
She's
you,
a
yes,
dwarf
that is
wizard.
Annex.
Because
She's a Lawfell.
spoiler,
Yeah.
Lawfell dwarves.
I mean that's funny considering other things.
Things Dennis doesn't
Whenever
understand.
you cast a non-creature spell, you may return target creature card with mana value equal to that spell's mana value from your graveyard to your hand. Do this only once each turn. This card is very good in a deck that is neither Y'shtola or Grahatea.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
honestly, I'm gonna be real with you,
Is
Dallas.
she-
That works for Cryo, because Cryo's cool. She's chronically
Yeah,
underutilized by the 14 story and very often
Even
doing shit
really-
that the other Scions are not like doing.
Even in the expansion where she should be a main character.
I am eternally sad that she is. I know it wouldn't make sense for her character, I assume, that she was not blue-black. Because if she was blue-black, she would go in my Spellslinger commander deck in a heartbeat, because she's literally
I
perfect.
could see I could see a version of her
What?
post. I could see a post Ewalker version of her be blue-white.
No,
black.
because she's a the new job they gave her in
Okay.
Dawn Trail is Pictomancer, so she's like the demonstrator. That is like elemental magic and
mean, like,
imagination,
think-
creativity works for
I
blue.
think she'd be blue-red then, because like Realm is from 6 is red.
So, like I said,
Yeah.
I don't think it would fit. This is purely for reasons that would make my niche commander deck better.
That's fair.
my
I
niche
have a-
Doctor Who commander deck better with Final Fantasy character, which would be
But
fun.
I have a very weird thing. I now have a thought came to me. I kind of know that we're not gonna get.
So
I really wish the dwarf tank was a fucking vehicle artifact in this
That
pile.
would be really
Omega,
cool,
I have a question. How okay do you think she would do with fascist government leaders that want to destroy all of creation?
Not at all.
She's dealt with
So
those.
she wouldn't get along with Rassilon then. Okay.
No.
Yeah, because that's just Ascians with a different
Well,
name.
technically he doesn't want to destroy all of creation. He just wants to lock it in stasis. He wants to destroy the concept of time.
No, that's not for Cryo. Like, if you're wondering why Cryo is white, it's not just because she's a generic hero.
No,
it's
I
because
had
she's
a-
one of the
I had a
characters who has
feeling.
the Echo. Like she's
Okay.
tied into the
Hydaelyn
Echo
stuff.
and the greater mythos of Hydaelyn.
Okay, Dallas, for your Rassilon thing, have you tried Ultimecia?
Ultimecia would
Unfortunately,
very much
she's not
go
a
with that guy.
spellslinger.
Fair. Yeah, that's right.
But it-
That
I mean,
makes
fair to
sense.
say
Yeah,
so
Cryo has
Eternal.
lifelink. She's got that going on. She's a dwarf wizard. I think it works for her, but it does.
No, I think
I
she's
do kind of
very
agree that
good.
like the thing she does is like, so it's when you cast a non-creature spell, you get to reborn a creature, or you bounce a creature, which is blue, I should say, from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah.
So like that's cool. That I do agree that doesn't feel like that fits exactly what
she's
Y'shtola or
very
Graha
good-
is doing.
Yeah. She's very good in specific spellslinger builds. It's just neither of them are Grahatea or Y'shtola.
It works fine enough in this deck because just you are just playing enough creatures that I guess it comes up in the base precon.
But I do like this ability works for Kryl. It's just one of those things of like, no, it's incredibly funny that Kryl has an ability that, despite the fact that she hangs out with Y'shtola and G'raha a lot as the team nerds, she also is the character who, like I said, she is probably the most underserved by the story and kind of is in her own space a lot. Does she work as her own commander, I guess, is the question.
I think you could make a good commander deck with her. Like, I think she does work because it's at the only once each turn. So that includes your opponent's turns.
Yep.
So I would probably build a deck loaded up with a lot of cheap instants and cheap creatures that give you benefits. You'd probably need like a really good finisher in your deck. But as long as you found a good finisher for that deck, I think you could build her as her own competent deck.
I mean,
absolute virtue.
You could also get a little cheeky and start playing like high cost creatures that line up with the board wipes you're playing. Because you're playing white, you're going to play board wipes. Yeah. You can get cheeky there if you really felt like it.
Yeah. No, she can do some stuff. Like, genuinely, I do think she could make her own commander. Like, she wouldn't probably be like an A-lister commander, like high power. But she's not weak enough that I'm like, no, she can hold her own deck. Like, I think she could hold it down.
Here's Papalimo.
We can't talk about his
Dwarf Wizard. Yeah. So we've said before, you're probably going to get some tangential spoilers in these games. If you can have media literacy, you can probably sense some things, but that's an unfortunate nature of talking about everything. His ability says sacrifice him, but there's multiple meanings to that. Other cards sacrifice, but he is white-black, which does make sense because he is the, like, iconic black mage. I've somehow blanked on what the base job of black mage is. Thaumaturge, thank you. Like, those guys, yeah. Their ability is literally, we draw an aether from the void to summon forth, chaotic magics.
That's funny in hindsight nowadays.
And then,
whenever you cast a non-creature, he's a dwarf wizard, because he's a low spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent, you gain 1 life.
He's baby Y'shtola, which is funny.
Makes sense.
In concept,
he was better at Y'shtola for a while.
As we go on.
And then you can pay for and tap.
Pay for, tap, sacrifice Papalimo. Each opponent who lost life this turn sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. I think he's good as a support piece for his first ability.
It makes sense.
Sacrifice is kind of irrelevant.
His sacrifice is
really mean to say.
Yeah, it's an ability that they added to.
Here's the thing,
because it fits the character.
If he was white-blue, that ability would be good. But
honestly,
you're playing in black.
That's what I want to say.
There are so many better versions of that effect in black. It's not even funny.
You could probably have run him as blue.
White-blue, but I think he's white-black very specifically for a reason.
Like, you can Soul Shatter, you can Shieldred's Edict, you can do so many mean things with sacrificing in black that, like, pay for generic for that is just not worth it.
I do feel like they've put a little bit of future proof in there. I noticed that it does require you to tap, which means that he must be untapped, but he's also a 1/2, so you're probably not attacking.
Mega, is Shinryu in this list?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's all Corsair is that shit.
Just because, honestly, just his first ability makes him a good card, in my opinion. So
well,
it
and
doesn't matter.
like Visper said, he's basically baby Y'shtola, so, like, if you can put both of them in play, I assume they trigger both their effects.
And also, like Papalimo would
cards like this in the precon that will all like stack up onto each other. Yeah,
Papalimo would go in a Y'shtola deck because it's just like that's what you want to do in Commander is have redundancy.
Yeah,
that's fair. I will say him having sacrifice to remove your opponent's biggest thing is extremely accurate.
Like, I mean, honestly, yes, we said that it was a lore ability.
It's a decent ability to have, I guess, just because you're going to want to keep this goober around anyway, just because you're constantly gaining life and doing damage. So of having a, like, oh shit button, my opponent played a Progenitus, what do I do?
The nice part, at least, of his ability is that it works directly in tandem with himself, even if you aren't playing Y'shtola. where I guess I have to cast a spell, and now he's online to sack.
And I don't,
I
like you said, Dallas, I assume you said that,
also-
like, the way black works is that's pretty common, but I will say that compared to other forms of removal we've seen, making the player, the opponent, choose to sacrifice one of their creatures is a good way to get around stuff.
That is probably relevant in some way, because that is a form of removal that nothing dodges.
Yeah, that's the same, that's the equivalent of in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that player sends to graveyard. Like, that's just, you can't get around that, Chief.
There's a card called Progenitus. Sorry, it's a fandom nickname. That it costs 2 colors of every mana, and it only has 1 ability on it, I believe. It might have trample. I genuinely can't remember. But its 1 ability is protection from everything. So,
but there is no protection from game mechanics. You, the player, must do
you
X.
cannot protect from being... There are certain cards that say these cards cannot be sacrificed. Which would get around it. But those are very specific cards. And usually it would be kind of a coincidental anti-synergy. Because there are... The cards that say you can't sacrifice is usually for your own benefit, but they can coincidentally avoid it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a card I play called the Master Multiplied, which says tokens cannot be sacrificed.
This Taru looks too nice.
Taru.
Yes.
She's great. That's what Taru does. She's literally giving you new glam. And it's effect.
What if I told you this is the strongest card in the set?
I would believe you. I believe that it's not strong because it's necessarily synergizes with the decks. I think it's strong because it's just got good effects.
Oh, no, yeah, this goes in every white deck.
I was gonna say she's a mono white. She's a mono white. She says she's a Dwarf Advisor 0/3. She says when this target enters, you can draw a card and target opponent may draw a card, and then her ability is Science Secretary. Whenever opponent draws a card, if it isn't that player's turn, create a tapped treasure token, which you can sack later to get stuff. This ability only triggers once each turn. But yeah, this is just an advantage generator. You get to draw a card, and then you target an opponent, draw a card. Guess what? She's in play. That means you can immediately trigger her ability.
Yeah. So I've made no bones. Oh, good.
White and blue and white-blue in tandem have this amazing, cool, like recurring feature that goes, oh, my opponent has drawn more than the card for turn. They're doing more than they should. I'm plussing off of you. Oh, like you're just trying to play the game.
You played your second thing.
I'm getting advantage off of that too.
Literally appropriate.
It's a thing. So I have made no bones about it. Commander players are greedy bastards.
Listen. I've drawn 40 cards of my commander deck, and I've not gotten what I needed.
You draw cards. That is Commander the format. You draw lots of cards. So Tataru, there's a reason Tataru is currently the most expensive card in this deck, which is hilarious to me. But
I will still say that's not that bad though, because it's still only $11 currently.
Well, $11 for a pre-con card is kind of expensive.
Also, I discovered the Magic the Gathering waifu tax? Y'shtola's $7.
No, that's the commander tax. All the commanders are kind of expensive.
Okay, I guess.
Okay, when you say something $7, it doesn't seem expensive to me because I'm used to being. Wait, I thought expensive means plus $50.
No. Okay.
For commander.
Magic generic modern set cards don't usually get that expensive. The alternate rarities is where the money is, baby.
Well, I don't care about the numbers playing a game.
The alternate arts, that is where the money comes in. For instance, main set Terra, $7 card. Alternate art Terra, $80.
You know what? I'll sell that, I guess.
I mean, that's technically that's how Yu-Gi-Oh works. Because it's the Starlight rares are the cards that are fucking 3 digits, the ultimate rares from tournament packs. But the way Yu-Gi-Oh! Eternal format stuff works is cards are often 3Xs, right? So they get expensive because you have to buy so many. Commander is a singleton format, so your prices are going to naturally be depreciated, and rotation helps depreciate prices. Yu-Gi-Oh! Experiences the same thing when they get reprints. When we bring a card back, the price will tank.
Well, also, to be fair to Magic, Magic does have the most expensive cards in any card game.
Yes, the thing is that Magic,
Black
when you...
is still $250,000 minimum.
If you look at Eternal formats in Magic, they are stupid expensive.
Oh, there are 3 ways to make a card expensive. Have it be good in Standard, have it be an alternate art, or have it be really old.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where
Yes.
Yu-Gi-Oh has a problem where every format is Eternal and effectively like Standard or Legacy, so they're more expensive than you'd expect, but they're not as expensive if you think about it.
It's why the Alt Art of Sephiroth is currently $120.
Yeah.
It's because it is good in Standard and in Alt Art.
And
that's why I sold it for $100.
I wonder where that Ristic study petered out at, because I sold that for $50, and I feel pretty good about that.
The Final Fantasy Ristic study?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't look that up.
I think you lowballed that.
You got, well, I mean,
50 in the pockets.
$50, that's about right then, because
it was pre-release prices too, so I was like, I'm not waiting for this thing to like fluctuate.
Yeah,
even if I get 50 now, I'm fine with that. I'm not playing Ristic.
50 is not that bad. It's like 90 now, I think.
Yeah, the guy offered 40. I'm like, can we do the guy offered 40? I'm like, yeah, let's do 50. Like 50,
oh
50
god.
So he probably ultimately lowballed you, but you still got up in there. That's a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, we say.
I'm seeing should I say what I'm actually seeing now?
No, it's still 90.
It's about like 120 or 110 or 84.
I think it also depends on the site you're looking at.
Well,
It is
yeah, you also
right.
you also threw an 84 in there, so there's averages. This is something that
84 's
TCG
eBay
is
though,
not
so,
great about.
yeah.
I'm going by lowest price, because lowest average price. So there's also Ristic Study is just an expensive card in general. The cheapest print of Ristic Study is $40.
There's also a special edition of Ristic Study from 2 years ago that's like $715. So yeah.
Leon Zay's a funny guy who doesn't really. He's one of those like very slow guys that doesn't really fit into the deck, but that unfortunately a lot of the Scions kind of run that gambit.
They do their own thing all the time.
I will say this: unlike the last one we were talking about, he is definitely good enough to be his own commander.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Blue White Elf Advisor. Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, gain 2 life. That sounds like a commander gimmick right there.
Yep.
And then he has, because he's the signature astrologian, he has astro stuff. Draw Arcanum, tap, look at the top card of your library. You can exile it face down. Play Arcanum, tap. Until the end of next turn, you may play cards exile with Urianger. Spells you cast cost this way cost 2. So he's basically a guy where you tap him to exile spells, and then you can when you untap him, you can tap him to play any of those fucking spells.
Yeah. Nah, he's great. By the way, that effect lingers even if he's killed in response.
Yep. So he makes a great commander just because all those cards exiled will still forever be in play while like.
Also, are there? I guess the question is if it's in the colors of white and blue, but there are spells that inherently have the ability to return from exile.
So there's a mechanic called Foretell. Which was from Kaldheim, the Viking sets, I want to say.
We saw some Foretell spells. There were a couple of big spells in 7 that were like that.
The main colors for Foretell in the Viking set were white, black, blue. Mostly white, blue.
Yeah, Urianger seems like like we said, he is a card who is built to be a commander in a different deck. You have to include him because he's one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and he is.
I'll say this: he
is pals with all the other white-blue nerds in this crew. But
unfortunately, just because of the way his text works, because it says exiled with Urianger's ability, he really needs to helm his own deck.
Yeah, he doesn't
play well with others.
I would say the worst part is that he's pretty slow in the like he's slow in that he's constantly tapping himself, but also white and blue have plenty of cards that can go untap this guy, untap this guy, just untap him.
Yeah. No, what blue especially is real good at untapping stuff.
Yes,
it's like twiddling.
You probably just build an Urianger deck built around twiddling and just big generic cost cards that you can reduce through Urianger. Two other guys that will probably fit well into his deck are the twins. The twins are also incredibly good as their own commanders, I will say. Like every Scion, unfortunately, except Thancred because he's monocolor, I would say make really, really good commanders. Thancred could probably still be a fine one. He's just not as like valuable.
Thancred's an awful. We'll get into it. Thancred's is an awful commander.
I mean, honestly, it makes sense though. I wouldn't make Thancred a command. Like people like Thancred, he's not that character archetype. Anyway, we're gonna do the twins at the same time, even though Alphinaud should be later because why?
Yeah. They have
literally
they
literally partner.
LSA should be red.
Again.
I mean, she's a partner, so she's basically white. She's basically white blue.
Yeah.
And I think that works for her character archetype. And
I think you should I think you could make an argument she should be black instead of white, but that's a different story.
Well, so here's the thing I will say. Saying she should be red, no, not just because she's red mage. Red mage actually is not in Magic. Red mage is not actually red. Red mage is literally white black. So, like the point of being red mage is you combine the power of white mages and black mages together.
Yeah, I'll make the argument red mages are red in Magic, because the one thing about red mage is red mages are. Would it be fair to call red mages spell slingers?
Yeah.
I mean, kinda.
Red is the other half color that is usually the spell slinger archetype.
That's fair. I think that means that they should be blue or red. In 14, red mage is you are a cast DPS that is very fast. Like dual cast means you do spell sling just like Alisei has. But the actual the thing you do is like traditionally the job is red mage is jack of all trades, master of none. You can use melee weapons like swords, but you can also cast a little bit of white magic and a little bit of black magic.
Here's my personal opinion, and this is only from having played Realm Reborn and a little afterwards. I think they got the colors wrong.
I will say
Alphinaud should be white and Alisei should be blue.
Actually, I was gonna say Alphinaud being blue or blue-white is no notes. Very much that exactly is him.
I said, I think because they have partner, you have to say that they're effectively
Well, no,
white,
you
blue.
can still run them as one commander.
You shouldn't,
that's what I mean.
You shouldn't. You really should. Well, I mean, maybe you can get away with Alisei as one commander. You cannot run Alphinaud as his own commander. I tried. You can't.
The thing I want to say is I think they're meant to go together, so you should think of them as effectively one single blue-white. After ARR, this is Endwalker Alphinaud because he's a sage, which was introduced in Endwalker.
And Endwalker
but
Alisei.
Alphinaud's job has always been as a green, like he's a healer. So him being like blue-white, I think works for that. His role in the squad is usually the nerd. We do sometimes forget he was also in debate and stuff.
But no, he's much more white in my eyes, because to me, well, there's a card in Magic literally called the Diplomat, which is white. But white is the color of diplomacy. So I do think their colors should be reversed. I still agree with the blue-white as a whole.
Yeah,
but I
guess if you are
monotyping
them, yeah, probably, because like you said, Alisei is the spell slinger half of this. But they're both elf wizards.
Because it's like I could see Alphinaud being blue-white and
Alisei
being
red-white. They made her white because she's like even though she is the red mage, her aesthetic is more the first strike kind of duelist, which I think is why they made her white. Because something we have overlooked on their abilities. Alphinaud's Vigilance, which is kind of in a lot of colors, but blue and white are both its things. First Strike is predominantly a white and red color.
Well,
and because the color deck is not red, we had to make her white. We had
so they're not red also because of commander limitations.
They're kind of both primary white abilities, but you need blue in the pairing together.
No, it's Vigilance is all over the place.
And I do want to say this: First Strike is very appropriate for Alisei. Like
First Strike is the white
Alisei is the description of I'm a caster, but hits you with a rapier.
Let me stab you.
If I had to give each color its own ability, white would be First Strike, blue would be Flying, red would be Haste, green is Trample, black is Fear, probably? Intimidate?
Death touch
They've
slash
changed that
menace
ability
slash
like
fear
8
slash
times.
shadow slash every just random like keyword they made that is this card can't be blocked except by a creature of its type or with its ability.
Black is complicated.
What, Omega, sorry?
Yeah.
What were you laughing about?
No, I'm just laughing at how funny it is that Vesper's like, Black's iconic ability is, I don't fucking know, man. And I'm like, no, that sounds like what I've heard about Black.
The thing is, Menace, Fear, and Shadow are essentially the same ability. Menace is 2 more creatures. Shadow is cannot be blocked except by a creature with Shadow, and Fear is a black creature, right?
Vesper, do not forget, there's Intimidate in between those.
Yeah, exactly.
Fear is cannot be blocked except by black or artifact creatures, and Intimidate is cannot be blocked by creatures except by the same color and artifact creatures.
And their abilities are, as we said, they're partners. So when you enter play, you can put the other one in your hand and then shuffle. You just auto search them out. Alphina's ability is Eucrasia. When you cast a second spell each turn, draw a card. Eucrasia is the Sage ability that changes your abilities, so makes sense. And then it turns them into instant casts. And then Alisei has dual cast. The second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less.
Honestly, the second spell thing is an iconic blue and blue-white thing.
These 2 work very well as a tandem commander. You can cast Alisei first, and then and then you can just dump Alphino on the board. So for 5 mana, for 5 mana you can dump both your commanders on the board out of nowhere. Well, I say out of nowhere. Like, you can read their effect so you can know what's happening, but
yeah.
They
even
also
then, sorry.
Okay, no, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like the 2 generic cost is the build around to brewing these 2. Just because I'm just gonna be playing a lot of low cost spells that I some low cost spells like kind of Tron based. Like I'm gonna just throw out equipment. Equipment's a great way to get the free cost because most equipment is almost always generic cost. Sometimes it has like a 1 color attached to it, but it allows you to honestly really abuse the job select equipment. I would say.
Yeah. My thing is, while I would say they do work great as their own commander, these are really the first legendaries that synergize perfectly with Y'shtola. Because the whole thing about Y'shtola is she wants you to play 3-cost non-creature spells. Specifically 3 cost to trigger her ability as much as possible. Because of how mana reduction works, cost reduction does not change a card's mana value. So that essentially turns those 3 costs into 1 cost cards.
Yeah,
if you play correctly.
Like reducing a spell's cost through mechanics that does not affect that it's a 3 cost card or a whatever cost card.
And I see the grammar because it says it costs 2 less to cast. Not that the spell's cost is 2 less. It just when you cast it, you pay 2 less. No, that's really
in
neat.
my personal opinion, Alphino and mostly Alisei, but Alphino is in there as well because when you play Alphino or Alisei as not your commander, you get to search Alphino from your deck.
Yeah,
and vice versa.
Or vice versa. Yeah. So
well, and like talking about like if you're playing
sages that are like perfect in the deck.
Y'shtola, like the Spellslinger, Alphen also works for that because if you get him on the board, that just means that I cast 2 spells, draw a new card. Is it a new spell I can cast? You know, it you reload the gun basically. And I want to say I think thematically both these work. Alphino and Alisei like a little less so in Dawn Trail, but in general like through like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, which this is really drawing on. They are some of the strongest supporting characters for you, the player. So like Vesper is saying, it works with the job select thing. Like supporting Warriors of Light really works, but also
the emotional
basically backing up Y'shtola, I think also works because she is quote unquote the face, and like they are the twins are the 2 characters who are most likely to go out and do something in the plot, and then they come back to the nerd crew of some combination of Y'shtola, Graha, Arion J, etc., and are like, hello, we in the Warrior of Light punched these things and found this out. What the fuck do you think this means?
Like, obviously, I only know Aram Reborn, but to me, it makes perfect sense that Orion J does not really play well with the rest of the sages.
No, that's his character trope. That's his thing. He's the weird loader guy. Yeah. No, and that doesn't.
Oranges, you okay? Yeah,
he gets better about that as a character, but that still is usually his role in the team. Is he's the weird guy off on his own.
Thancred has to go off on his own to go find Urianger half the time.
Yeah. People joke about them. Urianger and Thancred are
my 2K dads.
Yeah, those.
Green has a good time. Yeah.
They're the weirdest couple ever, where it's just Urianger in the corner, just expounding and just muttering to himself, and you see Thancred just has to drag him by the ear into the plot.
There's a lot of really good shots in the Dawntrail trailer, but one of my favorite shots in the Dawntrail trailer is Thancred is like talking to women about stuff and being rejected, and is ambushed by a nutkin, while Urianger drinks a fucking tiki drink in the background, being like, "Yeah, that's my homie."
He's just having fun.
Okay, it just hit me, but like Urianger actually hits a lot of like gay romance plots actually, because he's the dude that has like this unrequited love that perished and shit. It's like, oh god, he's the guy that just never had actually had a straight romance going on. It's a recurring theme in a lot of like actual gay romance books.
Final Fantasy is like, I don't know if we'll really get into it because it has nothing to do with Magic cards, but Final Fantasy is like one of the gayest JRPG series of all time.
I mean, Dallas, I'll tell you this. I saw people bring this topic up today. Despite the fact that a lot of corporations are backing out of it, Square still sells Pride merch.
Oh, they know their audience.
Yeah, like they're still into it.
But listen, like they made female Rogadins, but the male Rogadins are still like a gay symbol of a community.
I also want to say, I feel like especially 14, not just because of the production team, does feel like they are at least trying to be maybe a little more conscious and progressive because they're kind of a worldwide brand, but also because the Warrior of Light, it can be either gender and you can just pop a Fantasia and switch. A lot of the NPCs feel like they're kind of written to be open-ended and approachable no matter what your character's gender is, so it does kind of like leave a lot of open-ended tropes.
Speaking of gays, there is one card that is a reprint, but I think we should bring it up just for the art itself because it's an incredible looking card. Sublime Epiphany.
Okay.
We'll get to that later, but yes, we need to talk about that art.
Yeah, no, like, I'm not saying right now. I'm just like when we get to that, it is a reprint.
I've not seen this art.
It is incredible art.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Is it the fucking guy? Oh, it's the guy art. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, no. Final Fantasy, like, other than the ones that have explicit romances in them, I mean explicit, like, I'm talking 10 and 8, not 7's whatever date simulator that is.
I mean, you aren't a 7 guy. 7 has a romance arc. It's just the translation is very loose, but there's a final fade to black for Cloud and Tifa that probably means things, but the game was run through translation.
I have not played 7 in a long time.
The actual way 7 works is I think it is about romance, but it's about romance from the point of view of Cloud, who's playing the role of a guy who's got a lot of fucking shit going on.
He's also kind of a brickhead sometimes because his head is full of too many things that aren't his own memories.
Well, yeah,
he's got stuff going on.
Like I said, the only
8's a very explicit low, like no
gay.
change around.
I think that's fair to say.
There's explicitly a romance in that one.
Well, hey, I mean, 16 had
Climber 2.
Well, has an explicit romance. No, but also has gay. Dion is gay. He's gay. He kisses a man. He kisses
he's extremely gay.
The Bahamut kisses men. Canon. Anyway, Ardbert.
Oh yeah.
White black. Perfect. No notes.
Oh my god, it's specifically that version. It's specifically that moment in time of Ardbert. Holy shit.
Warrior of Darkness, Ardbert.
Another guy who probably works best in his own, like, Orzhov commander, Orzhov being white-black. Still a good card, I would
Spirit
say.
Warrior. Works perfect.
You want to know what's really funny? I don't know. They didn't do this on purpose, obviously.
Yeah.
This card is so good in the Final Fantasy VI deck.
I think a little bit of crossover is not crazy.
So good in that deck.
But yeah, it's because that involves legendary creatures. So this is Ardbert says when you cast a white spell, put a 1/1 counter on each legendary creature you control. They're vigilant until the end of this turn. And speaking of iconic powers, when you cast a black spell, put a 1/1 counter on each legendary creature control. They gain menace until the end of turn.
Yep.
That's Ardbert. Yeah. That's Ardbert for you.
That's Warrior of Darkness, white, black,
His
no
card
notes,
is
perfect.
very good. Like,
Also,
his card is extremely good.
I love that they got the blood on the X because, again, the blood doesn't dry.
Yeah,
it's not
he
great.
always has that on his...
It's not great in this deck, because, like... ironically enough, Ardbert is not great at being the recipient of these counters, because he is just kind of a vanilla bungus.
I mean, he can become a vigilance and or menace, which is good. But yeah, no, like you'll
I mean, he can get menace, but like
the running theme of a lot of legendaries in this deck is that they're good. They're good cards.
Yeah.
They don't really synergize well in the deck because
Ardbert is
this
asking for a deck where hypothetically, and I don't actually. Dallas said he completed AR. He probably doesn't remember the post AR MSQ where we see the Warriors of Darkness in like the bridge a couple of times. But he's got a whole gang.
I think it's post Heavensward.
Is it post? Is it only post Heavensward?
It's
post
Heavensward.
It's post Heavensward.
Okay.
Regardless,
I think Dallas has
he works
technically
great in
progressed
the
past
Terror
that point as well. But like they're
No.
really? Didn't you? I thought you said you beat Heaven. Not recently. I thought you said previously
no.
you beat Heavensward.
I may have beat Heavensward literally like when Heavensward came out.
Okay.
But I genuinely don't
Like 10
remember
years
it.
ago.
But Ardbert is asking for a deck where he gets a whole gang of his gang.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, we need the other warrior. We need the other Warriors of Darkness.
like genuinely, the Terror deck is a
Darkness.
perfect home for him. It's really fun.
No, I think it does work, but also I think like you can do him as his own commander, and I think there are other decks. And like you said, like honestly, if you just wanted to build the fucking what would we call it? I guess like the Harlem Globetrotters of Final Fantasy characters. We just talked about like there's a lot of counter stuff that's in the X deck.
I should say
Obviously,
also,
that doesn't work, directly because
Ardbert has the second highest amount of decks outside of the face commanders for the Final Fantasy Commander decks.
Does not surprise me.
Like
Spoiler:
Ardbert.
the highest is the 7 Sephiroth, the 7-deck Sephiroth.
Also doesn't surprise me because he just forever doggers commander cost.
So
they're
the rest
both
of you.
very very iconic people, and also they're good cards.
Even though
decks.
it's very obscure, do you guys think that if they really bothered to, they could have made like all the other Warriors of Darkness / the Virtues?
I think we would have
As
seen
cards.
that as like
Ardbert
a
But
group
the
card.
deck 14 is
Yeah.
bloated. That's the problem.
They could have. The
made
problem is,
a
like we said
card.
already, that like they're already drawing on every single fucking X pack from 14 up to Endwalker. Like I think they just skipped Dawn Trail because it was the newest, and they've probably been working on this set for a while.
Theoretically, they could have. I think, with given the Magic designers time, they could have given each Final Fantasy. Well, maybe not certain ones, but they could have given a lot of Final Fantasy games their own Magic sets. They just don't have the time.
How many cards are usually in a set? Would you say, Dallas?
Main set is usually like 100 and something, 150, 160.
And
5, and they're not part of the set.
Okay.
Honestly, I mean, you would
but-
probably have to go into like remakes and demakes and stuff, but like most of the Final Fantasies, I think, have enough iconic stuff.
The Final Fantasies that they gave commander decks to, they could have made their own sets for.
Easily, yes, no, definitely.
Like 6, 7, 10, and 14, they could have made sets for each of those.
Those games have
I think-
huge casts and stuff.
I
Go
think for the Warriors of Darkness, I think the better alternative would be if instead of a single Ardbert card, they were all just like the Warriors of Darkness and had all of them.
That's what
fair.
I said.
That's fair.
It probably worked best to add like a tandem card that's like high cost and they like an ability that's like pseudo iconic to the classes that the warriors are or something.
No, that's fair because I thought
so given like oh this creature has vigilance, reach, what are the other like there's what, a black mage?
No, I agree with you because it's like they have a bard, a paladin, a white mage, a black mage. I was thinking about it in the sense. I was thinking about being like, because it's like they're also the 4 virtues, so I was like thinking like, oh, we could also have had them be like, they could have had like transform things, but yeah.
But yeah, like Dallas said, that would work if this was its own set.
They would work as its own set. Like certainly 14 has enough like iconic stuff between enemies, bosses, concept, places that you could fill out a whole set. But I assume that Magic kind of picked this as like, hey, Square, we want to do a Universes Beyond with you. Can we just use anything? And they're like, yeah, you can use everything. And they were like, okay, we're using everything. Obviously, like, I think that there's space now that they probably will do another Universes Beyond sequel with more Final Fantasy because it's really well selling, but they couldn't. Yeah. They could not guarantee that ahead of time. I don't think.
That's
like when
fair.
they made this business deal.
Yeah. No. I want them to get the other Square properties as a Universe Beyond set, but that's another thing.
I want to get the Eyehender card so I can give it so I can send it to Lucky.
I think we could do Dragon Quest. That would be cool. You can't do Kingdom Hearts because Disney.
Well, you know, I'm not Kingdom Hearts, but
Hi, Lise. Your art is literally a spoiler.
Another card that kind of fits well into the aesthetic. And she also
this card's also really strong as a commander.
This is a spoiler if you know nothing about Stormblood.
Don't worry about it.
Nope.
Don't think about it too hard. You don't. When you meet Lise, you'll meet Lise.
She's a monk.
Human rebel monk.
Yeah, she's monk.
Yes.
I'm a little. It makes sense, but also I'm a little like white blue is like. I mean, that kind of works, but also
she's red in there too.
She's white blue. She's white blue to fit best into the creature reduction costs and prowess, and They had to make her a spell slinging card
she's technically an Archon, I think.
Kind of like Lisa's she's a little bit of a meathead to be blue, but I think it works for for stuff we're not going to get into. Like I said, when Dallas gets to Stormblood, he'll get some more of this.
If they made a whole set, they probably would have also made a Fordola card.
Well, so really interestingly enough, Omega, I don't know if this puts anything into it. Blue is kind of the color of monks in Magic.
I guess, meditation, introspection, like I said. Here's the thing. Aesthetically, Lisa's a monk. She does not...
Does she do magic kung fu spells?
I guess technically she's a trust character. She's a monk.
That's monks in
Magic. Heaven.
That's monks in Magic. I
mean, Dallas, you've played monk and pugilist in 14. Lisa is literally if you use her in a duty trust, she is a monk.
No, the monk aesthetic in Magic is ironically very similar to the monk class. I would say less the pugilist class because it's much more energy beams and summoning dragons with their fists. Because dragons taught humans how to be monk. It's not important.
You do that in a later expansion, monk.
No, I'm saying in Magic, dragons taught humans how to be monks.
Okay.
I mean, it's again kind of D&D monk stuff. Depending on the game, monks in FF can do stuff like air render, earth, like send punches through the air or through the ground. Sometimes they can use the telekinesis ability to attack guys.
Sometimes they can suplex a train.
The colors of monks would be white, red, blue.
I'm kind of surprised Lisa doesn't have the ability to reach out and touch somebody, but it's fine.
But because obviously you can't put red in this deck, white, blue is the 2 monk colors available, so I assume that was it.
Yeah, so she's got. We mentioned it earlier, but she's got prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, she gets +1/+1 until the end of this turn.
Which is the monk keyword.
Non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. As long as you've cast 2 or more non-creature spells this turn, Lise has double strike. So this kind of does work as a beater inside your Y'shtola type deck. Like, you're going to be casting spells, so that means you get a big guy you can use to maybe finish off your opponents. But also, I think she does seem like she wants to be her own commander.
She definitely fits in Y'shtola. I'm not gonna say she doesn't, because it's a Spellslinger deck.
Spellslinger that never reduces spell cost is always something you want in the Spellslinger deck.
She definitely, yeah, I think that ability of hers is great for Y'shtola, but I feel like her best home is in Spellslinger decks that are kind of lower cost than Y'shtola is. Because while she's a, like, you want 3-cost spell deck, there are certain Spellslinger decks where you, like, want to cast as many small spells as possible, which is where I think her home really is.
I mean, ironically, one great example is the very previous Monk Precon from the Tarkir set, which is just the Jessica colors, white, blue, black. And it's very much just, I'm casting a billion spells.
White, red, blue. Sorry.
White, red, blue, red, red.
Yeah.
No, white, red, blue.
We've said a lot of words tonight, chat. Our ability to make sure they're all the correct ones is hard.
Liss is recommended as an ad in that pre-con now, which is funny.
I'm not surprised.
I've heard a lot about this equipment called Corey Steel Cutter.
Corey Steel Cutter is crazy. It's what, one...
Corey Steel Cutter is okay in Commander. It's 2 mana. Whenever you cast your second spell in a turn, make a 1/1 monk, attach it, and as an equipment, it gives +1/+1 in trample. In Commander, it's pretty good, pretty decent, solid advantage engine. It's in Standard that card is a fucking menace. Yeah, no, it's one of the best cards in Standard, probably.
So let's make everybody in the crowd horny. It's Emmett Selk of the 3rd seat.
Yippee!
Oh boy. Emo boy.
Yeah, that's of the 3rd seat is his commander
very
version.
very sad.
Elder Wizard.
I just noticed.
Already know he's an emo dickhead.
All right.
No, Dallas, blue black is correct, and you know some things.
Like,
slight spoiler for lore accuracy. If we were gonna be lore accurate, there should be a planeswalker version of him.
Yeah, there really should be.
Because they jump shards.
I should say that planeswalking is very, very specific to Magic because it's given by Mr. Eugene, Sir Eugene. He was not given the ability by Eugene, therefore he is not a planeswalker.
I guess they changed the rule, I guess, yeah.
That doesn't matter. Eugene's spark is not inside him. Therefore, he is not a planeswalker. There are other people who can transfer planes. They are not planeswalkers.
Okay,
he was not touched in. He was not touched inside by Big Eugene.
Anyway, spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less to cast. Whenever one or more opponents lose life, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. If that card would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Do it only once each turn.
That fits him very well.
So
yeah.
From the other cards we've already kind of seen, you can kind of like the whole the wider picture I hope is forming for people seeing these cards. It's all over the place in ways that like.
I feel like every third fucking card is better suited as its own commander.
Yeah, better its own commander, and like we now have like 5 different ways to cast spells and no real centralized way to facilitate most of them.
I'm gonna dunk on this man. Oh, go ahead.
I kind of phrased the deck as like I said last week, almost like an anime protagonist deck where it's like it's not much cohesion, there's just answers to do a bunch of different things.
Yeah. I'm gonna dunk on this man I've never met.
Bummer.
I think he's kind of not great.
Well, this version anyway.
Yeah, this version, I should say.
Like I said, this feels like they really needed to make sure they had a commander version of him, and whatever deck this guy goes in, I haven't seen any creatures anyway that match in this deck that match what Emmett Selk does.
He's a creature that goes in a deck, but there are already better cards that have that same effect. There's probably someone's gonna find something that he
actually
breaks,
hell. Fuck it. Wasn't there another guy who had a similar effect that spells you cast from your graveyard cost less in 6?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, because that's a big
deck.
Yeah, it's a big rebirth deck.
Terrorizes the 3 or less for free.
That's also true, yeah.
Is it wrong? Am I looking at it right? Is that like it's like just sitting like in the this like the viewing chamber or the
He's
gate
just
chamber?
being an emo dick.
I think
Yes,
this
he's
is
in.
the
I think this
throne
is the
room.
Crystal Tower.
It's the Crystal Tower.
I can hear My Chemical Romance in the background.
No, he plays
could
that. He's
be-
the classical.
It could be the
No spoilers,
No,
Jax.
he'd only listen to classical around other people. In his in his own time, when he's not around other people, he listens to Stained.
I will
'Cause he
say
knows
you
it's
are wrong,
bad.
but okay
Been a
now.
while.
Okay, first impressions for Dallas. He hasn't met.
Dallas
so
is
don't worry
assuming a
about
lot
Jack.
based on it being blue-black.
I'm
And
assuming
forgetting
he's
he's
a
an elder
villain.
wizard.
I think he's a villain. I mean, he could not be a villain. Who knows?
It's complicated.
We'll leave it. We'll let you discover it on your own.
Anyway, yeah, no, this card's okay. Like the reduction in cost is good, but that second ability is kind of one of those this might as well not exist abilities.
I'm excited to see the other version because I remember that version being really fucking good.
Like
and
he's
I'd be
good
like,
in
"That's-
a support piece in another deck, is my opinion of him. He's not good enough to helm his own deck, in my opinion. Once again, could be wrong. But he's a good support piece in a graveyard-focused spell deck.
Estidia! Fucking play the battle.
Estidian, the guy with a big spear.
He jumps.
I mean,
Wait, is this that
Estidian-
douchebag that it keeps attacking me? Hold on.
okay.
Have you
whatever.
played Dragoon?
In the-
Yes, no, this is the douchebag that keeps attacking me.
Yes, Dallas. Yes, you are correct. If you're playing, if you're
Look at this character.
Axe, you can't be like, actually, Dallas. No, that is what Estidian does in the Dragoon quest in ARR.
That is fair. That is fair. I will also
He
say
becomes
Estidian can
basically a completely different character in Heavensward, Dallas. It's very
does.
weird.
Oh, fair enough.
As a person who started as Lancer / Dragoon, it is a little weird. He's basically a different guy.
I really want to watch the cutscenes for base 1.0 because he's there too. So
Is he
And
just
also, I
fine?
bet he's a completely different guy.
So here's the thing. He's an even bigger dick in 1.0 because I've played 1.0.
Oh, great.
that makes sense.
Isn't that
Does
when his
kinda make
parents got
He's
eaten by
he's
Him-
a
him
straight up
being-
villain.
Him being white-black makes sense.
He also could be red. I could say that too. He also could be red.
I'll say this from what little
Like,
I'll
white-
say this.
like-
Obviously, he
black
doesn't work
red.
for the
From
commander deck. But
From
yeah.
what little I know of the Heavensward place in general, that entire city should be white black.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
probably they are stuck in an eternal holy war against dragons.
So,
Omega,
I'll
what's the
put it
name of
this
their
way,
goddess
Omega.
again? Because I'm blanking on her name.
The
Halone?
Halone can also be a black-white god.
the
I actually don't know
white
about that.
black- I'll put it this way, Omega. The white black guild in Magic they're not evil technically. Their entire job is imagine an entire royal family made
They're
of
death and
loan
taxes, aren't they?
sharks.
They're death and taxes, yeah.
Well,
And
I have
then
to ask
all of
Dallas
those
to repeat
loan-
what he said because Axe talked over him. What did you end
So
your sentence with,
imagine
Dallas?
an entire guild of loan sharks. And now imagine all of those loan sharks are immortal ghosts.
Yeah. That's not exactly a fit
Really
for
religiously-
Ishgard,
really
but yes, they
religious
are they are very zealous. They do bad things with their religion, like white black works, and it works for Estinian because he is a guy who has to get out of a vengeance quest, but also he is a knight, he is a warrior, but also he is ready to kill, and he literally at the end of the Dragoon quest tries to kill you because he is overpowered by the Magic 8 Ball, which is
So this is going to be
Is there no Nidhogg card?
This is going to be an obscure
not
reference.
in the commander, I don't think.
Is it black?
There is
No,
the
there's
eye
no
card.
red.
Nidhogg. There's no Nidhogg card. I don't
There
believe.
is
There's
his
an eye
eye.
of Nidhogg in this deck.
His eye is in
But
this set.
I'll say this. This is an obscure reference, and have any of you read One Piece?
Yes.
Dallas is
Or
never
watched it.
read One Piece.
He reminds me of this
I'll take my
one
headphones off.
character from One Piece who's just a complete dick to everyone. He has good intentions, but he literally just attacks people because he's a dickhead.
Which character is
I've been
it?
thinking like
From
3 different
the
characters.
Sky Island. The hero chieftain dude.
You're
with the
asking
bazooka.
Dallas to remember names,
Wiper.
which is tough.
Wiper. That's it. Well, no, Omega. In my defense, for One Piece, depending on the scan translation of the manga, the names are spelled differently.
That's like Zoro and Zoro specifically, to be fair.
I will say I mostly just remember Estinian from like his later iterations and not like the iterations that are barely noticeable nowadays.
Well, this is him doing Stardiver, which I think he does in
Endwalker.
I think it's technically in the Shadowbringers patch 2. Endwalker is the first time he does that. Yeah,
the level 90 one. Yeah,
yeah. They previewed what would be coming in the new patch, so it's a little odd because let's say it this way. So he's an elf warrior. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on Estinian. He gains flying until the end of turn. This is effectively the jump keyword. Gain flying during your turn. At the beginning of your second main phase, yeah, we haven't seen any of them really that straight up have the jump keyword. I don't remember if regular main deck Sid does, but
his ability is referencing like Endwalker Estinian.
No, sorry, I didn't know that he was an elf.
He's an Elezen.
Yeah, he's an Elezen.
Yes.
So he doesn't take his hat off until Heavensward.
Most of the people in
the entirety of the Rubber Board, he just wears the Dragoon hat.
Which the Dragoon helm is well known, I think, for being non-flexible. So there's no detail in it at all. It's just hat. As opposed to other helmets in Ishgard where the Elezen are wearing chainmail that fucking covers their ears because it's very funny. But no, Estinian is a Elezen. He is an elf warrior. At the beginning of your second main phase, you may draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of your opponents who were dealt combat damage by Estinian or a dragon this turn.
God, that feels like there should
Which
be
arguably isn't an arguably that's not an no, it isn't.
No.
Oh, that's just his Realm Reborn.
He's hurting himself or hurting you basically to draw cards if the Dragon War.
I took it as the Dragon Rider thing.
Trying to kill you.
I mean, it has synergy if you are also playing dragons, which is like gonna be he's the dragon killing guy, so he's got an arc to go through. But also just he is a warrior in the Dragon Song War, which is the eternal war of elves v dragons. So
yeah, I would assume
cycle of revenge and shit.
The relationship with dragons is complicated, which you can assume from the Dragoon quest line because of your epic Chad mentor, who I forget the name of because I played that quest line like 8 years ago.
He is a really cool dude, but he's not your mentor. The city doesn't teach you shit about
he's your douchebag rival.
Yeah, he's your in the Dragoon questline. He is your school rival that you beat up.
He's not even your rival. He literally tries to murder you.
Well, it's the thing that happens in several jobs in ARR, but it's the thing where like you have another character who like does the evil kung fu, turns to the dark side type shit.
Well, because the monk questline also does that, but like the dude in the monk questline calls you like brother and like we must fight because it is our destiny. Estinian's just like, nah, you a bitch, I'ma kill you.
Estinian is like, only I understand how to use the evil magic 8-ball. Nidhogg speaks to me, and I'm like, Estinian, calm down. And he's like, no, I'm going to explode now.
Let me eat your blood.
I think the mentor is Alberic.
Yes, Alberic.
Yeah.
He's
Alberic, yeah.
No, Alberic is cool. He's literally like, yeah, I used to be the Azure Dragoon. I possessed the Nidhogg's eyeball. I threw that shit away. It was evil. Yeah. I couldn't do that shit anymore.
It wanted to be the commit genocide.
It kept telling me to murder people, and I was
say
like,
that.
I kept telling me to murder people, and I was like, nah, that ain't cool.
I dropped it. He's the Samwise and Estinian's like I didn't like that shit, man. That was weird. Like I didn't like how it would make me feel.
Yeah, no, basically that's like to do a little bit of detail because we're talking about him. Alberic basically tells you when you jump in, he's like, yeah, there was a time when I used the power of the eyeball and I felt it overcoming me, and I was gonna be and like wanted me to freak out and kill everyone like every Azure Dragoon before me, and I was just like, no, and I stopped being a Dragoon. I quit. It sucked. It was bad. It's bad for you.
So I'm gonna teach you.
I'm gonna teach you how to not do that.
Nah, obviously, because I've heard from, like, this isn't a spoiler, I've heard from other people that he gets better for a long time, but the impression you get of Estinian in the Dragoon questline is that he is just an evil villain. Like, he does not give you anything else.
Dallas, I want to explain this to you.
Literally,
when you talk about
literally
it,
when you run into him in Heavensward, you get to, because if you've done the Dragoon quest, you get to be like, Estinian, did you try to kill me? And he's like, yeah, sorry, man, I was high on some shit.
Also, didn't you die? Wait a minute, hold on.
Well, I mean, at least for Estinian, he can go, you didn't see my body, didn't count. And you're like, no, you're right.
At the end of the Dragoon quest line, he fucking explodes.
The explosion. You didn't see me do it.
Actually, also, no, by the way, no, we're not kidding. He does the dragon fire dive and, like, sets the floor on fire and, like, explodes in light and vanishes. And you're just like, I guess he's dead. I guess I'll never see him again.
I think he backflipped out of the explosion.
He probably did.
No, my headcanon is that he went through the ice, because you do it on like an icy plane, is that he like burrowed through the ice and he would just stuck there for a couple days.
He literally chills out.
No, but he broke, like, my head, because obviously they can't do breaking environments in game because that would like cost a shit ton of money.
That's right, he broke through the floor.
He broke through the stone and just stuck in the ice like, this is uncomfortable. How do I move?
There he is.
But like, that's what you're talking about is so weird to me because it's like you're talking about basically like, it's like watching a show and only seeing episode 1 and then comparing the entire show to like a 20-episode series.
No, actually, what it is Dallas has watched season 1 of the TV show, and Estinian is a character who's gonna be in 5 more seasons, and it's like he's not wrong, but also it is funny. That said, I think this character design kind of works for Estinian.
The first thing he tells you is, "You are not worthy to hold a spear. I will kill you."
God,
which is funny because that's also, I also want to say, that's also how the Lancer Guild quest works, is like, there's an asshole who's like, huh, you're a chump, you're a foreigner, you can't stand up to me, I'm a proud, I'm a woodborn Elizin with a spear, I'll fight boars. Oh no, my hubris!
Then you find
he was just kind of like, I'm gonna be better than you because I'm snooty and sort of racist.
This is another one that, by the way, is really racist. No spoilers, but this is really fucking weird that they picked this. Hermes, Overseer of Elpis. This is Endwalker shit.
Hermes, I fucking hate this guy. I just say this, I hate this guy.
This is the weirdest.
That's fair. That's fair.
This is the weirdest pull from like from like Endwalker times. Like, okay. He's making birds.
It makes sense, but it doesn't make any goddamn sense in this deck. I mean, I guess when you cast a non-creature spell, he makes a bird token, but still, it's like, what the fuck?
Okay,
this is go with the bird deck?
I need to say this.
Well, no,
I'd be vague about this, but why did they pick Hermes and not any of the other like Ethereans?
He is blue, and he does. Dallas is about to say, I think it works in the deck because it creates the token, right? You cast a non-creature spell, you create a token, which is a bird that has flying.
It's not just that it creates a token. It's specifically like one of the most important things in Commander decks, at least in my opinion, is having some way to block getting one shot by flyers.
That's fair.
Like if your friend that plays big, I'm not saying lore-wise it makes sense.
Dallas. I want to say
Brea or like
you bring up a point. You brought up a point earlier that you said that you think that flying is like the iconic blue thing. So like 1/1 blue birds with flying makes sense.
That's fair.
Yes, Hermes is a guy who creates birds. It's really
a token should be able to transform into something else.
Honestly,
well, you're thinking too deep about it. He also just makes birds, but it's just like really.
This is one of the few cards in this deck, at least, that feels like they came up with the card and went, all right, what character do we put to this?
No, because like it does work. I think they went, how do we work Hermes into this commander deck? I guess we can have him make birds. That's a thing you can do.
It's such like a snapshot of Hermes. It's a snapshot
so
of him.
Weird.
It's not the whole thing.
And like Scry is look and put to bottom of deck, if you choose, right?
Scry is probably another like mainstay of blue. So like it's like everything he does is good. It's more so just in the same way that Estinian is like, if you attack with dragons, he does more. This guy's like, if you attack with bird, you can scry. And like granted, you just need to cast one spell to get a bird and attack with it later.
Like yes,
honestly, I think Hermes could have also done like hand rip because that represents memory loss.
Well, and that's just like blue stuff. Dallas, trust me, when you get to Endwalker, pull up this card again and go, wow, this was the weirdest flex the Magic team did. It's not a bad card. It's just like, Axetic said it correctly. This is such a weird snapshot of this guy.
It's a vertical slice of him. It's a vertical slice of when you first meet him.
This card is very much feels to me like kind of like Alphino and a couple other cards where it's like, it's not a great card, but it's a good card, and it's like, makes sense in the deck. Like
it makes sense in the Magic card. I just like I feel like there could be 2 other versions of Hermes here.
Well, yes, definitely. But that's what a lot of sets in.
It'd be like if they made a Cecil card that was just Cecil at the very beginning of the game, and they never made like a Cecil for that to represent like him class changing. They just made beginning Cecil and nothing else.
Yeah, it's a really, like I said, Dallas. You'll see when you get to Endwalker. This is a really weird case where like
trust you guys on this because
the lore works, but the lore works in such a weird way of like, yeah, I guess he works for bird support and bird is blue, but like, why did we not do other cards? You could have done this other ways.
Also, Herbie should have an effect that when something else dies, it triggers something.
Anyway, but. Yeah, no, this is probably weird. It's a decent card in the deck. Like this would not be one of my first cuts especially in this deck. There are way more.
It's probably more of a spoiler, but there are probably versions of Hermes that are blue and black and make more sense.
Here's one of them.
Well, here's a black card that works out. But no, I was gonna say before we got there. No, Dallas, I think that you're right that the Hermes is a very strong card for the deck. He does stuff that the deck wants to do. It's just like I said, it's a really weird like flex.
It's less that he does stuff the deck wants to do. It's that he fills in holes the deck needs. Like Spellslinger decks need some way to not die.
Generating a bunch of creatures that are vigilant.
Creating a wall of cannon fodder, I mean birds, is good. And also the fact that they have vigilance is nice.
I also did not answer. Scry is you can top or bottom. You look at the card and top or bottom.
Yeah, you can put it back.
It fits Hermes.
Prevail on this guy is top or graveyard.
I have a thing I need to say now for Van Daniel.
Do you need to say it,
Daniel? I'd like to say it.
What?
Very well. You may say
it. Is it a spoiler?
No. Like how I feel like if they had a Nidhogg card, him and Van Daniel should also be like red black. Because they're about just committed to a...
No, Van Daniel's black. Van Daniel's a classic Final Fantasy black villain.
Just the end of everything? Okay, yeah.
From what I know about... Well, no, because from what I know about the Asians, because I don't know Van Daniel, but I do know the Asians. They fit more of the classical black. Because for instance, the most, in my opinion, the most iconic black magic creature is Yawgmoth. Who literally wants to return all of reality to nothing.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that's him.
Pretty accurate.
Well, technically wants to return all of reality to Yawgmoth, but it also in process would destroy it.
The Asians are not a monoculture, so they they can do different things, but black works for all of them a little bit. But yeah,
Blue
Van Daniel's mono
too.
Black.
I also just noticed this exact shot, this exact moment is actually perfect. I know this exact moment.
Like, the way I distinguish it, because like black and blue are the 2 magic colors, like of mages and wizards. The way I describe it is blue is the color of wizardry you can learn from school, and black is the color of wizardry that they lock in the books in the behind area, and if you learn it, they slap you with a ruler.
And red is the color of magic that hurts everyone, even the people fast.
Van Daniel he's an elder wizard, and he says when you cast an instant or sorcery, so not non-creature spells, but specific types of non-creature spells, you surveil one, which is we talked about before. That's
a very funny secondary effect.
Yes. I love his effect. The second effect is just the end times.
At the beginning of your end step, opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. If they don't, they lose 2 life for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard.
Like, this is a good card. Once again, this is a very good card in a different type of deck. There are plenty of decks like this that want you to smush all of your instants and sorceries into your graveyard. There are plenty of decks that Van Daniel would go in. I just don't think Y'shtola is necessarily
This is another one I want to say that's kind of weird. Like, I want to bring this up now. We haven't really been talking about mana cost, but... while there's no like big like 7 drop, there are like 4 or 5 drops in this deck.
Yeah, we should talk about mana cost now. It's more relevant for the non-creatures, because that's what Y'shtola cares about.
Yeah, but like
this is where things, like 5 is like, I would consider like the start of the mid-cost commander cards, because remember, commander's a slow format.
Yeah. And commanders themselves can cost, like anywhere from usually it seems like for precon seems to be like, 3-ish to 5-ish.
I think the most expensive commander is 15, I believe.
But like at the same time,
no, he's not
there are several differently mana'd large boys in this deck.
Yeah. I
like
think
Fandaniel's
definitely
the
does not fit in the deck. I'll say that because he wants your graveyard to be stopped. He wants that effect to hurt, and Y'shtola doesn't really care that much about the graveyard. Whereas there are a lot of commanders that really care about having instances like a commander I used to play before my friend groups got tired of it was Kess Dissident Mage. She really liked dumping her entire deck into her graveyard and then casting it from there.
Again, for reasons we cannot get into, and I will muzzle Axe if I have to. But this feels like a card they put in to counterpoint other cards in this deck because they're trying to be cute. And again, much like the rest of the 14 deck, it is cute. It does not work with a cohesive strategy with what the other decks are going to be. Like we even said this about like the 6 and 7 decks are like, those are very like straight line. There's a couple of outliers because they're just adding, legendaries names, but usually it feels like you can very easily boil that deck down to, we're doing equips, or we're summoning some weenies to get Tifa to fucking double strike.
Playing with our graveyards.
Yeah, that's Six's thing is we're gonna play small creatures and we're gonna reborn them from the graveyard. Got it. 14 is a deck where you look at your commanders and you go, okay, I understand. We're casting non-creature spells.
Wait a minute. And then you look at the deck list and go, huh? Nani?
Wait a minute.
It's like the thing about those, like half the people in the deck are opposed to each other thematically and narratively.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, because I do agree with what Chat just said. I do think he fits in the deck. Like, it's not just like it's not like Kefka, where Kefka is an obvious outlier in the 6 deck. So because he's the villain, like I think Fandaniel fits fine in the deck, but a lot of the heroes don't. Like Urianger does not.
Yeah, Fandaniel works for the strategy. Also, yes, Race Valgyr's in this fucking deck.
Race Valgyr's pretty solid.
Okay.
You combat potential, I would say.
Race Valgyr of the first brood. Blue. I mean, he does fly. He is icy.
It's literally that one moment in Heavensward. Okay.
Speaking also, I guess technically out of the other like first brood dragons we meet, Blue I think works for Race Valgyr because like they talk about him like he could be a good guy, but like at least of this moment in Heavensward, up until then he is like Dallas said that like Blue is a color associated with monks. Race Valgyr is the guy who's kind of like fucked off and minding his own business for most of the plot.
Well, blue to me is the most like alignment neutral color in Magic.
Like, he's very neutral.
If you wanted to break down the colors into alignments, white tends to be good, although it's often subverted into bad. But regardless, on the whole, it tends to be good. Green tends to be good, but less than white. Red tends to be bad, but less than black. And then blue is kind of just that middle point where they could go either way.
Honestly, if you say blue is the color of intellect, that makes the most sense because intelligence is one of those things that, like, being a smarty pants isn't a good or a morally good or bad thing on its own. It's what you do with your ethics that matter.
I think that the biggest descriptor of blue is the color of curiosity. It's the you know that Jurassic Park quote, you never thought to think, should you do this? Every blue mage does
You were so
thing.
Obsessed with whether or not you could do it, you didn't think you should do it.
No, all blue mages would do the thing. and think about consequences later.
I also just think about how much like Herzliker is angry and sad at the same time, where it just neutralizes each emotion.
Like I said, he's just kind of minding his own beeswax for a lot of the plot. So that blue works for this. He's an Elder Dragon. He's got Flying Vigilance. He has Ward 2.
Makes sense. He's got his eyes.
This card is so weird.
When Trafalgar enters, and when you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +1 until the end of turn and can't be blocked. So it's like, yeah.
This card
is blue, I guess. It does work with non-creature spells, but also I don't know.
It's one of those cards that, like, okay, he's giving me a way to deal like face damage with my creatures, which I guess is funny with Y'shtola because she has vigilance, so I can just get free commander damage off. But also, this is way too slow. Like, oh, cool. I will spend 7 turns giving Y'shtola +1 and unblockable, and I will win through commander damage. Said nobody.
So honestly,
yes, target creature.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I look at this and it's like, okay, so where's the Garlean flagship?
This card. Oh yeah, he is the guy who ate that, isn't he? I've seen that cutscene.
No, that's
Midgard Stormer. Axe is once again spoiling things that he doesn't need to spoil.
Fair enough.
Where the Garlean ship is currently being something where it can't be blocked this turn.
I know some Norse dragon.
Midgard Stormer, I think, is a card, but he's not in this deck.
No, he's in the main set.
Midgard Stormer could be a lot of colors.
This card is so weird. It feels like he's supposed to be his own commander, but he's not good enough to be his own commander. He just doesn't feel like he has a home. Like, this card feels like a card without a home.
This feels like, once again, if they had more 14 cards they could dedicate to, or they had like multiple 14 decks, there should be a whole like, there should be like a whole dragon deck, which is probably like, you know,
like Nidhogg and Midgard Summer.
Yeah, I was gonna
honestly,
say, like,
I think that dragons in
Tiamat?
I think that dragons in 14 would be these colors, would be blue, black, white.
So there would be a problem with Tiamat.
Tiamat's already here, and is
copyrighted.
Well, so the D&D Tiamat, the original Tiamat, that is of the the original dragon Tiamat, I should say, that is not the ancient god. Is in the D&D set.
True,
but you would just do Tiamat of the First Brood.
Yeah.
The 14 one is from the same class as Trafalgar, Nidhogg, Bahamut, etc.
I still think Nidhogg would be red.
Regardless,
I mean, Nidhogg can be red, but he can also just be black.
He's just so fucking angry.
I mean, considering he has a spell in this deck that is mono black, I'm sure they're not going to be put red in this.
I mean, I think he'd be black red.
He would be mono black though.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you were building, you could build a commander deck out of the dragon arc in Final Fantasy 14, and like I said, I think it would honestly be blue, white, black, because that like incorporates like what the dragons are doing.
Midgard Summer could totally be 5 colors.
That actually also is true, but
regardless, I do think this card is a bit. I just don't know where I would put this. I feel like this card could be good in a deck, but I don't know what deck.
I'm happy it exists.
Yeah, it's neat. I like the art. I don't know what it's doing in this commander deck.
I think Vesper had beautiful.
I think Vesper had the best guess, which is just saying like, I guess sometimes you need a big fucking guy.
Yeah,
it has ward.
Sometimes you need a guy. He has vigilance.
I just don't think
a lot of your guys' vigilance. So, like, in theory, like,
this is the deck you don't need a big guy though.
Well, yeah, but like I'm looking at the precon, seeing like what the intended thing is. Okay, it's a dragon for Asthenian. It's vigilance, so he can give himself the boost and just swing in for face flying. Not much you can really do. You can't do anything about it. Still have a big flyer up to defend on your turn. You can give it to like you can give it to your commander or someone else that you beefed up. Like say the giant hero token you made with Raha. Give it +1/0 and make it unblockable.
Could work, but yeah, it's definitely like a card that feels like it's probably cut. Anyway, Good King Mugglemog. May his name forever be unmoogled.
Unmoogled. I forgot.
This card is dumb.
Saga
This card,
Moogle.
yeah.
I love his fucking knight. His order of like warriors are below him.
Once again, not good in the Ashola deck, because you want to do a very specific thing with this card.
But this is a Saga Moogle. It costs 5. It's a 4/4. It's got flying lifelink.
I'm humming this song again.
On step 1, create 2 1/2 white Moogle creature tokens with lifelink. He summons adds. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, create a token that's a copy of a non-saga token you control. He summons more adds.
That ability is no, not Omega. You think too.
Well, I'm saying what the saga ability is doing is he summons more adds, but you also can do some very funny thing. Though I do think that he can. I think he has enrage.
Not non-creature.
I think there's I think there's only like 3 or 4 other Moogle cards that exist.
There aren't that many.
The fourth one, the fourth part doesn't matter. That's again the idea. What the card says itself wants you to do is create 2 1/2 white Moogle tokens, and then on 2 and 3. Yeah, you copy them because you're casting non-creature spells, so you make a lot of copies of tokens.
On them,
and then you make them.
What this card is for is. This is not for a Y'shtola style deck, which is kind of like a mid-range Spellslinger tempo deck. This is for those decks that play like 5. This is for like a Lishex deck, where you play like 50 like 1 or 2 cost spells that you can cycle into. Like I have a deck. It's a red deck, so unfortunately I cannot play Mugglemog in it. Of Urbrask, the Hateforge. So his ability is whenever you play a instant and sorcery, deal 1 damage to target opponent, generate 1 red mana. I have been able to play 50 spells in 1 turn with that deck. Because most of the spells in my deck are 1 mana cards that do something incidental and draw a card.
I would say, I don't remember who said it exactly because it was kind of muffled, but somebody brought up earlier. I think not the actual 7 precon, but there are several white soldier token things in 7. Yeah, Mugglemog also works for that because he's mono white, and so you could hypothetically use that to create to clone a shitload more soldier tokens.
But also you can generate token copies of other things like the Buster Sword, and then you could make 50 Buster Swords.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, no, you can't because create a token that's a copy of a non-saga token you control. You can only copy tokens.
Yes, but you can make a copy that is a token. There are cards that generate copies of permanents that are tokens.
This is true.
There's a saga called the City of Death. It's a Doctor Who card. That is its ability. It's a saga. It has 6 steps. The first step is generate a treasure, and the next 5 are create a token copy of create a copy of target token. This Mugglemog essentially does what that does, and any broken combos you can do with City of Death, you can do with Mugglemog. Colors providing, obviously.
Yeah, but no, this seems like a good guy just because
this is a card you could break.
The 2 and 3 effects are just so open-ended. Well, also he still does the flavorful thing of he creates a bunch of Moogle ads and kicks your ass, but also he does other bullshit.
Yeah, no, you can. This card is a bullshit card. Like, this is one of those cards. If I see someone play this card, I'm never gonna assume they're doing anything fair. Because that 2 and 3 ability is just dumb. Oh, well, Thancred.
Let's talk about Thancred.
What they've done to you, my boy.
This is Thancred.
This is Thancred. Indeed. This is in fact
out
Thancred.
of all the cards, this certainly is him.
Honestly, there was a long meme about this is Thancred because it took them a long time to reveal a Thancred card. But this is Thancred. He is a 5-drop. He's mono white. He is a human warrior. He has flash.
I feel like Shadowbringer Thancred is the only time he could have been mono white.
Yeah, like I said, I think it works. It's just funny that they're like using this snapshot of him because Thancred could be any number of colors at different points in the arc, but pure white works for Shadowbringers. He's a 3/5, like you said. He's got flash, which is just you can cast him as an instant, I believe.
Hijagaza and Ludu in this deck.
Yeah. So
Like,
I mean, also literally that, because his ability is Royal Guard. When Thancred Watered enters, target another legendary permanent you control gains indestructible as long as Thancred is here. He is the tank. He tanks.
It's cute. It is better protection than Kaza and Lutu. I would say it still runs the same problems, but being indestructible is way more better than preventing damage.
I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off because Thancred is probably one of my favorite characters in Final Fantasy XIV. This card is ass cheeks. Like, this card is straight up bad. It's the problem is there's a bunch of cards that have the same effect that are better and cheaper.
He is 5 cost, but he is flash.
5 cost and but there are other cards with flash that do similar effect. Like, if you want commander protection, this just isn't it. Like,
I mean,
I'm sorry.
literally,
we just to death, but
literally we talked earlier, right? In the 10 deck, you have protection magic, which is it was an instant, so you can. It doesn't have to be flash. It's already inherently instant. That's shield token, so it doesn't, like, hypothetically last as long as Thancred, but it's a hell of a lot cheaper to just go, oh, you're going to destroy me? Nope. Shield tokens.
Like, the cute part is that he can also become indestructible, but it's not really worth it.
Yeah, it's again, Thancred feels like he's asking for a deck which is different. Like, yes, he can, fucking bodyguard Y'shtola. He can tank for her, and then, he'll be indestructible. She'll be indestructible as long as he's indestructible. And if you cast instants on your opponent's turn, those are non-creature spells, so he gets indestructible for the end of turn. But it's just like, I don't know. It feels too high cost to also really have him be like a 3/5 creature.
Like, there are certain cards that I've tried to be very kind to. That I think are bad, but I can see plenty of reasons why people might use them. This is one of those cards I'm like, I can't justify it. And I would, because I like Thancred a lot.
I mean, chat it does bring up, like, yes, you want redundancy, but I think you would just cut Thancred and play more lower costed protection spells.
There are so many cards with this effect in white.
Like I think I agree. I feel like you would. Thancred has too high a cost for what he brings. You would cut him and just play more generic protection effects.
Like, once again, like, I love Thancred, but this is just literally like you are making your deck worse if you were to play this instead of, like, Boromir or a card from Final Fantasy that we'll get to. I think, was he in the 7 deck? Was Zach in the 7 deck?
Yes, Migongaga.
Yeah, Zach.
The other thing is too
Zach's
is
drop. Again,
he should be
protection
cheaper
magic's
because he's only targeting legendaries. Notice that none of the others are legendary selfish for protection.
He's so bad. It's actually infuriating.
Is there a green card?
No.
Okay. Not in this. I don't remember. Did they show a Reen?
I mean, she's on the lesbian card. She's on the Yuri card.
Well, yeah,
she's in the deck twice. Just not.
That is her only representation. That one card.
No, she's here too.
And here. Thank you for pointing that out.
That's why I asked, because it's like, I feel like it's intentional because it's to protect a card that doesn't exist yet.
But yeah,
it's unfortunate because I love Thancred, but, like, this is one of those cards I'm like, this is not good anywhere.
I feel like there's a white-blue version of him, or like a white-black version of him somewhere that would make sense.
Any version that, honestly, it's really sad. Like, if he was mono black, he'd be a better card. He still wouldn't be good. But there's just so much redundancy.
He'd be doing something, that's at least more rare in black.
He'd probably be doing
assassination. But in white, there's so much redundancy for sacrifice, for making your creatures indestructible. Like, it is the color that does that.
All right, I have to assume that our next new card is Transpose.
Yes, Transpose.
Transpose is
black magic
very funny. I wish they made more cards that did this niche of making these black mage tokens. But I can also see the problem of not wanting to make too many of them because it's the problem of it. It's the Moogle problem, kind of like good lord, Guggen Mugamug with a billion copies of these fuckers will just.
They're a decent amount in the main set.
Yeah, main set. Kuj is
No,
going.
I know. I wish there were
right now.
even more. Is what I'm saying. Like there's not that many.
Transpose, it's 3 mana, one of which must be black, which makes sense. It's a Thaumaturge and a Black Mage ability is Transpose. It's an instant, draw a card, discard a card. If you lose 1 life. If the spell is cast from your hand, create a 0/1 Black Wizard token. With whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. And then rebound, if you cast the spell from your hand, exile it as it resolves. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast this card from exile without paying its mana cost. If you don't know, Transpose is an ability that Black Mage has. You switch your stances, basically. You switch between, you cancel ice or fire and go get 1 charge of the other. At least that's the basic version.
It lets you keep, so you just don't have to keep doing the whole thing over again.
Yeah. So it works
decent.
very well for what this does. You know,
and it's a great cost for the deck. Like, you want your cards to cost exactly this much in Y'shtola.
The fact that it essentially casts itself twice too is good for your Stola.
Yeah, like this card is perfect for Y'shtola. With Grahatea, you want more of the big stupid stuff because he benefits more from big stupid spells. With Y'shtola, you literally want 3.
And the other thing is too, this deck just makes this card makes more mini Y'shtolas, which is kind of like.
Well,
it's interesting
Y'shtola's without the life gain.
This is a spell slinging
deck. It still does the thing where, like, because if you have Y'shtola in play, you're still gaining life off her, but this adds even more little chip damage because it's Transpose. You're making Black Mages or Thaumaturges, Black Wizards, which do things.
It's not a card we'll discuss because again, it's a reprint, but Rite of Replication is definitely they put this card in for like stuff like this specifically to make a bajillion of these wizards, and now every time you play a card, your opponents are melting.
Yeah.
So is Circle of Power a reprint? I think it is.
Circle of Power is not a reprint. It is a main set card, though.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how you want to handle that.
We'll throw it in there.
Still new.
We've talked about main set cards now.
Yeah. It's in the deck.
Commander X already.
Also, it's very relevant to this strategy because this is a card you obviously play in this deck. Hey, everybody, it's Ley Lines! Nope, I'm not leaving my Ley Lines.
Again there.
This is a 4-drop for 1 black mana, but you draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life. It's a bigger version of Transpose. It's a Black Mage thing.
It's Transpose twice instead of the rebound. You just do it twice.
Yeah, you do it twice instantly, but it also says that you create a 0/1 Black Wizard creature token that does the thing with the 1 damage. But also, all wizards you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink until the end of the turn.
There are a fair number of wizards that effect will come up, but not enough to where it's like a build around, especially for like a single spell in your deck. But it'll happen.
If you are playing a wizard tribal deck or very specific wizard commanders, this effect is very good.
Yeah.
And I think it still is good in the deck because even if you don't use the +1 effect, it's a non-creature spell that creates a token that burns.
It still affects the counter, tokens, and damage that is effect damage still benefits from lifelink.
It does?
Yes.
I did not know that.
I believe we talked about this last week. I believe it's whenever this creature causes damage.
Yeah. So if the wording says damage, then it is affected by lifelink. If it says life loss, it is not.
Yeah,
Rulings.
On the top of my head, I know. I'm pretty sure. All the Ashians are wizards. The Twins are wizards. Urianger's a wizard.
Yeah.
I believe Graha is a wizard.
Yes, Graha is a cat wizard. It's only Y'shtola's not.
Graha's a wizard. Y'shtola is unfortunately a warlock. So
this card is broken in Kuja's deck.
Yeah.
Well, you know, iconic little black mage.
Did I miss anybody? Is Kryl a wizard?
Yes, Kryl's a dwarf wizard, I believe.
Okay.
Matoya is a warlock.
Like, this deck doesn't benefit that much from the wizard lifelink thing, but this deck benefits from draw 2, lose 2 life, and making another guy that makes pingy stuff.
Well, I mean,
so
it's honestly in the
there are reprints that are wizard, for instance, as well. There's the
Yuri
Emeritus,
card,
for instance.
I always hated how they treated it in the game because it always felt like they just didn't commit to anything.
They're not allowed to.
Is this Sublime Epiphany?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I can take about this opportunity to bitch about this deck a little, because a lot of the bitching, ironically, is not from the deck construction, is not about Final Fantasy exclusive cards. A lot of it is reprints, in my opinion. This deck is way too expensive. The spells in this deck are way too expensive.
Yeah, we have Bride of Replication, which it's a 4 cost with a 5 kicker. That oh my god, a 9 cost spell in this deck? Are you fucking insane? Granted, yeah, I think the idea is that the high cost cards are for a Raha deck, but they're
because those decks synergize. It just hurts the deck. Like Into the Story is not great. Dick Through Time's not.
I think that's because those cards are thematically fitting for stuff in 14 things, but like I think it's.
I mean, I do kind of feel like some of the names were picked for arts, but yeah.
Yeah, Crux of Fate is good, but it's like I said, the worst part of this deck, like even more than the legend, because I expected the legendary creature problem, because that's a problem in literally most of the universes beyond. Is like they have to include legendary creatures that don't always fit the theme. I accept that. The part of this deck that really pisses me off is the mana costing for the non-creature spells in it, because that is something that they didn't have to do.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. So like, Final Judgment is 6. Sublime Epiphany is 6. Into the Story is 7.
Final Judgment is an awful card.
And Dig Through Time is another 8.
So the problem with Final Judgment is it is power crept by a card with literally the same mana cost. Yeah, Final Judgment. Yeah, Final Judgment.
Exile all creatures.
Card. Yeah, it's
that's it. That's all it says.
Bootleg Farewell, bootleg Merciless Eviction. Like, it's one of the worst board wipes. It's from Kamigawa, the original set.
Also, very funny talking about redundancy. There's a card that costs 1 less. It's not Exile, but you can play Cleansing Nova, which lets you pick to either destroy all creatures or destroy all artifacts and enchantments.
Yeah.
Cleansing Nova, I think, is cute. I like Cleansing Nova, especially the art they gave for it. We don't have to discuss it, but
yeah,
good art.
Farewell's in the 10 deck.
Yeah. But even without Farewell, just choose a good board wipe. Like, Crux of Fate is in the deck, and that is a good board wipe. Like, it really just bothers me
like
when
Crux of Fate is destroy all dragons or destroy all non-dragons. Again, perfect.
I just see a lot of the things in the 14 deck, especially. Like, there was some base in the 7 deck where there was more of an issue, but like, where there is like things picked for flavor and thematic choice, and because 14 is just so wide and vast.
I understand that, but there are.
I guess the question is like, how did the 14 deck get made? Right? Was it we decided on like, okay, so we'll do Y'shtola and Graha, and we blah blah blah. What are good blue, black, white cards to play in this that fit like that we can give 14 arts? Or was it like we're passing out a bunch of like art concepts to artists and getting back concepts, and we want to print these arts? Like did they decide cards that sound cool first and then build the deck, or did we build the deck first and then we're just like, well, shit, we need some stuff?
The problem I have with this is not so much of like, because I get they need to be thematic, but there are cards with similar effects and similar names that are just better cards that they easily could have put in the deck.
Because Magic has rotation, I think that there are a lot. I mean, like I said, literally, Final Judgment, Cleansing Nova, their cost is different by 1. They do very similar things. They are board wipes. They obviously have different like flavor text, but also they're both flavor text from Shadowbringers even. And it's like, we probably didn't need Final Judgment and Cleansing Nova in the same deck. We probably could have picked a different thing to represent stuff. And like Into the Story, I love that it's Heidelin's Big Crystal and it's Hear Feel Think, but it's a 7-drop that costs 3 less if your opponent has 7 or more cards in their graveyard to draw 4 cards. I think you could probably just play 4 separate cards that let you draw 1 card that would cost about as much.
Hey, what if you played a card that said, tap for 3, draw 2 cards, just untap those 3 lands? I think that is in this set actually, but just play more of those. So you spend more cards like that.
Frantic Search is, like I said, honestly, like dig through time is an exception because that doesn't cost 8, it costs 2, but that's a different. That card's very good, but just the spell suite at the end of this deck is just a mess, in my opinion.
I mean, again, I like you said this. You said this earlier. I think that the top end of the spell suite is meant to be for Graha if you run him as your commander.
But
the problem
why
is
don't you run board wipes in Graha?
I don't fucking know, dude.
Those kinds of board wipes.
I mean, Dallas, you are the one who says that you you need to commander players should run some stuff that removes. I guess the question is, do you do targeted removal or just
a card that would be perfect in Graha?
There's a card that says destroy all non-token creatures.
There is also a card that says destroy all creatures with greater power than target creature. Fell the Mighty.
You could probably do a card art for that. That would be plenty of things you could do to do that.
There's a lot of those, yeah.
There are plenty of Magic card names that sound like shit that happens in Final Fantasy. It really boggles my... The spell suite and removal suite for this deck, in these colors, which have the best removal, really bothers me.
This card art especially, I want to say for Sublime Epiphany, this is for the fans. This is just for Final Fantasy fans. This set is coming out during Pride Month. They're like, hey, look, it's Reen and Gaia. This content is technically optional, but it does end with these two girls, talking to each other in front of a giant rainbow crystal.
They are like the story says they're very good friends, but also the story is definitely they are very close. Like they are.
I mean, they're still in their mid-teens, so
because they only
it's
do each
fine
other.
if they're not dating Data.
They also do each other only for a few days at the time.
No, it's a patch content, so I think it's supposed to take place over a nondescript number of weeks. But yeah, no, it's fine that they don't commit in story, but also it's very gay coded, chat. But yeah, like I said, I feel just sorry to finish this thought, Dallas, before we move on to artifacts, I believe.
Yes.
That this feels like they printed this card art and picked this name because I feel like very specifically the way the spoilers for all the 14 cards were tweeted was designed to cause maximum emotional damage to 14 players.
Yeah.
And a little bit less to make a cohesive strategy.
Also, just real quick, I want us to talk about this card. Everything it does, because holy fucking shit, Sublime Epiphany is a ridiculous card.
All right, I'll reroll. Choose one. Counter target spell, counter target activated or triggered ability, return an on-land permanent to its owner's hand, create a token that's a copy of a target creature you control, target player draws a card. Choose one or more. So technically you can do all 5 of these if you feel like it.
You counter a spell and then go, okay, I'm doing 5 things now.
But it's also, like I said, it is a 6-drop.
Yeah, it's a 6-drop, but it's a high value counter spell that will do a billion things also aside from the counter. Yeah, I love it.
But yeah, so and several of these artifacts, I believe,
really
are in the.
It really doesn't go in Y'shtola, but it's
not?
great in Graha.
Yeah.
I believe a lot of the job gear, I think I want to say for the best of the tech.
Any of the job stuff is new.
It's all new, but also I think a lot of it is also in the core set. It's not just Commander exclusive.
No, actually, most of them are Commander exclusive. The only ones that
I know I've seen.
Why are these cards anyway?
Warriors, Halberd or Axe or something.
Sages and Astrologians are the only ones that are in the main set for the job ones.
Dallas, you are lying. I did a pre-release. I got several jobs that are in the main set.
This bear. I mean the ones in this deck.
That's not what you said.
No, I said the only 2 job artifacts from this deck that are in the main set are the.
I would say the way you said it came out was the opposite of the thing. Those are the only ones that are actually the only ones that aren't.
Commander
exclusive. That's what it phrased like. It's how it would sound like you said physically.
Okay, well, bad phrasing then. Regardless, those are the only 2 main set ones. The other 3 are Commander exclusive.
That's a slight shame about Reaper, but we'll get there.
I think it is actually. I think it is funny thinking on it. You were complaining about Alisei not being red. The Red Manga's Rapier is a red cost card.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Also, Freya is a red mage that is red mana, 1 red.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I said specifically that about red magic in 14 though, because like I said, that's literally treated as the black and the white magic disciplines together. As a like a thing that characters do in other games, it's kind of up in the air. I don't actually think that very much red mage stuff is super red. You do usually get access to a handful of elemental spells because you get access to black magic. But honestly, it is like a weird one.
Thinking on it, the Freya also gets jump too, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, because she's supposed to be a dragoon, isn't she?
Well, she's also a red mage.
She dresses like a red mage, but yes, she is the Lancer in the game.
Yeah, no, she's not a dragoon. She's just a.
Right,
she's not a red mage or anything. She's not a red mage. She's just a dragoon. She dresses like.
Also, by the way, I do want to say Dallas did just fuck that up. To talk about the comment earlier, he said that wrong the first way around. But she is dressed like a red mage. Honestly, I don't even know what the fuck. Dragoon is another thing that's like super open-ended.
It's because the people, the tiny the rat people all wear kind of red like those kinds of clothing.
I mean, you say those kind of clothing, she is wearing the red mage gear. Is like I see this like, oh, this is a red mage.
Well, did you look at her hat? Because it has wings on it, which is not normal.
I mean, it's still a conical red mage hat.
She's one of like the least armored like lancers, I think, in like an actual cast.
Here's her Final Fantasy art, if it makes it clear.
Actually, I mean, I will say, I do think this is I'm pretty sure there is a Lancer set in 14 that looks a lot like this.
Yeah, one of the story sets is the Freya set.
Well, yeah, that too, but also, like, I think there are other previous sets that are, like, in this style. It is kind of like, she's got, like, a visor on the hat. Like, the conical hat is very red mage. The wings on the helmet are very dragoon, and then she's got a hat visor? That's weird. That's nobody's done that, I want to say.
But,
9 has a lot of very unique design choices.
For the record, she cannot do magic. She only stab. And is sad because her boyfriend has amnesia.
Isn't that multiple ladies in that plot?
Yes.
Astrologian's Planisphere. 1 blue and 1 other. It's an artifact equipment. It has the job select, which is, this is, I think, one of the first times they print this reminder text, but you'll see it everywhere else. Basically, the way it works is when this equipment enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero token and then attach it. That means that they are... You create a warrior of light and then give them a job. Good job. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other creature types. It says whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. And then also, it can be equipped for 2. So this is the ability of the Astrologian. You become a wizard, but you draw cards and you do 1/1 counters. You distribute buffs.
Plus, you'll get lifelink too off of that. That's silly ley lines.
So this card is interesting because this card is kind of not good, except when it's the best card ever.
Yeah, when I played this deck, I ended up in a position where I had Astrologian's Planisphere popping off every turn, but if you cannot get that ball rolling, this card does nothing.
Yeah. Also, there are certain cards. There's a main set card specifically that synergize very well with this card and propel it into like borderline CDH territory. But it's only those specific cards.
I think this card was included because they were doing this job artifact thing, which is kind of both in the commander sets and in the normal sets, and this one is blue. And it is Urianger's equipment.
And the idea of like, oh well, like the idea of you drawing cards is playing into the astrologian gimmick. It's like,
well, it does.
It also says when you cast a non-creature spell, you get the
it does matter.
The token.
Like what I said, like this card is not something I would cut from the deck immediately. It's not like in my first 10 cuts.
It's a card that will not
20 to 30.
It does not. It's a card that does not always have a game determinative impact, but can.
No. But if your commander really cares about 1/1 counters, like a certain tiny black mage from Final Fantasy IX, this card is disgusting. No, spoiler. This card with VV is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But also there are a lot of small wizards in this. Like again, I think there are several versions of. I joked about it being like there's the Harlem Globetrotters or the Dream Team versions. There's a version of of Final Fantasy deck where you just play one of every wizard and wizard adjacent card if you can fit it, like if the colors permit.
So I can tell. I just want to say before we go to the next card, I can tell that no one on the design team for Wizards of the Coast mains a Sage. Because their equipment is
Sage no
I think
links.
it's just one of those things where they had no clue where to go with Sage.
Yeah, because it's like
one
Sage
blue, one. I mean, this isn't wrong, but it's definitely there are other ways you could do this because this is job select.
I feel like Sorry.
I was just gonna say it gets the equipped creature gets +1/+0, and then says whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature, and is a cleric.
I think a better version would have been give the equipped creature lifelink, because that would
I should be nicer. I should be nicer. This card isn't awful because once again, this is a standard card, so it's in limited and standard. Like the last 2 cards have been standard cards.
That's fair. But like if I could agree with you when I say like lifelink would have made sense for like the Sage weapons.
But in Commander, this card is so.
I think lifelink would have been a little strong because here's the thing. The thing about Sage is like you do generate it. Like healing, but this is a decent way to portray a healer that heals people by attacking. The problem is that like Magic is one of those things of like the toughness, the life of a creature feels like it matters or it doesn't because it's either you did enough damage so that they're dead or you don't. I mean, there are keywords I know that can like make some of that more persistent, but untapping as you attack is probably the simplest way to do that cheaply. And Cleric works for a healer. Honestly, unless the like Scholar thing does that, I probably would have had it give out like a shield token because that Sage is a shield healer.
Yeah. Or Scholar.
I think like
Scholar could give it haste.
The best thing I can see in this is shit like like you can put this on Alphino. If you put it on Alphino, it just essentially just gives him a free untap because like he's vigilant so he attacked and he untaps the guy, so like you can give Alphino the Noliths, Alphino and Alice swing in and he untaps Alice so she can defend, but it's like
so
it's cute,
fun fact,
but
I believe Scholar is one of the only classes that is not in a job site.
I think it's because it overlaps Summoner.
Summoner and Scholar being the same thing, they probably just went like that.
Oh yeah, no, Summoner's in it, and it's kind of good. But we'll get to
then
that.
I definitely I would have said probably should have given it like either the shield counter or some other kind of like barrier
or
effect because that is Sage's big
give extra health.
But I mean, to defend it, it is a common in a main set. Like, it's not a bad card. It's just an okay card.
Yeah, it's clearly meant to be not super impactful. And obviously, like, again, if you're playing Raha, you want this thing. You want this the job select thing. So like this is one of the blue ones, and that absolutely works for Sage. Yeah. So I feel like they kind of had to include it.
Let's talk about some good jobs, like Blue Mage.
Yeah, that's another one that's very funny.
Beat that octopus to death with that stick.
Nah, this card is straight good.
Yeah, this one is commander only, though Blue Mage is a limited job, of course. It's weird.
Yeah, also, this card would be broken in standard.
Blue Mage's Cane.
I want to see it now. Yeah.
Costs 3. Has just job select. This has long enough text so they don't remind you what job select does. But the equipped creature gets plus 0 plus 2.
The base. Is that the base can or is that like the level 70 can? Can't remember.
No, it's the I don't think it's the 71, but it's Spirit of the Wallachui. It's the name is right on there.
Oh, it's level 51. Oh, it's level 51.
Yeah, it's the 51. But they say becomes a wizard, and whenever this creature attacks, exile 1 target instant or sorcery from the defending player's graveyard. If you do, copy it, but you cast it by playing 3 instead of paying its mana cost. 3 colorless.
That is very, very great for Y'shtola, just to like, oh, it's a 3 cast spell. 3 cast spell.
Also in Commander in general, because Commander is the format of big dumb spells. So you can...
It's the format of big dumb spells, and you just go, oh, that card that just says win the game, I'll take it and cast it for 3 mana.
I'm gonna pay 3 mana to cast Genesis Wave.
I mean, that fits Blue Mage, considering you just cast, like, Raid Boss Wides all the time.
Like, works for Blue Mage. Blue Mage has a lot of broken spells in it that are like, stolen abilities. Also, like I said, I think we agree this has strong work in both Graha, because it is a job select card, but also works really well in Y'shtola. It itself is a non-creature spell that costs 3.
I would say also what makes this really good, its equip cost is very cheap, which you don't see from most of the fucking.
It's only 2. Yeah, it's cheaper than it.
For some reason, is 3 to equip, which I think is bad.
For which one?
The Sage's one. It's 3 to equip.
Yeah, Sage is 3.
It's pretty bad for a cost artifact.
The equip cost usually depends on the rarity. The higher the rarity card, the lower the equip cost.
I mean, true. Still,
I don't know why. Well, I mean balance, but yeah. There are some pretty high equip costs in this set. Like the Bard equipment costs 6 to equip.
Yes, some of them are wild. Like some of them are crazy equip costs.
But usually the high equip costs are in the colors that have stuff that makes it cheaper, like red and white.
Yeah, I mean, even still, it's frustrating to get the card with like without the pieces to make it cheaper. Is like well, I just wouldn't like you probably wouldn't run them unless they were mission critical to a thing.
Now let's talk about Y'shtola's card.
I also want to point out that the Blue Mage Cane also does make you a wizard.
Yep.
For wizard synergy.
So you can make Y'shtola a warlock wizard.
A warlock wizard, she would be what 2/7, so she'd actually be someone like you could swing in pretty comfortably just to get the
commander damage
attack effect on it.
Reaper Scythe.
But yeah, Y'shtola's
black.
not going to be a wizard because she's going to be an assassin.
She's going to be both.
At the beginning of your end step, put a soul counter on this equipment for each player who lost life this turn. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each soul counter on this equipment and is an assassin to its types.
Is a soul counter a new thing for like this?
I want to say no. It's a rare thing that is usually on gimmick stuff, but I'm pretty sure there's other cards with soul counter.
I also noticed that most, it's like, I've noticed that all the characters for the jobs have been like Lalafels or Vieras.
Well, I think it's just because it's the iconic part, and it's a male Viera for Reaper because Endwalker.
Yeah, fair.
Also, male Viera represent.
Well, yes, but also Dallas, you would know the Reaper, the job, and male Viera were introduced in Endwalker. So, also, this is like one of the few hats that Viera can wear.
You're right. Yeah.
I
think I keep dealing with that.
I am sad that it is a Viera with boring fur color.
That's a Mega's color. That's a Mega's color.
Make your fur blue.
Also not true.
Do you like Auburn?
This is black.
I like. Fuck.
It's emo. Okay. It's black.
You can see there's a bit of pink in the ear, but no, the actual color is black.
Well, yeah, the inner ear is still pink, but no, it's pink. It's black. But no, this card is amazing in Y'shtola because you trigger it. You trigger 3+1/+1 counters a turn.
And works for Reaper.
It's automatically getting 3 counters. Just like just casting the spell alone gets you the 3 counters, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Casting it makes it a 4/4.
It doesn't really care that it's like not entered the battlefield for the effect. It just has to. These players still lost life, even though like this card wasn't on the board when it happened.
Yes, it checks at end step.
Yeah.
Ironically, so if you have standard set
Y'shtola
Y'shtola in the deck, it would trigger twice.
Damn.
Standard Y'shtola's actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
But yeah, no, this card is insane in the deck for Y'shtola.
Yeah, it seems like a really good fit. So this is 4, but it's white. Honestly, worked for Dancer. Artifact equipment has job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has lifelink. And
it's not great for this deck, but it is very nice for just generic white commanders who might want to run this.
Yes, it says other commanders you control get +1 or +2/+2 and get lifelink, and is a performer in addition to its other type. It's Dancer.
In the
you dance partner
in my twins deck because it gets both of them that because it's just other commanders. So it's just like the Dancer makes both of them +2/+2 lifelink can get very out of hand. Like lifelink is just one of those abilities that can get very out of hand. I guess is also actually knowing that gives lifelink on her ability just gives her double. Like it's now 2 and 4.
Yeah, right? Yeah, because Y'shtola is damage, so it would be you would gain 4.
It is. 2. I feel like it's not optimal, but it works in the deck.
Actually, with the Y'shtola, you would gain 10 life a turn.
Damn.
Because you're dealing 2 damage to each opponent.
Yeah, so you're
8 life. Sorry, 8 life.
You're dealing 6 damage, gaining 2. So every cast is now 8 life for you. God.
Yeah, no,
and I do like how it works because it says the equipped creature is +2/+2 and gets lifelink, and then it has an ability that gives it you dance partner, and it does
you
like
don't
heal
even
you.
To equip this to Y'shtola, you just give it to her. So yeah, no, this one's
and and performer works for Dancer. It's a very good pick.
Anyway, the next one is a White Auracite.
White Auracite is I forget the card we said that was going to be the better version. This is the better version of the banish, the shitty ban. Ixalan. This is just Ixalan, but better.
Yeah. Well, it costs 4. It's 2 white, and it says when this artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield, and it's also a mana rock.
But honestly, you see, it's a mana rock, so it actually costs 3.
Honestly, this makes complete sense for White Auracite. This is what that's used for, and that's what it does.
This card's also a motherfucker in limited. Holy shit, this card's good.
I mean,
yeah, no, as a because it's a standard set, you run into this. That's very annoying removal.
I feel like I could
go to jail.
Like, I appreciate this card exists. It's like, no, this is an actual in-lore exile effect. It's like, get in the rock.
But yeah,
I assume Champions from Beyond is new.
Champions from Beyond is new.
Yeah.
We're putting you in the crystal. We're putting you in the crystal, Axe.
Where's the Dark Confidant card?
I think it's
that's just Dark Confidant.
That's Dark Confidant. That is not a new card.
Dark Confidant is just a card.
It's fair. I meant okay. I more meant it's like it has an asking.
Dark Confidant is such an iconic Magic card. It has a name. Its name is Bob.
So this is Champions from Beyond. This is a great card for fluff because it's you doing the thing you do at the start of a duty or trial. You're summoning a bunch of guys.
Way better for Raha, but
also makes sense.
Like,
I appreciate
it's a 2 white X, and this says when this enchantment enters, create X 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Light Party, when you attack with 4 or more creatures, scry 2, draw a card. So you get to fix the top of your deck and then draw one. Full Party, when you attack with
random cards we discussed
creatures.
On the Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I think we mentioned this before. But whenever you attack with 8 or more creatures, those creatures get +4/+4 until the end of the turn. And if you don't get this, if you don't play Final Fantasy XIV, Light Party is when you do a dungeon or a duty, an instance with 4 people. Full Party is when you do 8-man content.
Also, I should mention, Light Party you get 2. You get Liberate 2, and Full Party you get Liberate 3.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but calling an 8-man team Full Party as a former WoW player is just funny.
Okay, yeah. Okay, alliances you get like 24.
No, I mean that's the thing.
Like,
that's the thing. It's 8-man is a full party. You can do larger content in 14, but it is not partying. And I'm going to be honest, I think that WoW calling larger than 8-man a party is incorrect because you're not You are not organized as a party if you're going higher than like 10 guys.
Honestly, they should call that a war band. Honestly.
So in technicality, it is not called a party. It is called a raid group. But
the equivalent in 14 is alliance.
Yeah.
But yeah,
anyway,
full party is when you fill 8 slots.
This is a good card. It doesn't really fit well into the Y'shtola deck. It probably works fine. It works fine with Raha. It works really well with Raha.
It's okay with Graha, but even then, it's kind of for other decks. Even then, because Graha makes a lot of tokens, but doesn't make like a lot of tokens.
I mean, even then, like you just need to get a big cast on this. Get Rahas to get to get a proper thing. Also, like all your job selects, like all your like.
No, yeah.
There's definitely ways to make Raha just by himself shit out a bunch of them.
No,
it's actively drawing. You're drawing.
I feel like it's actively bad in Y'shtola though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, it doesn't fit Y'shtola at all, and it makes sense that it doesn't fit. But this is an enchantment, so it is a continuous thing. You put it on the board and it sticks. As we discussed earlier with X, you can choose to pay 0 as X. So if you already have enough tokens on the board, if you like draw it later, you can put it into play and just be like, okay, here we go. Or if you have a lot of mana and you draw it and you don't have a lot of tokens, you can just go, cool. There are now 5 tokens on the board.
No, put it into the Graha deck. Don't put it into the Y'shtola deck. I mean, in my personal opinion, this is definitely one of those decks that you should just harvest for parts. Like, this deck is way too incohesive.
Yeah, I mentioned this while you were gone. I assume you heard it, but yeah, like no, this is one of the commander decks that you probably want to just like you'll buy it and like scrap it into like 3, even like 4 separate decks, like just like there's like styles of just like, okay, here's a Ryanje. What are cards that work well with a Ryanje? So and so.
I do that with most precons personally. I don't generally keep precon decks for long, but I would suggest most players should get rid of these.
Oh god, I just thought about something dreadful that would have been a great Magic card. Innocence.
Well, is it Nidhogg? Innocence is already a card, but anyway, Eye of Nidhogg, I believe, is the next one.
The Eye of Nidhogg is very funny.
Okay, is like the actual guy I'm thinking of actually a card?
No.
Okay.
No, Nidhogg is not a card.
No, I'm actually talking about Innocence. Innocence is a guy. It's a boss.
No, Innocence is actually a card in Magic, and it is a creature, I believe. It's from that weird cycle where they made emotions creatures.
Anyway, Eye of Nidhogg is a 3-drop, costs 1 black mana. It's an enchantment aura. You enchant a creature. Enchanted creature is a black dragon with a base power and toughness of 4/2, is flying, death touch, and is goaded. It attacks each combat if able and attacks a player other than you if able. When the Eye of Nidhogg is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. Perfect card, no notes. This fucking Magic 8-ball.
You put this on. You put this on an opponent's creature, and you go, you've killed that.
Nidhogg.
I guess I get the eye back. I'll put it on something else later.
It's like, you killed Nidhogg. Good luck, man. Now go start a war.
Also, let me reread how Estinian is phrased.
I interested, like, they got fucking blood-soaked Estinian. I'm amazed they don't have any of the other weird dragon bits growing out of him.
Yes, no. If you enchant Estinian, he becomes a dragon, so it would trigger.
But also, I was gonna say X cards. You can draw X card. X is the number of your opponents who are dealt combat damage by Estinian or a dragon this turn.
Yeah.
Yes, you can turn you Nidhogg
so
them.
you could play this in a deck that's based more around Estinian if you were playing more dragons.
Yeah. No.
To deal more damage, but also you can stick it on your opponent's creature. And
I think this works with Y'shtola well, so I would just keep it in Y'shtola. I don't know if it works for Grete.
Goad as a mechanic, I feel, is very good for Y'shtola, because the problem of spell slinging deck, like as you mentioned, is dying and staying alive. Since Y'shtola is steadily pinging everybody, eventually there will hit a point in the game where everyone has to go, I guess we have to kill Y'shtola now. Like, it's just become...
Okay, I guess I can't kill Y'shtola now.
Well, but then Eye of Nidhogg is so you slap Eye of Nidhogg, which triggers Y'shtola, and then you go like, you're a dragon now.
Damn,
You can't attack
Kill
me.
your
this
friend.
guy.
Kill your neighbor.
Get rid of
Cause
this
a
guy.
war.
Yeah, no,
Dual
I love
violence.
this card.
No. Great card.
Obviously, it is good in the Estinian deck, but it's just good in most decks. Like, I like that. I love goad spells.
Especially a goad spell that forever recurs unless they exile specifically the enchantment.
I'll say this: goad does have one problem. Is that when it's a 1v1, it doesn't do anything.
Fair, but by the time you're probably using it, I don't think there'll be probably more things on board.
Okay, and there's one more card.
Oh, is it? Oh, what is it?
Observed Stasis.
Ah.
Oh, Observed
That
Stasis
is a new
is a crazy card.
This is a new card.
It's very
It's
good.
a very good card.
I like the art on this one.
I mean, it's a good art. Again, Dallas has no reference for guys on the moon, but he'll get there eventually. Observed Stasis costs 4 mana,
wait.
1 blue.
Hold on, oh my god. I need to know. Is this sending people to the moon?
Maybe.
Figure out.
There's a lot of listen. There's a lot of moons in Endwalker. A lot of shots on the moon.
Wait. They did this on purpose. Oh my god, I have to ask you to bring up another card.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Which one?
I have to.
What is it?
Hold on. Where is this card?
How does Dallas not know the name of the card he wants me to bring up?
Sorry, because it's a meme card, so there's like a colloquial name for it.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a minute. They did this on purpose. They definitely did this on purpose.
That's Zed saying I've been ganged up every time I've played Y'shtola. That's why Y'shtola, the precon, also comes with the card Propaganda.
Yes.
Which is the creatures can't attack you unless they pay 2.
No. Oh my god. So this is a retrain of a magic card.
Okay. I'm tapping over.
I posted it. Fail Portrayal.
Imprisoned in the moon.
Oh.
I'm gonna copy it. Nope, I did not.
Right. Emrakul let itself be trapped in the moon. Yeah.
Only one vault was great enough to hold Emrakul.
There we go.
You become the moon.
That.
Shrink to place.
I mean, actually, no, I can't. I'm not allowed to say anything, but like,
Yeah, it
that
works.
makes like the parallel tracks.
This is they're being cute, but this time they were cute for a good reason. So Observe Stasis is also an enchantment aura. It does cost 1 more, but it is flash, so you can play it because on your opponent's turn as an instant, because it's good because it's enchant creature and opponent controls. When this aura enters, remove enchanted creature from combat, then draw a card for each tapped creature its controller controls. Enchanted creature loses all abilities, can't attack or block.
That
that
is very accurate to
exiled to
what
the moon.
it should be doing.
You've been exiled.
That draw card is stupid, very stupid.
Okay, so I guess we approach this card from different angles then, because I think the draw card is kind of just a bonus.
No, it's a bonus, but like it can be a really ridiculous bonus.
That's true. But what this card is good for, and what Imprisoned of the Moon is good for, is this is one of the few ways in the game to lock down commanders. Because they cannot recast them if they do not die. Your commander is now the moon. Go to the moon.
Can't attack, moon's haunted.
Exactly.
Well, and it works out in a way. It's like, oh, like your opponent's just full swinging the board. What's the most frustrating card on the board that's attacking me? I don't want that one. Just don't attack me. Oh, you're full swinging with like 10 creatures. I guess I draw 10 cards. Oh, shame.
By the way, incredibly again, this is my understanding, but incredibly blue of it. Obviously, that is the original moon card, but like Observe Stasis of just like this is blue as fuck. Just no, I'm sending you to jail. Actually, fuck you.
This is the most mono blue of mono blue spells in the deck, I would say.
You got to give me jail.
Cease. Also, go to jail.
You do not collect. You do not pass go. You do not collect.
Look, my
In fact, I collect $200.
Any variation of black and blue, someone attacks me like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Come on, you don't want to do that. Like you just lightly taunt everybody. It's like you don't want to attack me because if you attack me, bad things will happen.
I have a habit, and it's a very mean habit, and I try not to do it when I'm playing with new players. I save my removal spells for right when the opponent tries to attack with something. So they're just like, even if I know something's a threat, everyone's like, you need to kill it, you need to kill it. It's like, I don't have a removal spell. Then they go to kill something and just, oh yeah, I did. I did.
Sorry, I'm fucking with
you
the
caught
window.
me. I have like 5 Path to Exiles.
There was one point, Dallas, in a game with a friend the other night that for a brief moment we were playing CEDH. They were playing the lightning deck. They were about to equip it with wars. I'm like, no. Like on casting that spell, I'm doomblading it. I forget what the spell was. It's the if you control commander, don't cast it. You don't pay the cost to target a new commander. It's the red one.
Oh, deflecting swat.
Yeah, deflecting swat. And thankfully, in my hand, I still had a fucking deadly relic. So I'm like, okay, you kill the Doomblade, but I'm still gonna deadly relic your commander still. So it still dies.
Look, like being a blue mage is so fun in Magic. Being a blue-white mage is hell, and I hate it. But being a blue mage is great.
I love playing blue-white though. It's so fun. I get to be an asshole.
You get to not do anything.
I love the fucking Aura token.
Oh, last night I was. It was a very casual game, but I was doing blue-white. I somehow ended up with Heidelin and Absolute Virtue on my field, and
I forgot there was a Heidelin card.
Nothing just happened for 2 hours.
So I guess
I was down
I'm
30
to
cards
end
in my deck
the
before like
day by pulling up the pre-printed hero tokens.
This is a great machinist token. I love this token.
Oh, the other thing I want to bring up is it's a little hard to see in the arts, but every one of these characters has 2 jobs worth of items. So the hero for the Aura, for instance, he has a white mage staff, but he's also got some other gear on the floor, which is a little hard to see in this version, but it's like...
I think it's Astrologian.
Yeah, I think it's an Astro the Planisphere. The Machinist has Sage Nolitz on his back. I'm about to pull up the Summoner, but...
I mean, it makes sense because the most,
she's got a Dark Knight Blade on her back.
I believe that is Rogue and Red Mage and Ninja.
Yeah, I think it's a Red Mage Rapier.
I mean, it is. It's always legitimate for like most Warriors of Light to have more than one job anyway.
Well, yeah, but I think that's a great way that they can print fewer tokens but have more representation. This is the Black Mage, but they're also a Scholar because they've got a Scholar Fairy.
Also, it's very appropriate that the fucking Neko Mimi character has fucking purple hair.
No, these are. I mean, somebody floated this already, but they all have different artists. All of these are these have to be these artists' Warriors of Light, right?
Yeah. 100%.
Like, why would it be? It's like, so it's like, I'm a Summoner main, but I also tank as a Dark Knight, or it's like, I like Saging, but I also do Machinist. It's like,
if they tell me otherwise, they're lying.
Like, once a
I feel bad for the guy who decided, no, I want a main Machinist.
That's me. That's my fault.
I say this because Machinist sucks. I'm playing it. It sucks. It's so bad.
I'm gonna go cry in the corner.
I think it's generally accepted that the Machinist is a little weird. I don't even remember what the level spread is.
I've never seen this. Holy shit.
God, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm technically a Machinist main, so it kind of sucks for me.
This has nothing to do with Final Fantasy, but I found a secret lair art for Empress to the Moon.
We've got the Bard with a Dancer Chakrams.
What the fuck is that?
That's really. By the way, I do want to say that. No offense, but if you're a Bard Dancer duo, that's real lazy.
Yeah,
kind of the same with the Samurai Dragoon. I mean, that's just they're both the same role.
Or the Red Mage. Actually, the Red Mage Ninja's not that bad. They're very
those are at least different roles.
The Machinist Sage is also very different, but like the Astrologian White Mage is like, I mean, the Scholar Black Mage is fine. The Summoner
Also,
Black
I will
Knight,
say this: the also it's not. I don't know what they are, but it's not thief red mage because that's what the final one is, which is there's a big Viera lady who is a warrior, but she's got the red mage rapier in the back.
Oh, okay.
So I don't actually know what the cat is. Could it be monk?
Where's the monk?
This
could be Viper. Like
I have Viper
Could be
ninja.
Viper's a
Ninja
job, but it could be a sword.
Okay.
There's
No,
also
wait, seriously.
There's a scythe in the background to the right.
Oh, there's a yeah, the
scythe.
scythe.
Reaper. That's still the same class, but it's got the
name.
nod.
Okay, where's the monk? Is there no monk?
I think
I'm
the
sad.
monk is the cleric.
warrior?
It might be the cleric.
It could
I
be.
think
It
the
could be. They
warrior on
might
the
not
right
be an
could also be a
astrologian.
monk.
Black mage.
No, the warrior has the red mage rapier in the back.
Oh, okay. I just
Monk
can't make
also
out
might
what
not be represented because I don't. Traditionally, monks, I knew they do have weapons in Final
They're
Fantasy
just fists.
XIV, but they do
just
traditionally punch.
things.
They do just.
Is there a
punch.
monk
They're
job
like-
for in the set?
It's Monk's Fist. It's
Yes,
colorless.
I'm sad. It's one of the worst cards in the set.
It's pretty
It makes
shit.
me
It's
sad.
too colorless. It's too colorless that just makes a monk guy. I don't think it does anything. It just makes a monk.
Here's the thing. It is a card you play a lot in limited because it is just one of those cards that fits anywhere, but it is
Well,
not
true.
good.
Yeah, but these are all the hero tokens that are printed in the deck.
I think my favorite is probably either the Mechanist or the Bard. I just really love that art.
Just big guys having fun.
Actually, no.
but
I
no.
like the Black Mage because she looks so confused. Just about life in general. Why am I here?
Also, no, that's not. If you're the ones that confused, that's not a black mage. She's the summoner. She's got an Ifrit Eggy. The black mage is the witch hat lady at the bottom. She's like, I'm ready to rock. I mean, I think it makes sense because she's got she's a summoner in Ishgard because that's the Ishgard Aetheryte Plaza, and she's got a Dark Knight sword in the back. I would be confused too summoning Ifrit.
She has suddenly done the first Dark Knight quest and it's like, what the fuck did I just do?
What am I doing?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah.
Actually, I will say, I think you are also technically correct, Dallas. I think they did as a nod. The warrior does have hand wraps like a monk, but
That's what I
also
say,
very
yeah.
clearly has the red. That's the red mage weapon. It's got the
Yeah,
floating.
so maybe
ether
some
thing
of
in the
these are
back.
tri-class.
Yeah, the
Is there
Dragoon has.
how many classes are there?
There's a lot.
It's a lot
Because
of
it's
jobs.
like
18?
I also think like I also think the Samurai Dragoon also could be Viper down there.
No, I think that is Lightbringer. That is literally the Endwalker Paladin sword.
Yeah, I better say that's
Oh, okay.
probably Paladin. He's not shown with a shield. but
Paladin,
could be on his
Samurai,
back.
Lancer. Yeah.
I mean, Paladin Lancer's me, and I do like Samurai. I need to finish leveling it.
Is that the
But
Samurai
like, no,
sword, right?
it's
like
a
what Samurai
great.
sword
Yeah,
is.
no, it's definitely a Samurai. He's definitely got a katana back there. But I do believe that Krishna is correct. That's a Paladin weapon.
Yeah.
But no,
I
it's
think-
it's a
I
real
think
cute
the-
nod.
I think sadly my least favorite art is probably the warrior. I don't know if it comes across. It looks really derpy in person.
I just noticed that the machinist one is wearing Bajin gear.
No, the Mechanist one is probably my favorite because he's just cleaning his.
He's
fucking gun.
wearing Bajin armor, I think. Actually, it's the
Yeah.
Bajin sword replay.
Well, and these are
also
all a bunch of
fucking-
different. I do want to say these are also all a bunch of different job sets. Like the glams are different because like that's the gear the summoner has is like I think that's an Astro set because that's similar to what Orianger wears. The
Yeah,
Black
I
Mage has a
think
witch
that-
hat, which is correct, but like
the way,
the,
if
the
the
Dragoon
Lancer
has,
is just
like,
wearing
one of
like
the-
the yeah, it's like a generic.
It's the post
Shariah
Endwalker
set.
set, I think. Or
if we're judging this by drip, the Bard clearly wins. Like, I'm
I
sorry.
think he's
Like, they
actually
are-
wearing Bard job gear.
I think so.
It's-
Yeah.
It looks good.
Oh really? Oh, then he loses points. Sad.
Same with the
I'm not
machinist here,
sure
but I
what-
just like it.
I'm not sure what the Makote and like the Aura are wearing.
I mean, the Makote set is, I think, just Viper. Like, it looks like the Viper job gear. One of the Vipers kind of looked like that, but the Aura, I don't know exactly. That's like
That looks like
It kind of
basic
just looks
ARR
like
stuff.
it kind of just looks like your starting race gear. Like I know
Because
it's not.
I think he's in
I mean, I know
Gridania. And you,
yeah, I
you,
would say I
you
know they have
start,
a
you
veer in
can
the
pick-
back
if
of
you
it.
start as
It's
the
pretty
white mage, you start in Gridania.
these
Yes.
are. Do you want to say I do appreciate this? These are all a bunch of different Aetheryte plazas. Like, you've got Ishgard, you've got the Crystarium, you've
The
got
water.
yeah,
Oh,
Limsa
no.
Laminsa, Gridania.
Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that the warrior has to be monk then because I'm pretty sure that's
Amigo?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all Dahlia because it's all like the.
I'm not sure where the Dragoon is.
The Dragoon is in the emo corner, where the Dragoon belongs.
It could be. It could have been. It could be Thanalan's like hub.
Yeah, Mordona, maybe.
So
Mordona.
is the Mechanist in Ishtar?
I can't recognize this from the back.
No, that's the hub in Shadowbringer season. The summoner is in Ishgard. That's the main Aetheryte in Ishgard.
Where's the Black Mage in? I can't tell.
I think that's Charlian.
Zone.
I think that is Charlian because the Aetheryte has that curl on it.
Yeah, it's shell shape.
Yeah.
I don't recognize where the Bard's Aetheryte is.
I can't place it. Yeah,
the Bard's in the city where you're that you have to move. In A Realm Reborn, right?
Mordona,
right?
Is that the Mordona Aetheryte? Okay.
I can't tell. You gotta look closer to the art.
Because it has the Mordona weird shit in the sky.
Oh, the Aurora.
Yeah.
Isn't that just the Bard magic?
That's the Bard.
I mean, that could still be the.
That's the casting effect. Yeah.
True, but I'm just saying the area looks very Mordona.
It could be. I'm not sure.
As one of the few places I actually recognize.
But yeah, these arts are very nice. But yeah, we have crossed the 5-hour mark. I want to thank everybody for going. It's after daily reset.
Core set next time, I guess.
Oh God, we start the core set. We're not doing all of it.
We'll see how long. We'll see how it goes.
Should we start with the starter deck?
I guess
no, because those are all reprints except for the 2 face cards. So let's just.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
we'll
start with Final Fantasy 1, and we'll see how far we get. Real quick before we do go, because I'm gonna wrap this shit up. I do want to say to briefly talk about Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. I should address it because the controversy started at the start of last stream, and by this stream has ended. Konami, or rather, I should say, Konami of America has unruined Time Wizard. They changed their mind.
Time travel.
Yeah, they created a new format called Time Travel, named after the Master Duel event. It is still possible that they may try to phase out Time Wizard in the US, but the EU said that they straight up have no plans to change Time Wizard events, so I'm not sure what they're going to do. But yeah, they basically created a second retro format, which is not a retro format at all, except that it's how Master Duel does it. What's up, Dallas?
No, sorry. I was looking at card prices, and a card from Final Fantasy's gone up like 600%.
It won a tournament.
What card?
I don't know how it won a tournament, but it won a tournament. I know how this works.
Bahamut.
Like
maybe the
regular Bahamut or Neon Bahamut?
Regular Bahamut. It was like $10, and now it's like $30.
Interesting. Okay, I guess he's winning. But yeah, so that's just something I did want to bring up. It's a one of them funny cases where Konami did actually change their policy pretty fast. Just in time for them to release another time travel format on Master Duel. I do want to say, just to talk about that briefly, some people kind of bitched and moaned about, like, oh, they killed Time Wizard so you could play time travel to Teledad format. Some of you are freaks who spend too much money on Master Duel, content creators, but none of the loaner decks are Teledad. It's Gladbeast, Plant Synchro, and Lightsworn. So actually, I had a great time in the Master Duel event. Easy 3-0 with Lightsworn, baby.
Wait, oh my God, you're telling me that people have over-exaggerated opinions about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? I don't
a little bit. I understand from some people who are like, the 2008 format, so Teledad, but like, again, yeah, you can build and play Teledad in this format, but that's not the loners. So are you going to spend gems and dust to create a Teledad deck to play Teledad?
Also, again, all of these time travel formats are OCG, not TCG. Like, yeah, sure, it's still dad format. It's in the same way, like, oh, like, we did Time Travel Goat, but Time Travel Goat was like, no, this is not like the same Goat format that you people are familiar with. It's like it's same style of like a resource. But
I don't think that Time Wizard for 2008 will ever exist in America because everybody would just play Teledad. But for Master Duel with loaner decks and based off the OCG list, it's very different. I do think genuinely Konami is searching for the third retro format. like Goat's locked in, Edison is locked in. They don't know what the third is. They for Nats.
I don't want 2016 Duelist Alliance format because that format's fun as fuck.
Duelist Alliance
I
is like
want Secrets of Eternity
2014,
format,
but yeah.
But I think realistically, like a format people have like always turned back to is Toss. I think the problem is
I think they should try Toss, because Toss is like
format,
modern.
But Toss format blows ass chunks.
Yeah, that's the thing. Toss format wasn't actually that good. People just remember it as the Eternal format.
Thunder Dragon,
format
Orcus,
is-
Sky Striker, Salaman Great.
It's not gonna be this, but what format was Dragon Rulers?
I mean, just called Dragon Ruler format.
Yeah, it was
that's like
Dragon Ruler format.
2013, 2012. The other one that I think Konami is trying with this regional is Hat. That might have enough staying power.
Is a really cool format. The problem of Hat is that people have kind of already solved that. Oh yeah, Hat kind of actually fucking sucked that format, so it wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's like the problem with them picking Dragon Ruler. Dragon Rulers are a super skillful matchup, but there's no. We've learned in longevity, the illusion of there being other decks in Dragon Ruler format is not correct. If Spellbooks and Evil Swarm really aren't better than Dragon Ruler, it's just that people weren't as practiced.
Yeah,
I mean, Evil Swarm, you can take games off Dragon Ruler, but it's literally just an anti-meta pick.
Evil Swarm is an anti-meta deck, but it's not very
a good deck.
strong on its own. Yeah, so like I think Konami is struggling. Is struggling to like find that third.
I do generally think the era of like Shadal, Burning Abyss, Cleafort is my pick. Like one time in
Dallas,
that era.
here's the problem. Here's the problem why Konami will never pick that. Konami is ashamed of pendulums. I'll say it. They're ashamed of pendulums.
I have to say something about this. I
embrace your hated child. Deal with it.
I also think it's true because it's like, listen, in some sets there's only 5 pen cards when there's at least like 10 Xyz cards, and or like 8 like synchros, and so on. It's like, for a card that doesn't have to be an extra deck card, like they just don't print pendulums anymore, really, because they don't really want to unless they have to. It seems. I
mean, they do to give them support. Like Sulfa chords are going to be good. They're fixing Sulfa chords. But also they do stuff like, here's the other big funny thing that we'll have to talk about someday. Konami has announced a legacy support archetype about Mystic Space Typhoon. Dallas, it's your worst nightmare.
Don't know where that impression got. I don't
MST can negate now.
It's a joke because of Prague, because you threatened to ban MST like every week. Yeah. You were doing a heal bit, but
it was so incoherent.
MST is obviously a bad ban. That's why I picked it.
I know, like I said, you were doing a heal bit, but you did it so many weeks. So
but like the things you did during Prague, it was kind of incoherent.
Well, the other thing too is like the thing of the heal bit though was it was always split up removal. Like it was always split up removal. Like you were always threatening to hit the MST, the whatever back removal it was. You're always threatening to hit it.
Did I
honestly, in retrospect, I think Feather Duster was a. I think you did actually ban MST 1 week. I think you did do it. Like you finally committed to the bit for 1 week. But. Yeah,
I must have got full Joker arc then. That was
Duster.
Some weird
Duster, you did hit, but I honestly, in retrospect, hey, by the way, chat, we shouldn't be here forever because it's after midnight. I want to go. I want to get more water. But we have actually been in the tank talking about Prague 2. I think we have a lot of retrospect to talk about it. I think Duster was a valid ban because even if it is at 1 copy still, so it's always at 1 copy. It was a card bank card because it was a promo, so everybody had their 1 Saki Feather Duster.
Yeah.
So
and
like
I hate Saki 1-ofs.
God, who doesn't? I mean, we all have our. I can't be mad at Dallas about Feather Duster because I feel that
you've been bottomless.
Well, that too, but also for Saki 1-ofs, I feel a deep hatred of Monster Reborn. I fucking hate when my opponent fucking top decks Monster Reborn and just steals my hand trap so they can go off, and I'm like, You didn't pay anything for that card, you son of a bitch.
You can say Axe. You can say Axe.
No. It's not. No. Like my hate of Monster Reborn is.
I would never do that.
We also didn't really get 2 hand traps. I think we played Maxi for 1 week before we.
Well, we have Gentle's agreement to not have hand traps.
No, I think hand traps are part of the, especially for modern Yu-Gi-Oh, they're part of the format.
I think if we really want to, we can gentlemen's out of exactly Maxi.
And maybe yes, Ash if everybody gets butthurt, I guess. I don't know.
No, Ash is ban. If you think Ash is strong when it comes out, ban it. Otherwise, we wait. Ash will also be not everywhere because it's like it's in a weird placement for cards.
I don't even think I don't even think we open Ash.
An idea I fielded to the chat was that maybe we could limit the number of uses per like block.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't know about that exactly.
That's a lot of like tracking of things.
That's a lot to man. It is a lot to manage. So.
I do.
I'm just saying,
like that could be like a nightmare wheel. Instead of ban a card from your opponent, it can be prohibit them from playing a card for a week or something.
If we are going to house ban any card archetype, it should be specifically floodgates that are rulings nightmares. Specifically those. I.e. Gozen.
They are at 1 anyway, so like that start that way. But
can we
like,
just not play Mystic Mine?
Genuinely,
it'll just be 1 copy for 1 week.
Genuinely, it's one of those things of because when we were doing Prague, they had not banned Mystic Mine yet. They fixed that eventually. But like, generally, it's a kind of thing where like I just think naturally, if you start flipping Gozen Tikbu rivalry. Those are probably going to eat a ban at the end of the format just because they are... I get that they have purposes and Konami's trying to, like, do your flavors, but it's going to be the kind of thing that's just going to be irritating to play against.
Yeah, a good example was, like, I think I mentioned before, we should probably go after this, but, me playing, like, the Volcanic deck that just happened to synergize super well with last turn, and not... Was it last turn?
Lose one turn, yeah. Because you got 3 copies of the Ultra Rare lose 1 turn somehow.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad card.
Volcanic last turn.
I said that, I was like, that is not right. I was
like how Shinebolt Turbo killed Dallas.
The lose 1 turn deck was like... It wasn't a super good deck. It wasn't a super tough deck to beat, but you ripped 3 copies and nothing better that week, so it's like, I don't blame you because it's like, what the fuck were you going to play? But also that absolutely ate a deserved ban because nobody wants to play against
I'm shooting it straight, but you're also fighting David, who basically plays the same 2 decks every time.
Well, I mean, I still made it out into I think I made it at least up to semis. But yeah,
but I think we made it to finals.
We've discussed a lot of like changes to it, but yeah, I think that like card banking for promo cards is like I want promos to be available, but I want to make them a resource you have to spend to pick very carefully now.
I also think certain promos just shouldn't be available.
That's something we can committee as we go.
Like just the generic promos, I don't see the point. I just don't like generic cards being readily available in a limited form. Like the weird promos, like Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth, go for it. If you want to try Perfectly.
Well, I want to say I haven't worked out the exact economics, but I think I've said it should be like 50. Like you earn 50 points if you win a week. I think exchange for 1 copy of 1 promo is going to be like 100 points. 100 victory points. You got to win at least 2 weeks.
I also definitely think certain promos should be on different tiers. Like if it's an archetype promo, it could be maybe less, and if it's like a Harpy's Feather Duster generic promo, it's
maybe
like
that's how we'll do it. If you need archetype cards for like a promo exchange, that can be.
I think
50.
like if you were like I'm first order. If it's like if you're one of the Suck Boys TM and you only get to win once every 8 weeks.
Well, I do think I want to give you... You can't exchange 25 points, but I do think I want to give you 25 points if you lose in finals. Because you're not... The way I have it structured is currently you don't get a ban, but it's something we need to figure out the actual, like...
Could it be like 30 or just like something markable by 10? So we're not like odd 5 points off?
I just want to limit certain generic promos because they just make decks homogenize, like Scapegoat, Duster, there's a couple others that I can't remember off the top of my head that are generic promos.
Scapegoat's a weird one, but yeah, I mean, like, Negate Attack is, like, it's iconic, and I don't know what battle tricks will be like if you want to buy Negate Attack.
Well, Negate Attack, like, if we're going to do, like, side sets and duelist packs, which have bunches of new cards, like, Negate Attack gets printed in, like, most of those.
I think is also going to be another factor, is that is going to be a thing of just, like, I'm going to bite the bullet and be like, yeah, I know they didn't print the Egyptian God cards correctly, or they didn't print Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon for years, but no, that's sorry. gotta wait for the
Or if you
reprints,
want to
brother.
spend your points on Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, go for it.
I think it should be cheap, but yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Cards like Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon should not be on the same level as Harpy's fucking Feather Duster.
I have a scheduling idea, but I'll wait till after Mike.
Anyway,
but yeah, we're gonna wrap up. Thanks everybody.
I have to leave.
It's late. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back next week. And I'm still stockpiling regular Yu-Gi-Oh things. I want to talk about Fiendsmith, and I gotta talk Mimigul, man. Mimigul gaming, everybody chat. Pure Mimiguls, even.
Mimigul, I'm so glad Konami is like partnering with my friend. So they're so fun.
Your mimic friend is great. He's wonderful.
Anyway, stream's over. Like, comment, subscribe.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.